we need to do something about it is more ever present now than before. Because it kind of seemed like a few years ago, it was like, oh, well, this agency will take care of it, or these guys will take care of it. Well, now it seems like there's kind of a revolution in, okay, well, if we see that problem, we need to be the one, boots on the ground, helping to try to fix that. Exactly. That issue, and whatever that it is. So, I mean, I think that that's a great thing for all of us. And one thing real quick, to wrap it up, I did not know that I needed to hear you sing CCR until I heard you sing CCR.
Oh, really?
Oh, man. So you're doing that Americana Awards, I guess,
right.
through CMT, and they show this little clip of you just ripping through CCR. It was amazing to hear.
Yeah, you know, it was funny. I walked in, there's, you know, a bunch of the guys in the band, or Buddy Miller, and just, you know, really massively famous people, musicians that I really respect, and they crank into that song, and, you know, I remember having like just a live tape cassette, you know, with like Keep On Chugling and all that in my car when I was a kid, and I was like, oh, I know the song, no problem, but boy, that range is, I thought my eyes were going to pop out of my head, so I was like, well, I got a headache now, so, yeah. But, you know, it's fun just to collaborate with those people and, you know, continue to, you know, pay respect to the, you know, all the musicians that helped me, encourage me, and influence me to get to where I'm at, you know.
Well, it's, Nathaniel, it's really always a great pleasure. I can't wait seeing you tonight. I'm telling you this, man, I need this show tonight. I need to dance and sweat a little bit. I'm going to have a couple beers and get a little dumb.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Nathaniel Rateliff, backstage, Stiefel Theater Point Ho-Ho Show.
All right, we're here at the Burton House in Eureka, and I've been talking on the air about how they want to get rid of this almost 100-foot tree, 110-foot tree, something like that. My tree guy, Tom, he's almost 77. He's cutting this sucker down with our buddy Ryan. And I got my friend Brad over here helping out. So we're hoping it falls that way, and not that way, or that way, or that way. And I asked him, is it going to go that way? And his wisdom was, that's the plan. So we'll see.
We are backstage at Point Fest with a St. Louis favorite, and the great part about this today is that they're actually going to get to play. Ladies and gentlemen, highly suspect backstage at Point Fest. What's going on? Welcome back. It's wonderful to see you as always, but I would also like to tell you that Natural Born Killer has been one of our favorite songs of the year so far. It sounds great on the air, and it sounds like a great highly suspect song. So let me ask you, where did that come in the recording process? One of the first, one of the last. Where was that?
Smack dab in the middle.
Oh, okay. All right. I always wonder if, when it comes out as a strong lead single like that, if where it was in the creative process matters. You know what I'm saying?
I think once we heard that riff, it was like, okay, this is like the sports anthem style riff. We just kind of knew it would be the one.
Yeah, absolutely so. So a new album is out now. All right. How quickly do you see the audience singing songs back to you? Like
almost immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are
luckily.
And you got to be kind of like amazed and taken aback by that a little bit.
Oh my God, it's a blessing. It's incredible.
I can't remember words to songs I loved from 20 years ago.
I can't remember the words to the songs that we wrote, so I struggle.
You know, here's like kind of a weird one, and I'm very curious about like little things like this. I was at a show the other night. Pearl Jam was here. They played the Enterprise Center. And you have half of the venue that have phones up and are trying to record the entire show. And then you have the other half that are seemingly annoyed by those that are recording. As a band, do you care?
I hate it.
You hate it.
It's the worst.
Let me ask why you hate it. And I hate it because I'm a short guy. Inevitably, somebody in front of me has got it, and then I'm not seeing anything. I'm dancing the entire show.
As another short guy, it bugs me too. You know, it's killing the view. Like, I want to see the show.
I also wonder who's watching these videos.
That's the thing is like you take a cell phone video and then what? You listen to it, it sounds terrible. You're never going to watch it again. It's like take a picture and put your phone down, be present.
Right.
You know, back in my day, we didn't even have the option to do that. So
It's crazy to me when I see people complain about Jack White's phone policy, where he won't let you, you got to leave it in a bag. And maybe that's a little bit too much, but I like the general idea of just going to the show and watching the freaking show. Like, right, exactly.
That's unheard of.
Yeah, completely unheard of. So, touring-wise, we busy the rest of the year, I would assume?
we are.
Well into 2023.
We are.
How far do they book you dudes out? So, like, if I want to make a 30th anniversary show for the Point for next year, because we're turning 30, how far ahead do I have to, do I have to talk to the booking people to get Highly Suspect in?
No, you just talked to us. You just said that. We'll be there. You know we'll be there for you.
All right, well, thank you very much. It's a big birthday. I mean, 30 years for an alternative radio station
I
these
can't
days.
wait until I have mine.
My next birthday is 50. I'm not prepared for that even in the slightest. But now when my kids say I do old man stuff, I do old man. I mean, I can't even fight them on it anymore.
Like what? What's old man stuff for you?
Well, let me tell you, I have this particular pair of New Balance tennis shoes, okay? I got them to walk in, and as soon as I took them out of the box, I am not even lying, my two oldest kids started crying, laughing at me and my old man shoes. And then when I tried to point out to them that how much the arch support means to me, oh my God, like they were hyperventilating. So that's just one of the things. I have the TV on super loud all the time. My hearing is going, the hair. I mean, dude, it's not a pretty picture. Like, my wife is way too cute, truthfully, for what's going on here.
You're selling yourself short, Donnie. You're a beautiful man.
Thank you, man, very much. I've taken this in a very weird direction, but more than anything, I just wanted to tell you guys thank you. We love it when you're here. You mean so much to us as a band for the radio station, and we're just genuinely thankful when we get to see you.
No, the pleasure is ours. You guys have done nothing but support us since day one, and it's honestly like an honor to be loved so much by you guys and by St. Louis, and it's felt, and we're very excited to be here as always, and yeah, tonight's gonna rock.
And I really wish I could get away with wearing sunglasses like that, too. Your sense of style, fantastic. Well done. Johnny, the boys from Highly Suspect, backstage at Point Fest. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I feel great.
Hello.
I feel great.
feel
How's
great.
How's everybody
I look
feel
great.
today?
Hello, Ted.
It's a holiday. Hello, Ted. Yay! No, I really do feel good. I like Mondays. I know I'm a weird person like that, but typically it means that I got sleep for at least a couple nights there, and I'm kind of raring to go. Although usually the day after a show like Punk Rock Disney, like Can You Feel the Punch Tonight, I am just completely useless. And yesterday I felt pretty good, man.
That's great.
Yes, I mean my legs and my feet hurt, but like other than that, I feel pretty good.
Did you
How's
not give it
everybody
your
feeling?
all? What are you talking about?
Of course I gave it my all. You know what? I think it was, I did go to Victory Men's Health on Friday, and I got a vitamin IV drip, and I think it like...
Well, thanks for the invite.
I think it carried me right on through. But I do feel good, and it was more of a chill atmosphere behind the scenes, because this is like our third one that we did.
Right.
Yeah. So you got the
And
hang of it now?
It was just a bit more chill. It was a very cool, calm, collected backstage. Everybody's just kind of enjoying the festivities. Speaking of, it is a very festive day today. We'll get into that in just a minute. It's a big holiday. I know you guys are celebrating.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, dude.
Don't even
You're ready
talk
for
to me
this one.
about
It's St. Crispin's Day.
You ready for this one? You don't know, do you? Today's holiday. It's Cinco de Mayo, brah.
It's Cinco de Mayo,
thank you.
brah. El brah.
Which is Spanish for St. Patrick's Day.
The 5th of the May.
Yes.
Yeah.
The fifth. I made you think for a second, though.
Spanish for 5th of the Mayo.
Yeah.
Before we get into that, because I do have some details, how's everybody's weekend? Scott, what'd you do? I know you were cutting grass up in Shelbina or something, right?
Yeah, what's Shelbina?
Albino.
got to do some housework too. I got to repair some stuff. Even got to be on a ladder. And you know how tall that house is.
Was it not raining the whole weekend up
How
there?
tall was the ladder?
I was on the ladder in rain working on the roof. So there
Oh,
we go.
smart.
How about
That's
that?
sweet.
Smart. How did we
Yeah, I was
lose
doing
Scott?
man stuff. It was awesome. But it was a great time. And I don't know. Yeah, it was just peaceful up there.
Man stuff. You were out of town too, Lern.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I had the best experience. I did not sleep at all on Friday night. Went to the couch. Saturday, got up. My husband drove us to his hometown of Nixa, Missouri, because my niece was having a piano recital. I had a pillow in the car. The minute we got on Manchester Road, completely out, woke up in Nixa. It was the best.
You time
3
traveled.
hours. I time traveled. That is my most favorite thing to do, is just fall asleep and then wake up where I
That
need
is
to be.
awesome.
You know what's amazing
It's
is
great.
getting to know you, really close
Getting
these
to
last
know
couple of years. I would assume that you're not a sleep in the car sort of gal.
I am the sleep in the car gal.
What?
I
Have you
hate
seen her
being in
curl
the
up
car.
in her chair in the office? Like
Well,
she's
yeah, but the
practically
office
a cat.
The office isn't moving, with death machines
I
flying
can
all
sleep
over the
anywhere
place.
at any time, and I hate road trips. Especially, like, I've made this road trip so many times in 15 years with my husband that it's boring. I'm sorry, 44 is boring. After you get through the
What?
Uranus
Boring.
fudge, it's boring as hell. Unless you're stopping at a church or a porn shop, there's nothing going on.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful valleys.
And so I just sleep.
It is an interesting corridor, though, of billboards.
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah.
It's like
It's Billboard City.
it's very pro-life, followed by the like, do not. We are pro-life, and then the next one's like, but here's a little butt joke for you.
Yeah.
And here's a little butt store
Like
for
they're
ya.
uptight, but they're loose.
Right.
You know,
It's
like
confusing.
I can't figure out what the whole vibe of Central Missouri is, but they're kind
Yeah.
of both.
I
Yeah,
always
it
think
is.
of the people that are touring like on buses through Missouri, maybe don't understand the Bible Belt and all this crap over here.
Oh, we confuse people.
It's
for
very
sure.
confusing. Like there's anus jokes,
Yeah.
there's churches of every denomination, there's porn store, like
Bathroom.
Yes.
bath-
Truck
yes.
stop jokes.
It's a freaking nightmare, dude. And
We
so
are.
It's all over the place.
we're confusing America. It's great.
It is a boring drive, though. There's like one Ferris wheel somewhere in the middle of it,
Yeah. that
just
is-
off the side of the road. Still can't figure out what it's doing there.
And one haunted house that's year round now. And I'm going, who's going to that?
Is there really?
That's hilarious.
I was awake for the ride home yesterday, and I saw the
The darkness brings you Cinco de Mayo.
well, and it's like broad
clown music
daylight,
version.
and the murder house is open or whatever. And I'm going, do I like? And I love Halloween and horror stuff, but I'm going, am I stopping there? Like, do I really want to get murdered today? Like,
Yeah.
what's up with that? You know, is there an iguana with a knife? You just don't know.
You're right. I guess we've normalized this, and we've even, Scott and I have toured the country together and seen a lot of different tones, if you will, throughout the country for each state. But what are we leaving touring people or truck drivers that are cutting through Missouri? What are we leaving them with? When you're right, we got an anti-abortion thing, and then the next thing is a big fudge joke. And then here's
Ain't no
your
About your beehole.
yeah, and then here's your opportunity to stop at the world's largest flea market, that giant barn with all the gifts,
Oh, yeah.
gift shop stuff, and,
And then all the
socks and
Branson
all that.
advertisements.
Yeah, what a
Well, I
weird
mean, and
vibe.
it's
and then
it
a
is.
knife shop.
it's like it's a
Then the
lot
knife
of
shop.
yeah. It's a strange and some boots.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
get you some
cowboy
boots.
stores off of 44. I've always wanted to stop, and I never have, and maybe I will one day. But yeah, it's very
I
confusing.
stopped at the old. I mean, they're really laying heavy on the gay jokes at Uranus.
Oh yeah,
Like the little, there's like a little putt shack there. Then it's like
a butt shack.
Yeah, it's basically called the putt putt. What is it called?
And you get a piece of fudge at every hole. What?
I mean, that's pretty much it. It's pretty. They lean on it heavy, dude. And I'm just like, all right.
All right, you
Middle of the country's like,
crazy America.
we love the Lord, but
We love that ass too.
gay joke's pretty funny.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm proud to be from Missouri.
Yeah, me too.
I do like it.
We do
I
it
like
right.
it here.
Well, so that was what was up with me. Rafe, how was your?
Yeah,
comedy
you went out of town
experience?
too. Everybody went out of town.
Everybody's out of town. I went home to where I stayed at my brother's house. I had a show in Carterville, Illinois, John A. Logan College. First college I ever attended. Did one semester abroad there.
Is that isn't that a trucking college?
No.
My dad
JB
was a
Hunt.
janitor there.
That's JB Hunt, dog.
Oh, I thought there was a Logan University or something that was that was like a truck.
Oh, it's called Uranus Putt Pirates.
Oh,
okay.
Nice. I knew it was pretty. It's pretty on the nose. I remember it being pretty on the nose.
Pretty subtle.
I was going to take a bath.
Yeah. I was like, it's less subtle than we even said.
Right.
I wanted to just get that out there. And there's like little kids. They're like, all right, who wants to go play the Putt Pirates? And the little kids are like, we do, Dad. It's very.
I'm a putt pirate. There's something for everyone.
Yeah, there's the Putt Pirate band. It was cool. I did a corporate for a very nice nurse anesthetist organization. The lady who organized it was very sweet. She gave me a 5-star review, so that's
Awesome.
good. Which I didn't know was even possible, but apparently the guy who booked me booked it through something where you get a review. So
Did you know anybody there? Like
I knew people who knew people because I used to work at the Carbondale Hospital in the OR, and these are all people that work in the OR. So I was like, I might know a few people. But the lady said expect anywhere between 10 and 500 people.
Oh
my goodness.
And I
Depending on weather, yeah.
Cap. Well, and it's like a free event, and then it's for the whole state of Illinois, and I guess people RSVP, and it's like a Facebook event. Where she's like,
okay.
I had like 150 people RSVP, and only 20 showed up. It was definitely a lot closer to 10 than 500, but they were a good, fun audience, and I had a lot of fun with them. And it was a good time, and I got to see my niece, who's at a very fun age, like she's in the age where that motor's running, dude. And she's finally talking. She didn't talk. She was kind of had problems, like speech development problems, and now she's learned to talk, and she's making up for lost time.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
What'd she talk to you about? Give me a topic.
Everything. She's just like, you're a robot. And I go, no. She's like, yep, get up. You're a robot. You're my robot. Do this, robot. Pick me up, robot. And I'm just like, well, I didn't agree to this game. Robot is powering down. Uncle Ray, robot. You're a robot. And so there was a lot of roboting. I was her personal assistant. I was her Siri.
That's awesome.
And I took Bo down there. I took a very old dog on a road trip.
Yeah, how do you do?
Good. He freaked out in the car for the first time it's ever happened because it rained really bad Saturday.
Well, and he's blind, right?
He's blind and deaf.
So he's like, the house is shaking, and I hear rain.
Yep.
This is everything is ending right here.
Yeah, and he's a good car dog. He usually falls asleep immediately, and you don't hear from him till the stop. And I was like in pretty heavy traffic in the pouring down rain, and he came up out of the passenger seat, man, like he came online for the first time. I think maybe he's got dementia. He's just like, he didn't know, and he was like, and he ran up on the dashboard, and I was like,
on the dashboard.
Smokes. Oh, dude, he got
wow.
He might as well have been a puppy. He was so energized with fear.
Oh my goodness.
He got an adrenaline shot. He's never done this. He ran up on the dashboard and ran over my shoulder and it fell into the back seat. So I was worried about his safety.
This is at 80
I'm
miles
in
an
between.
hour.
In between two semis into pouring down rain on 40 on 64, and I was like, this is how it ends.
Oh man.
He knocked I had jackets hanging up, and I'd already showered and gotten ready. I don't know why I did this, but I got ready for the event so I could just go to my brother's, hang out, and then go to the event.
Makes sense.
And he had muddy paw, I had muddy paw prints going up me. You can see where he ran up me.
Like tire drags, like he got run over?
Yeah, dude. He literally ran up me and over me, jumped in the hatch, knocked my backpack down. Everything started, he knocked both the jackets I wanted to wear down and started just, freaking out in the back. You remember Team America when they give the sign, That's basically what he was doing.
I'm imagining you're Johnny Depp and, what is it, Benicio del Toro and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and he's Benicio when the drugs
Yes, he saw the bats, yes.
Yeah.
Bo saw the bats, dude. And I was freaked out because I was like, he's never done this, and I didn't know. So then I got him to get back up front, and I felt so bad. It had to be the rain because he was totally cool on the way home. And he was just looking at me looking in my general direction blind. So it was weird because he's not looking right at you.
Oh my God, it's like the nun.
He was shaking I can't believe, dude, did you see what it was did you see a ghost? What the hell happened, man? What happened? It was freaky, dude.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Hey, at least he's still youthful.
He was, you know what, man? I was like, dude, he is going to die of a heart attack. I felt like he was in a haunted house.
What if he could talk to you? What if, we used to talk about this subject all the time, and I found something this morning about it.
I think he would have been like, it's raining and I ain't getting wet, man. Because I guess, it is probably freaky for a dog who can't really see this. Like, he can feel the rain underneath.
Yeah.
Because the water was so hard, and it's like, it's hitting him from every angle, but he's not actually getting touched. And he's got like one sense left, just pretty much sense of feel. That's it. So he's like, I should be feeling this, and I'm not. And he's just, I don't know, he was freaking out, but.
That's funny.
let's on
But
that
he took
subject.
the torture of to his credit, he fell back into cool guy mode and took a beating from a 4-year-old. Just loved it, loved the attention. It was very sweet.
That's good.
Good. I'm glad it all worked out. We used to talk about that all the time, if dogs could talk, because Burton was like convinced that dogs would have a full range of vocabulary, and if they could speak English, they would, and we would have full-on conversations with them and all that. And I was like, I'm not sure that we would want to know every one of our dog's thoughts.
Yeah,
it would be
mine would be annoying. It'd be like, hey, get that ball over there. Can you go get the ball off the refrigerator?
Your dog would
Let's
just
get the ball. Let's get the ball.
continually saying, hey, hey.
What if we got up right now and played with the ball? I got an idea. What if we play with the ball? Hey, there's a ball over there. Can we play with the ball?
Have you seen that thing where there's like dogs and they're usually like, Huskies or German Shepherds or something like that, and they're touching buttons? There's like 50 buttons.
Yes.
And they can talk to you through the buttons and apparently put sentences together and everything.
Yeah, there's an Aussie I follow that
Cats
does
do it
that.
too.
Well, they're
awesome.
doing dogs in 47 countries are now participating in this huge study. And they are doing food, play, outside help. They are doing the button press. They're recording them and they are studying them. And get this, yes, some dogs and some breeds are combining words to express full-on complex thoughts. It is happening.
Burton's dream is alive.
It is happening. And there's actually a dog from San Diego called Stella. This is like a standout example. After realizing that her usual beach button was gone, so they have like 100 or 200 something buttons for some of these dogs. After they took away the beach button, they wanted to see what would happen. Mm-hmm. And she was looking around for it. And after she realized it wasn't there, she went over and pressed help water outside in sequence. Help water outside. Help water outside. Basically saying, hey, take me to the beach.
Oh, that's what Bo was saying. Help, water outside. He just said it differently.
Another pup, Parker, was actually using buttons to ask for help opening a container without getting a treat in return. That suggests that these dogs are not just pressing buttons randomly. They really are trying to communicate real needs. Now, researchers say that this could completely change how we understand the bond between humans and dogs if they're capable of building little sentences. Who knows what's next? So with AI and smart tech advancing, we may actually end up talking to our pets in a completely different and deeper way. So go ahead, keep talking to your dog. Science says it's not just cute, it actually might be a real conversation someday. And I'm not 100% sure I want to know what Stanley is thinking, the little Chiweenie that we just got, because, man, he is a weird, weird dog. He's amazing. He's fitting in so perfectly, but he's got some very, very strange behavior.
Dildo Baggins?
Dildo Baggins.
Yeah, Dildo Baggins. Bilbo's Stanley Baggins. Okay, it's Cinco de Mayo.
Yes.
Which is the celebration of
Mexican heritage in America.
Mexican heritage in America. Your vote is
the number 5.
The number 5, and your vote is
a Freedom Day for Mexico, where they were what is it? They were
like a Mexican Independence
free.
Day, right?
Yes.
The Alamo.
But no, all that's wrong.
You guys are all wrong.
There's something about Puebla.
All wrong.
It is
I remember Puebla invented the clay jar.
In a new poll,
Clay house.
39% of Americans say that it's Mexican Independence Day. That is
yeah, that's wrong.
No, I know that's wrong.
26.
It has to do with the state getting.
You just said that.
Well, no, there's like a state down there that got freed from something or
He
other.
goes, that's wrong. I just found out.
Dang it. I thought it was that.
26% of people say that it's a celebration of Mexican American culture, like Lern.
Okay. Nope.
Wrong.
Dang it.
13% say it's a fun excuse to drink. So wrong on 13.
It has become that.
Yes, 13% admit that they have no clue what it's all about.
And is it about anything?
None of those things are correct. 10% of people supposedly know the correct answer, and that is Cinco de Mayo, actually commemorating the Mexican victory over the French at the Battle of Puebla, which took place on May 5th, 1862.
It was something with Puebla.
He said the Puebla.
You're right. Okay, you get a half a ding, ding, ding. 163 years ago. Here's the history lesson. The battle itself was not a major strategic win, and the French took control of Mexico 2 years later. So It was the actual major morale boost for the Mexican resistance, and it helped them to gain an alliance with the Americans to eventually force the French to withdraw. So there is a little bit of, Mexican-American heritage friendship sort of celebration.
Okay.
Back to the poll. 70% of Americans...
And that friendship stood the test of time, right?
Yes, everything is going extremely well.
Can I just say thank God that we are eating Mexican food today instead of French food? I know that French food is like the culinary elite, but it's not as fun. Croissant is not as fun as nachos, okay?
Yeah,
You're right.
100%.
It's not as fun.
Can you imagine if we were having a cronut today instead of like a taco?
It would just be all desserts. It would be croissants and macarons and all the French bakery stuff.
Right.
We could have Pierre Asensio call in, the voice of the
Pierre
Cardinals.
Asensio. Yes, of course.
70% of Americans plan to celebrate Cinco de Mayo and mostly plan to do it by eating Mexican food, drinking margaritas, or sipping on a Mexican beer. 20% say that they will celebrate Mexican culture. 14% say that they're going to have a house party today on a Monday. 8% say that they will read up on Mexican history. Yeah, right. 8% say that they are going clubbing or bar hopping, which may have been over the weekend since this landed on a Monday. By the way, Google Trends put out a map of the most searched Cinco de Mayo cocktails. The western and southeastern states were looking up margaritas. Middle America was searching for micheladas, which is that's the Michelob.
If you like micheladas.
What? No,
Is that michelada? What is that?
Wait, I thought a michelada was just a beer in a margarita.
That's a bloody
Yeah,
beer.
right?
Yeah.
That's a
The
bloody
cocktail.
beer?
No. We're all talking about something different.
Listen, a michelada is a Mexican drink made with beer, lime juice, and assorted juices, often chili-based spices and chili peppers. So it's more of like a Bloody Mary.
Not what I thought it was.
Okay.
We'll learn a
Interesting.
lot.
The Midwest was also searching for palomas and pina coladas. People in Ohio were looking at tequila sunrises. That one in particular. So for some reason, that's huge over in Ohio.
Is it still popular to do? At the end of my bartending career, there was the places that did like the margaritas that had the little holder where you could put a Corona upside down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In it, and it would kind of drain as you drank it. Is that still a hot ticket item, or
Yeah,
was
what-
that
what
a
is
flash
that?
in a pan?
Like a beer cocktail?
That's what I thought.
It was a
what I thought.
margarita, but it was just like it had a beer in it, so it was called a Corona Rita or some
Right.
kitschy name like
I feel
that.
like I saw that
But they had like special little rim of the glass hooks that had like a hole in it. You'd stick,
to hold the beer.
you'd pop it and
Yeah,
stick
that's
the beer
what
in.
they
and
did at
then
Hacienda.
Basically, like a gravity bong would keep the beer where it was at as you drank the margarita.
Yeah, there was always like a group of gals, very loud, chattering.
They had
gals.
little bitty margaritas
At
too,
Hacienda with
or
those.
little bitty Coronas that were, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
You
yeah.
walk in and you go, oh, God, somebody got divorced over there, and they're celebrating.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because somebody looks like they just finished crying, but they're all chirping very loudly and drinking things with beers upside down in there. That was the vibe. I am not doing anything to celebrate except for, just hanging out with you guys. But that's enough for me. What are you guys doing for Cinco de Mayo?
Well, I got chicken fried rice at home, so I might celebrate that way.
That's exciting.
I can only fit so many holidays in, and I'm just looking forward to Saturday for Mother's Day.
For Mother's Day.
The big city winery thing happening. I have some details on that. Obviously, that is coming up this Saturday at City Winery with the limited edition Riesling wine, a crisp, delicious Riesling wine adorned with the beautiful face of Rizzuto on the label. A collector's item, if anything else. So that'll be fun. That kicks off at 10:30, and King Scott's going to be...
Yeah, the first 12,000 that show up will get to hear the exclusive concert from me.
Yeah. There's all ticket holders get admission to the event, including a brunch buffet, and ticket holders 21 and up will receive the bottle of Riesling wine signed by all 5 members. And I'm told there's going to be anywhere between 10 and 500 people there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's nuts.
That's going to be incredible.
Absolutely.
All right.
Speaking of, right after that, Point Fest is a holiday to me. I think it's a holiday to pretty much everybody in this
Kick off to
building.
concert season in St.
It
Louis.
is 100%
Absolutely.
that.
May 17th, that's the following weekend. And I have information on the dunk booth.
Yeah.
I know this is not our favorite thing to talk about since it is really a punishment for us, and it does suck.
And it does suck. And it could be cold.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, what's the weather supposed to be like? This week is kind of chilly.
This week is, well, we get up to like the 80s next weekend, I believe. Because I was looking at this.
It better start pushing up because
That's what I said.
The last time I did it, granted, I was wearing a wetsuit, but it is uncomfortable. It's nasty. The water is disgusting because all your guys' feet and butt has been in there for a while.
At least this one won't be on grass, right?
Man,
This one
what do you guys
should be on
think our
grass.
butts are doing all day?
I don't know. I mean,
know,
I know
man.
what my butt's doing all day. That's
That's
why I'm
true.
going first.
know,
Listen,
man.
next Tuesday, high of 82.
Okay. Hopefully,
So
hopefully
I'm hoping
Yeah.
it kicks in
if we're
there.
in the 80s. That'd be great.
80s will be fine. May 17th. Here is what's happening. The Hot Shots Dunk Tank schedule. I've got it. It's up on the website, by the way. Just go to 1057thepoint.com. Check out the Point events, and you can see it right there. $20 donation gives you 3 throws to try and dunk a Rizzuto Show member. $10 donation gives you 3 throws to try and dunk a Hot Shots girl, because the Hot Shots girl are going to be in there as well. Cash is preferred, but credit cards will be accepted. 100% of the donations go to support Wonderland Camp. Very cool. You also, everybody who donates and throws will receive a Riz Show coupon for a free large Hot Shots pizza while supplies last. Here's the schedule. Lern is up first.
Yay.
1:15 to 1:45. And then I follow from 2 to 2:30. Then King Scott, 2:45 to 3:15. And then Riz gets to bathe, 3:30 to 4. And Rafe closes it out. The headliner of the dunk tank.
Closer.
4:15.
Swimming in all the juices.
That's right.
7 p.m.
And you requested that because you like the taste. That's what you
Yes.
wanted.
Yeah, I will take it because I like the taste. And I requested first because I don't like the taste.
I want to
and
have
would
to
like to get
guess
this over
whose
with.
butt I'm drinking.
Yeah. You'll do good with that. And then, yeah, last time, remember, it was on grass where you have to enter the dunk tank.
Uh-huh.
And it just cut the grass, so it was all the loose grass
Yeah,
clippings
great.
in there.
that's why it was so nasty.
Yeah.
Because we were walking through muddy grass
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff.
It was great.
It won't happen this time.
No, it'll be nice.
It'll be a little clean.
I'm like low key kind of looking forward to like the weird roadie shower that I'm going to take after the dunk tank. I know this is a weird thing, but I remember Jeff Burton would always talk about showering at Point Fest. Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
like, I was like, oh man, I've never had, like all of our Keishi events that we'd had out there, like never had to do that.
This
you
is
know?
Riz's big opportunity. This is the gateway to loves.
It
You're
is.
right. You're right.
We get him in the dunk tank. It's the lesser of two evils to take a shower in the
You're
roadie
right.
shower than to just walk around with dunk tank juices on you all day. Get him a little accustomed to it, and next thing you know, he's stopping at a Love's, brother.
You're right. Love's, Flying J, all the truck stop showers, Pilot, they are 50 times better than a backstage shower.
Yeah.
50 times.
And you're going to have to take a backstage shower because you got all these interviews.
Immediately, yeah. I'll go straight back there, and then I'm interviewing pretty much every band about all of their favorite gear that they're touring with. So, yeah, I'm gonna be freshly wet and be like, hey, Nick Hexum, tell me about your Flying V. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. But join us at Point Fest May 17th. Tickets available 1057thepoint.com.
Hey.
You know who might be there?
Who?
Some of the blues players. Because
Oh, ouch.
their season is over.
Bummer.
Just going to mow the lawn of sports just a little bit because it is the news
Go ahead.
of St. Louis right now. The Blues gave everything they had in a thrilling Game 7 showdown against NHL's top regular season team, the Winnipeg Jets, but they came up short. And this was a heartbreak too, man. Did you guys see the game? Anybody watch?
I stayed up to watch that turd.
Yeah, you texted over the group and said they're blowing it.
Yeah.
The Blues blew it. I go, yeah, last minute I go, they're blowing it. And I was like tucked in, like tucked my little blankie around me. And I'm like, as soon as the time runs out, 3-1, minute and a half left, go to sleep knowing the St. Louis Blues have done the improbable. And then it was like, score! And I was like, no big deal, just won. They got a nice little buffer. Score! And I was like, oh, 1 second.
Awful. 4.3 loss. 4-3 loss in double overtime. Adam Lowry tipped in the series-winning goal 16-10 into the fifth period, ending the Blues postseason run of the best-of-7 series 4-3. It's a bitter pill for the Blues, who led nearly the entire game, like Rafe said, and were mere seconds from advancing with a 3-1 lead in under 2 minutes left in regulation. The Jets tied it with 2 dramatic goals, one bouncing off of Braden Shin with 1:56 to go, and another with 2.2 seconds
So dumb.
left from Cole Perfetti. That is the latest game-tying goal in a Game 7 in NHL history.
Wasn't that neat?
Yeah.
So glad it happened.
Cool facts. Despite the heartbreaking loss, the Blues playoff push was impressive. Entering the season in a retooling phase, they rattled off a 12-game win streak to even make the playoffs, then pushed to the top-seeded Jets to the absolute limit. Somebody had to win an away game, and it was on the Blues because, they had home ice advantage there.
Well, they gave the Jets a run for their money, considering their record this year. It's pretty awesome.
Total heartbreak. Bennington held strong under immense pressure. He faced a flurry of shots in the third and overtime periods, but the Jets just proved too much and absolute heartbreak. But a cool season. I mean, a lot to hang a hat on. Coaching
Friday
change.
was awesome, right? Was it Thursday or Friday night's game where they just obliterated?
Yeah, they won again. They won the home games.
Yeah.
And smashed them. And,
Every
and
team
dominated, too. That was kind of the thing. So it really was a tale of home ice advantage for that series. But, kudos to the Blues and all they did for this season because it was fun.
It did. They made it very exciting. So thank you, guys.
It was fun. And
That was an exciting first-round loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was as exciting as exiting in the first round of the playoffs could be.
But that's my rule of thumb is whenever it gets tied into overtime and it's on a school night, I no longer watch. I just turned it off at that point because I'm like, I will.
When I watched the goal go in
Gotta
with
sleep.
1 second left, I was like,
2.2, yeah.
or whatever. I was just like, oh, this is why people think sports are rigged. Like you couldn't write that. 2 goals in like the last 2 minutes and the latest goal ever in a game 7 on home ice for the #1 team. And I was like, man, if this was the Chiefs,
oh yeah,
the internet would be on fire right now.
Yeah. Well, maybe you get in there. You get into the message
it's
boards
rigged,
like,
dude. The winner pig. Winner rigged.
The stripes are all there for the Jets, man.
Yeah.
It's
It was hard. Like, I'm not a hockey aficionado, but I was texting Riz and the boy because they were watching it on the plane. And I was like, it seemed like, and Kerber can correct me on this, and the chat, I'm sure all the Blues experts in the chat will also. It seemed like the youth and inexperience maybe caught up with them a little bit at the end because there was like a couple times they cleared the puck that even the announcers were like, man, he could have skated on that for a second. And they got icing calls, which would bring the puck back down to, their end of the ice. Where Bennington was just getting it. Well, you can't really hang it on him, man. Like, he had some amazing saves. Like, he was getting pounded with pucks at the end of the game. And I was like, why did they do that? Because even the announcers were like, oh, he could have skated for a few seconds and cleared. They had an empty net, and they were shooting from the other end of the court. And he's like, man, he had some ice in front of him. He could have probably made it halfway down and shot on an empty net and killed some time. And all you needed to kill was 2 seconds. And you're getting out of there with a win.
Jeez.
And it felt like maybe
that sucks.
Inexperience maybe caught up with them. Like there was a lot of icing calls, which I just learned what that is.
What is an icing?
You clear the puck from one end of your end of the ice, and someone has to touch it before it goes to the other end. And if they miss it, then they bring it back.
If you clear the puck and it crosses 3 lines there,
without being touched, right?
Right.
There you go.
Yeah,
Which I just learned.
It's a good thing you started with. I'm not a hockey aficionado,
Well,
and then talked about the court.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Throw-
It looks like a court to me.
Throw the puck down the court. Speaking of, Riz and the boy watching it on an airplane. You know what I read this morning? And this hits pretty close to home because the very first flight I ever went on, I was in high school, and I thought it was so cool that they got these blankets and they're like wrapped in the plastic, and you take it out and you're like, oh, look, a blanket, and it says Hawaiian Airlines or whatever. And I thought that was like a cool keepsake. So
What is it?
I took it.
Oh.
Right.
You know, the little blankets. Have you ever used a blanket on an airplane?
No, but yeah, no.
Long time ago.
What is the
never
ice?
used it?
What is the thing of hockey gets played on called, actually? I want to
The
know
ice.
that.
Ice.
Well, okay, what if it's
Rink?
roller hockey? Rink.
Rink.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
ice rink.
Okay. Because I was like, what if it's like...
That's been in your head the last 45
Yeah,
seconds?
because I was like, well, wait a second. They play rollerblade hockey. Ain't no ice out there. What do they call it then?
Where do you limbo? On the rink. Just think of limbo.
You ever use a blanket on an airplane? You ever taken, they're all over the place. They used to put them in the seats in front of you.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I can't be hot on a plane, dude.
No.
I'm almost barely just getting by on plane rides.
well, good for you guys, because this is good information for me. Flight attendants are now warning that the complimentary blankets given out on planes are filled with disgusting things like hair, food, mold, and bodily fluids.
Yeah.
All right.
A flight attendant of 20 years admitted to Travel and Leisure that not even flight attendants want to touch these blankets. They have seen passengers use them to to clean up spills, puke, messes, wipe their noses, and even gather toenail clippings.
Oh, Lord.
Quote, probably one of the grossest things I've ever seen is somebody using blankets to change their baby's diaper. How often these blankets gets washed depends on the type of flight itself as well as the airline. See, they usually come in these little
But they're
plastic
in
bags.
plastic baggies.
And, well, not all the time, apparently.
Oh.
It's only certain ones, and I assume that they were, like, washed every single
Well,
time.
yeah.
Right.
How else would they fit in there?
You would hope so.
Most airlines have contract cleaners that take the blankets off of international flights and wash them in hot water and then seal them back into plastic bags to be reused. However, on domestic flights, they have had blankets on flights that are instructed to just be refolded and put back in a bag or put back in a bin.
Well, that needs to change.
This flight attendant shared that these essentially communal blankets aren't in a sealed bag, and they are not sanitary. Her advice to travelers who wish to have a blanket is bring your own. I always bring my own if I want to use it for comfort, she said. Speaking of flying, I know, Rafe, you traveled just like a month ago or so, and you thought you were so slick because you were walking around without your real ID, and you're like...
No, I was.
You were like, Rafe 1, real ID
2.
0.
Actually, 2.
Oh, 2.
Because I counted the flight back, too.
But they weren't requiring them until now.
Yeah, well,
So the competition hadn't even started. You were scoring points before the game started.
hey, man, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
That's true.
Well, the TSA is now warning that you need a real ID.
Prove it.
The TSA says that if you do not have a real ID by Wednesday, you better get to the airport at least 3 hours early because you will be subject to delays and additional screening. And even then, you might not be cleared to fly.
Scare tactics. Don't do it.
Get there 15 minutes
Watch how
early,
fast
you're
they
fine.
walk this back when they have to staff these airports.
How hard is it to get it, though?
I already saw an article, dude. There's New Jersey, 17% of people in New Jersey have real IDs.
Oh, no.
That means 4 out of 5 flyers coming through the Newark airport, they're going to have to staff to pull them out of line and ask them for second pieces of ID, and they're going to have to manually search these folks. I'm telling you, kids, don't believe the hype.
Are you
Listen to Uncle Rafe.
Listen to me. Are you bringing
The
your
real
passport?
ID
It's
is trash.
Uncle Rafe. Screw the system. I mean,
Uncle
you are
Rafe
that guy.
is bringing 2 forms of ID.
They're just
You're having
this
your
is just
passport
big
on your
ID.
case. It is big
This
ID.
is big. They're just trying to mine your info,
Isn't the
dude.
silly thing, if you just have a passport, it doesn't matter, right?
Right.
Yeah, I got a
so-
driver's license, and it's pretty real to me.
Yeah.
Well,
That
yeah.
counts.
It'll get realer.
A regular old driver's license will no longer be enough to board a flight starting Wednesday, so they say. If you don't have a real ID,
We'll see.
you can use your U.S. passport, a global entry or Nexus card, a permanent resident card, a border crossing card, a foreign government issued passport, or a veteran health ID card. So there are other options. Or you could just go get it. I don't even remember doing anything. I think I remember the last time I, renewed your license. They just say, do you want the real ID?
Right.
Well, yeah, why wouldn't I want that?
We're going to upcharge you for it?
I don't know. I don't even know if
No,
they
it's
did
like
that.
a little bit extra for some silly reason, of course.
Well, if you don't have one of these, get to the airport as soon as you can because just in case, they do say that, you're going to need it and it may have some extra minutes
I think Rafe's right.
to your travel. Uncle Rafe over here?
Don't fall for it, dude.
You ever left anything on a plane?
Yes.
Probably.
What do you lose? Are you like me?
Oh.
You lose earbuds?
No. I'm really bummed. I lost a caricature of myself. I went to Disney World. I went to spring training for the Cardinals in 2012 with U-Man, and
What?
I flew back home. My mom and my sister met me out there. We went to Disney and did all this fun stuff. And my sister and I got caricatures drawn of ourselves, and I had it rolled up in a tube and I left it on a plane. So somebody somewhere, if they were cool, has like a rando picture of me as like with a big head. You know, I hope somebody kept it and didn't just. They probably threw it in the trash.
That's
but-
kind of awesome and probably cost a lot of money.
Yeah, it was like $50. It's crazy.
That's a deal.
Bummer.
You know,
That's a steal.
Street art though.
You guys ever lost anything?
I'm sure. I mean, the amount of times I've been on a plane and
I've lost
don't-
AirPods.
maybe ear or headphones
and
or
headphones.
something.
Yeah. I've also lost. I had this in Japan. I bought this awesome thing that I've never hung up. By the way, it's like a scroll or something, but it's like something you hang on the wall. It's really cool, and it comes with these like bamboo sticks.
Like a calendar thing?
No, I don't know what it is. Some big kanji thing and some.
What do the bamboo
mural.
sticks do?
They like hold it, like it's like a string and bamboo, and then it goes down and
a piece of
bamboo.
art.
Yeah, it's a big
cool.
piece of art, right? And it was really cool, and I didn't know what to do with these bamboo sticks, so I took them on a flight, huge flight, Tokyo to wherever, and then another flight, and then I got to go to Dallas. And I get to Dallas airport. I've already flown with this thing for 10,000 miles, and the Dallas TSA guy's like, "Can't take this." I was like, "What do you mean I can't take this? I've already got this." I've already got this back from Tokyo, for goodness sake. It's probably 6 flights later. He's like, "No, it's not allowed." And I go, "What do you mean not allowed? I've been on your planes
Right.
for 20 hours
I just
already."
imported it.
Yeah, I was like, it's a bamboo stick. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
He probably put that up in his house.
They both took them.
Of course
he took
they
it
did.
all. And I was like, "What are you doing?" And, by that point, you're beaten down by the whole system. And
Yeah.
so I gave it to him. That's pretty much
Well-
the only thing.
Kind of different than that, but the time I got caught with something is I flew from the U.S. We went to Vienna, Austria, landed there, and then went to Kosovo. And they check you in there, for the, to accept you into the country and all that kind of stuff. And my bag went through everything. And they found that I had a lighter in my bag. I had no clue, but I went through all those huge airports, and this one looks like the kind where there's like chickens running around. It's like like from Ancient of Days kind of airport, and that's the one that caught it. I just always thought that was funny.
I found there's actually a website called Unclaimed Baggage, and
Yeah.
it has an annual found report where they list the strangest things that were found in somebody's lost luggage over the past year. So this is things somebody left an entire bag, right? It's like an entire piece of baggage,
Right.
and they go through it eventually, and they like sell this stuff or donate it or something like that. So they have an entire list. I have the 20 highlights of the strangest things that they found just this year on the found report from the website Unclaimed Baggage. Number 20 was a toilet brush shaped like a cherry.
Fine.
Number 19 was glow-in-the-dark drumsticks. That's awesome.
That's
That's
cool.
a sweet one.
Number 18, a silicone pregnancy belly. Number 17, a 6-string portable pocket guitar.
Hold up. The silicone pregnancy belly, like, are you getting wheeled to the plane, getting on the plane first?
Yep. That
Leave
is
the belly?
That's a sad one to lose right there.
Because you're
that
not
was
going to
your-
wear the belly to wherever you're going.
That's genius.
Wheel me on. I will leave it in the bathroom as I deboard.
Yeah,
I
pre-boarding.
want that.
That's brilliant. Number 16 was a steel Roman soldier helmet, like a full-on helmet. That's probably expensive. Number 15 was a cuckoo clock. Number 14 was silicone butt pads. Doesn't seem
Nice.
weird these days. Number 18 was a Tibetan singing bowl. 13. Number 12 was an antique French book for performing exorcisms.
Interesting.
11, a preserved rattlesnake and a jar of whiskey. Number 10, a letter signed by Eleanor Roosevelt from
wow.
back in 1944. That has to be valuable.
Yeah, that one's my favorite. I'm going to travel with this everywhere I go.
Number 9, a figurine of Santa on a log with a pumpkin.
Okay.
Number 8, a full sheet of uncut $2 bills, like uncut sheet.
That is
That's sweet.
rad.
That's super illegal.
You could
is it
buy
not?
that?
I don't know.
Like, can you get that from the mint?
Number 17 was glass eyes. Number 6, a teeth bedazzling set. So it's like grill bling, but like a maker,
Okay.
which is interesting. Number 5 was a toilet seat. Number 4 was a Turkish ceremonial wedding headdress. Number 3 was a 3D printed modular fiddle. Number 2 was the movie script from the 1985 movie The Goonies.
What?
Duh.
No
Apparently,
way.
an original movie script from The Goonies was found in unclaimed baggage.
That's crazy.
And number 1 was a freeze-dried chicken foot.
That's just
I
snack.
like that one.
That's mine.
While we're on lists of weirdest things, what were you
I was
gonna
going to say, the Goonies script, don't they normally put like a watermark of whomever the script is
Yeah.
for?
I don't know if they were doing that in '85.
I guess not.
I also have weirdest things left in an Uber. This is all a list that was put out by Uber of weirdest things that were left behind. And this is left behind and then reported. Because I'm assuming if you leave something behind that's awesome, maybe some of those things aren't getting reported. We left one time in Boston. The band was bouncing around. This may have been right when Uber started. So it was kind of like, remember the first time you took an Uber and you're like, I don't know about this.
I don't know about this.
You know, it was kind
like
of
getting a
nerve-wracking.
stranger's car.
Yeah, and it was like, for some reason you had this protection in the taxi world that like, if something happened, you could call somebody. There was a dispatcher or whatever.
Right.
Uber felt so lawless.
Yeah, kind of dirty.
Yeah, and this is one of the first times we were in it, and we got dropped off at the venue, and a band guy left the band's laptop behind, and we had just did our own video and this whole promo video and everything that was like going to help, you know, kind of get the word out about Greek Fire and all that, and that was all on this computer, no backups. And I forget what we did, but it was hours of tracking down somebody, and this guy came back and returned it.
Holy
really?
smokes.
He did. We
Good
got
karma.
it back. But at the time, we're like, it's over. Like, this guy's gone forever. Like, you know, you only have a first name and maybe a license plate or something. I don't even know if that was the case back in the early Uber days, but it was a terrifying few hours.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much the only thing I am obsessively crazy about, making sure that my phone, I'm like death gripping it, you know, to make sure I don't put it down on the seat and maybe leave it behind. Here is the annual Lost and Found Index for the strangest things left in an Uber, and this gets a little weird. Number 20 was Ozempic, which I hear is expensive, so somebody left that. Number 24 was divorce papers.
Oh.
13 was Hannah Montana merch. 23. 22 was 10 live lobsters. I don't get it.
Well, then maybe they picked him up at the seafood.
Yeah, or they took him out for a
market.
walk and they forgot they
Took him out for a walk.
How do you leave that behind?
Well, that's a good point. That's a lot of money.
Number 21 was a placard that said it's a Philly thing. Number 20 was Cornish hens. Number 19 was a sewing machine. 18, hard-boiled eggs. Who could leave those behind? By the way,
Starting to feel like the 12 Days of Uber song.
yeah, no kidding. If I'm an Uber driver and you get in with a bunch of eggs, get out.
Get out. Get the hell out of my car.
Bad
Delete
review.
the app.
1 star.
12 Cornish hens, 10 live lobsters.
17, a cactus. 16 was somebody getting in touch looking for a photo that they took at Benihana. So I guess they
What an
left.
embarrassing phone call to have to make.
Yeah, I left a photo.
Yeah, sorry. My wife really wants this photo.
From Benihana?
It's from Benihana.
Makes
Really,
sense.
man? You think I'm going to drive
Sentimental
across
lady.
town to bring you a Benihana photo? I live in the Bronx.
We got a plunger, a traffic cone, a bouquet of 100 roses. That's expensive. A unicycle, a DNA testing kit.
Heck yeah.
Someone left an entire aquarium. Like they bought like the the tank with all the details. 15 hookahs. Someone left a mattress, apparently.
Huh.
That seems impossible. Somebody left a witch's broom. Somebody left Shrek ears. Somebody had a miniature urinal.
Oh.
Someone left a pet turtle. Someone left a chainsaw. Someone left a Viking drinking horn. And the number one thing here was a mannequin head with real human hair, which
Okay.
which I think they use at
Schools, though.
yes, it's hair schools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beauty schools.
So somebody left one.
I
of
bet
those.
most of these are from people that are completely hammered. And they're getting a ride home. And
Especially the Viking helmet.
yeah, the Viking helmet, the horn, the chainsaw. How do you leave a chainsaw?
Yeah, I don't know. That seems.
But I was at a restaurant, and shout out to listener Devin, and congrats on your wedding this weekend. By the way, he was out at Mark Twain Lake. We were eating at a restaurant. He ran into me. But anyways, a guy with his party walked in the door, and I hear the wife for the guy's like, "Where's our baby?" And he's like, "I'll be right back." And he left the kid in the car. So I guess
No
it does
way.
happen. Yeah.
Speaking of kids, remember last week we were talking about somebody emailed in, and we made the executive decision without Riz because he probably would have said no if you were here, but he can't say no now because I already said yes. We got an email from an expecting mother, and she said that they don't know the gender of the baby, and they would love for the Rizzuto Show to do the gender reveal.
Oh, yeah.
So okay, so no gender reveal party per se, but a gender reveal explosion on the Riz Show where we on air give her the gender reveal for her and her husband and the family. And if we do this, they're naming the kid after the show.
What?
If it's a boy,
Is this legally binding?
it's Scott Rafe. If it's a girl,
Actually, that has been addended. There's been an addendum.
Oh.
oh really?
She emailed in and said,
Rafe Scott?
I'm willing to flip it if that'll get it done.
Oh,
And I
my
said,
goodness.
That
Wow.
will sway my vote.
Okay. If it's a girl, it's Lauren Moon.
Because Rafe Scott sounds like Christopher Lloyd. Rafe Scott!
Scott.
I love it.
That is
That
pretty
is
good.
good.
Well,
So I guess if it's a boy, we shoot Riz on the left cheek. If it's a girl, we shoot him on the right cheek.
That's right.
Yeah, I guess so. So, ladies and gentlemen,
It's twins, right
we
on
know?
the old.
we know.
Are we doing this right now?
No, we're not doing it right now.
Okay, I was gonna say,
I'm
we
gonna,
have to have
I'm gonna
the
make
horns.
Riz be a part of it,
Yes.
and we will get the horn players in, and we gotta pay them.
We're going to
Hey,
make
we
these
already
parents
know.
wait one more day.
We know.
I thought she said May 10th. We're early.
I know.
I'm excited. Did you already look at it? You looked. So you have the email. You know the gender.
I know it.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
How legally binding is this contract? Like, once we
Listen, man.
do this on-air gender reveal, is this a trust tree situation?
I take people at their word. You know what I'm saying?
As do I.
How are we going to? We're not going to be able to check to make sure the baby's named after us.
Oh, I would expect a picture of the birth certificate. And also, I would like to be at the christening if it's a boy. And if a boy is my namesake,
Right.
I expect to be invited to
Yeah, it's a big deal.
the bris,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't
The
know.
bris.
I don't know what you're doing, but the Godfather needs to be there.
Well, we're gonna do it for sure. I think this week I'll ask her exactly what date she wants to do, but I don't want to do it without Riz because, you know, he refuses to be a part of any sort of gender reveal, and this is
a big moment for
Might
him.
be our best practice to just ambush him tomorrow on his first day back.
Right.
yes. Be like,
Yeah.
all right, and
Before the Disney wears
Yeah,
off.
because he's in full Disney mode right now.
Yeah.
He's loving it.
Now that you're a Disney adult, we have another thing we're going to spring on you.
well, we were talking about names, and I did come across this list of the 11 old-fashioned baby names that will never go out of style. Remember, we were talking about names like older names that were coming back, and I saw our friend Wanda, you know,
Wanda.
last weekend, and I said, hey, we were just talking about your name because you know that's like an old-timey name, and we know a Wanda, and that's a rad name, so I can see that. I can see that making its way back. But I did find 11 old-fashioned baby names that will never go out of style. Do you think you can name even half of them?
Were they the most common ones, like Timothy and?
One of them, I think, is either the number 1 or the number 2 most common name right now.
So it's like Henry or George.
George is number 3.
Okay.
Henry's not on the list.
Oliver.
Oh.
Oliver,
Oh,
not
good
on the
one.
list.
Oh.
I'll tell you what.
Robert.
No, Robert.
John.
No John.
Dwight.
Not a Willie or
That's
Sam.
it.
Samuel is number 5.
Okay.
There is no William. I'll tell you, number 11 is Noah. And I'm pretty sure that's the number 2 boy name right now,
Yeah.
right? Isn't it Liam and Noah and then
Yeah.
Ethan or something like those 3? So Noah's number 11. Number 10, you're never going to get, it's Goldie.
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 Oh, I was about to say it.
Goldie is a rad name. Have
It
you
is.
ever met, besides Goldie Hawn, have you ever even heard of another
Well,
Goldie?
Goldschmidt, they would call him Goldie. But
I wanted to name my daughter, like if I ever had kids, I was going to name her Marigold and I was going to call her Goldie.
That's a cool
That's
name.
brilliant. I
Yeah.
like that.
And, or Go. Like that was one of my dreams. But yeah.
I like that. That was number 10. Number 9 is Hugo. I didn't think you're going to get that.
Hugo.
8 is Victoria. Number 7 is Ronald.
Ronald.
Scottish for wise ruler.
Baby Ronald.
Baby Ronald.
Wait. I love on It's Always Sunny when they find out Mac's name is Ronald McDonald. He has to go to, they make him wear his name tag at the high school reunion. He goes, I don't want mine. And they're like, sorry, it's a rule. Everybody's got to wear them. And they find out his real name is Ronald McDonald. Ronald.
Hilarious.
Never got there. Number 6 was Elizabeth. Number 5 was Samuel. Number 4 is Alice. I haven't seen the young Alice in a while.
Patton Oswalt's daughter's name is Alice. That's about the only little Alice that I've heard of in a while.
That's a cool one. That's a classic. You mentioned George was number 3. Number 2 is Amelia with an A. Amelia. German roots means industrious or hardworking, Amelia. And number 1, nobody said it. It means strong as bear or stone.
Oh, Scott?
No. Doesn't Scott mean toilet paper?
Something like that.
Toilet tissue, something like that?
I mean, it's strong and durable and pliable. Yeah.
This is a Celtic and Latin name, and it's Arthur.
Arthur.
King Arthur. Speaking of gender reveal parties, the next pope is probably going to be revealed this week. Mm-hmm. And you know they do
I hope it's a girl.
They do it gender reveal party style. I forget. Is it white smoke? Is
new pope?
Yeah, blue smoke
smoke,
and then pink smoke
if
it's a girl pope.
So senior members of the Catholic Church will gather on Wednesday for a conclave to determine the next pope. 135 cardinal electors, and the deliberations happen in secret behind locked doors. A successor for Pope Francis needs 2/3 majority, and the only way the world will know that the new pope has been chosen is through the smoke signals. Vatican workers attached a special chimney atop the Sistine Chapel this past Friday, and each vote, they burn their ballots in a stove, and if there's black smoke coming out of the chimney, the cardinals are not in agreement and will need to vote again. Once white smoke can be seen from the chimney, it signals to the public that the Roman Catholic Church has a new leader. There's no need for pink smoke because the next pope cannot be a woman. Women cannot be ordained as priests, a prerequisite for becoming pope. It's unclear how long the process will take. The conclave holds 2 rounds of voting each morning and 2 others in the afternoon until they reach a consensus, so up to 4 times a day. All of the conclaves over the past century have ended in under 4 days. Francis was elected pope at the end of the conclave's second day in 2013. Now, you guys talked about that conclave movie with Rafe Fiennes and what is it? The Tooch, right?
Tooch is in it.
Yeah, Stanley Tucci is in it.
So was John Lithgow.
We watched, John Lithgow's in it. We watched it last week.
Very good.
It's great.
Very good movie.
It's very cool. It's got the drama. It's got the whatever. It's got a little twist ending. And it kind of shows you the inside of it. And
viewership on that movie went
way up.
Way up.
Oh, they
when the
timed
Pope
it.
died.
They timed it perfectly.
Well, not really, because it's not in theaters anymore.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
that would have came out in theaters when Francis kicked it.
Conspiracy theory.
But I'm saying they got it out before his death.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had to have known. Oh, he's 80-something years old. Let's
Top of
put
mind.
this movie out. Right. It's definitely a cool watch. At first, I thought it was referencing an actual thing. It is a fictional depiction of a pope switching.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I thought because when they first showed the Pope pass, I was like, oh, that's supposed to be John Paul II. But yeah, it's not, right? I think it's all fictional.
Nobody knows. You have to watch the movie.
Very cool, though.
Anybody want to go down a crazy rabbit hole? Is the archdiocese or the Vatican archives, like what's hidden down there below?
Oh, yeah.
I went down a real big rabbit hole
What do
this
you mean?
week.
Like the books in there. And
Yeah,
all
there's
that
like
stuff?
53 miles of shelves, and it's like
With what?
with that nobody knows.
Well, it's like the
Nobody's
Library
allowed
of
to go
Alexander.
down there.
Don't they think a lot of that is there?
Yeah, they think there's like actual God bones down there, and like the family tree of God, and there's
A handwritten book by Satan.
they actually Satan could be down there. That they're keeping him down there.
This is like the Citadel in Game of Thrones. It's all the knowledge of the world.
Yeah. It's a whole knowledge. Yeah, it's supposed to be everything and all the ancient wisdoms and all the ancient technologies that they were building
Bones
the
of
pyramids
saints.
with and all
There's a
that.
Mickey
Angels.
Mantle rookie card down there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything's down there, dude. And I piqued my interest. I'm going, how has nobody broken into that
Lern's
place?
character.
Wait, pictures.
I think I know the guy.
Yeah?
Nicolas Cage. I think it's time to call the Cage Man.
Get him in there.
I'm going into the Vatican archives. God bones.
Nicholas Conclave.
Oh, God, I'm going to buy a God bone.
I'm going to steal God's bones.
It's down there. Listen, go down Tic Tac today with
Tic Tac.
Tic Tac.
Tic Tac.
Tic Tac, and get yourself some Vatican archives
Wait a
conspiracy
second.
theories.
Is there photos and videos,
No,
or
dude.
is this just conspiracy theories?
No, there's dudes on podcasts
Up next,
talking about what
the
is
Freemasons
down
run
there.
the world.
I love this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't believe any of it, but I love massaging my brain with
What?
what's going on
Well,
down
the
there.
library is real.
I know.
Yeah.
And the popes are
What
the
if it's
only
the
ones
size of this
allowed.
studio?
And they have them guarded by crazy little Vatican guards. And then
No goblins.
Wait, what did you say? Say that again. Only the Pope
Yeah.
is allowed to go into 153 mile.
What, 53 miles?
Or-
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Wait,
53 miles.
It's
which is,
53 miles?
Yeah, dude, underground.
That's bigger than Vatican City.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Vatican's
What's
only
down
52
there?
miles.
Wait, it's not 53 miles down.
No, there's
53 miles of shelving.
around. It's
Yeah.
down and then it's vast. It's
And,
not
So the
and only
square-
one feller is allowed
one
down
at a
there.
time. And apparently, according to this theory, cardinals that have gotten some access down there, like they were never heard of again.
Oh, get out of here. Come
Go
on. What are we
down
doing?
the
What are
rabbit
we
hole.
doing?
There's that many
It's
books. They're still
incredible.
reading them. They're so excited. It's like, wow.
And
Look at
also,
this.
if you go down there to that library, you have to have a specific thing that you're looking for. So if you are a cardinal or you're pope or whatever, you can't just be willy-nilly in it down 53 miles because you might run into something you don't want to see.
I want to look for
It's awesome.
the May edition, 1985 of Highlights magazine. I want
It
that
is
one.
incredible.
So now the Pope has to be a librarian
I'm
and an
looking
archivist
for the
and
last
all that?
episode of Cheers TV Guide.
Yes.
Hit it.
Right this way, Cardinal.
Yeah, they
Never
take 'em
seen
out.
again.
Exactly. It's fascinating.
That's what the
I
Game
want
of
it to be true.
Thrones thing was based on.
Yeah.
The Citadel.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Wow,
Or
that's
whatever. Like wherever they have to go where they can't leave with the books.
I want a movie
It's-
about that. National Treasure
The
Same.
3.
Dragonstone.
Yeah, let's do
Get
that.
on it,
They
Spielberg.
do have a lot of like they found a lot of scrolls that they didn't want to approve as gospel that
Okay.
they've just kept. I do know they have a lot of that. Like they found like Dead Sea Scrolls they didn't want to. The easiest way to not have them get out was just to lock them down there. You know, things they found that they said they wouldn't like make canon.
Well, and also like the lineage of the beginning of people and like the beginning of
Nephilim
religion and stuff. Like there's allegedly, again, conspiracy theories. I don't believe any of it, but it's out there that it could rewrite the history of religion. Of all of it is down there. That's incredible to me. Like, where is the insurrection on getting down there and reading the scripts? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, because that's what humans are good at. Raiding places and not doing damage.
And
We want the
keeping them
truth. Joe
intact.
Rogan, get it going.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be on
So I
fire.
guarantee it's all temper control and all that.
Yeah,
and,
we'll know all the information for all of 13 minutes before it's all burning. That's not what we want. I'm waiting for Dan Cummins to do a time suck on it. Then I will
it out
listen to
there.
that podcast. Let's do 5 random facts for Monday, and then we'll jump into Team Riz member here. Roughly 5.4 trillion
That's a lot.
cigarette butts are littered every single year, making them the most littered item on the planet. Now, most cigarette butts contain filters, which are made of non-biodegradable plastic and toxic chemicals that leach into the soil and water. So this is not good. 4.5 trillion a year.
Why is that the one thing that everyone, like the only trash that people really tend to throw? Why is that the thing? You see it anytime you're at a stoplight, it seems like somebody's flicking one out or whatever. It's just weird.
I don't know. It's been normalized, that's for sure, since we were
And
kids.
just a heads up, I mean, you are smoking something warm through plastic. This is brilliant. What could go wrong?
Hall & Oates met when they were both at a concert in Philadelphia, and a gang fight broke out. They hopped in the same elevator to get away from gunshots. Found out they both went to Temple University. You know, they were both wearing the sweatshirt, I guess. And they became friends.
What I want, gunshot.
Get into the elevator.
Get the door closing. Let's go to the 3rd floor. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Ooh, I'm scared. Me too. Hey, we're on to something here.
You went to Temple too. Mosquitoes have killed more people than all of the wars in history combined by infecting tens of billions of people with diseases.
Superpowers. Oh, my bad.
Chris Farley was originally supposed to star as the Amish bowler in Kingpin.
Really?
He couldn't do it because he was contractually obligated to do Black Sheep, so the role wound up going to Randy Quaid, who did it perfectly. But those are two totally different movies. Totally different. And number 5, there
There's
are
a lot of those floating around.
What's that?
He was supposed to be the cable guy,
He was supposed to be Donkey.
and he was supposed
Or
to
no,
be
not,
Shrek.
he was supposed to be Shrek. That's right.
So those are wildly different movies with Farley.
Cable Guy. Ooh, I don't know. That would have been weird seeing him as a bad guy.
Yeah.
You know, as a
I'm not
stalker.
sure it was the same tone.
Yeah, it was like more comedy, wasn't it?
I think the tone changed when Jim Carrey joined.
Yeah, it was one of those they kind of
I thought that was Ben
reworked it a little
Stiller's
bit.
kind of intention with it.
He wanted it to be kind of a dark comedy, but whenever the original script, it was like way more slapstick and silly.
Wow.
And then they went full Hollywood mode.
And the last fact for this fine Monday here, and this may surprise you, how much in weight do you think is actual chromosomal DNA? Like how much weight is your DNA, your chromosomes, taking up in your body? Anybody got a guess?
I'm going to say 3 pounds.
3 pounds.
Oh man, just DNA, just
DNA,
blood.
chromosomal DNA
That's
in
going to
your
be more than
body.
that. We'll say 30 pounds.
30
What?
pounds.
No,
Well, if she said, like, with all the
but you're
liquids
talking
and
about
juices.
just the cells.
Chromosomal DNA.
I don't know, like less than a pound.
Less than a pound. 30
All right,
pounds.
I'll say 3 pounds.
Between 10 and 500. Rafe,
Oh.
how much weight do you think chromosomal DNA takes up in your body?
I'm gonna say DNA weighs about 1/8 of an ounce.
Not bad, guys. 2 pounds.
2 pounds.
2 pounds. There's
All
about
right.
2 pounds of chromosomal DNA in your body, and that is your 5 random facts for Monday. All right, your Team Riz Member of the Day brought to you by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, the official sports bar of the Rizzuto Show and home to St. Louis sports fans since 1990, is Bill Leeper. Yeah, Bill Leeper. From St. Louis, Missouri, Bill is a longtime fan of the Rizzuto Show and has been listening since day one, even back in the Woody and Riz days. Bill loves all the different personalities on the show and how well we mesh together, and he's been playing roller hockey on a rink for 31 years. He works for a great school district and has the best wife and son and loves coaching him in hockey. Welcome to the team, Bill Leeper. Sign up just like Bill did at 1057thepoint.com/teamriz. All right, Cinco de Mayo, Monday morning here on the Rizzuto Show at 7-Eleven. Lern, tell me, what's happening on the roads and in the skies?
It's brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. If you need some extra cash, Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. So let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Out there, stalled vehicle eastbound 70 at Airflight Drive. The right shoulder is closed. All lanes are open, so looks pretty good so far. Your point weather today, cloudy. 60 as the high today, 44 as the overnight low. Kind of picks up tomorrow, but still cloudy at 70. Right now it's 48, and your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning, more reliable than your St. Louis weather.
Okay, Lern, what do we got?
Little Monsters are the best and the worst. New Primus music, your weekly Jelly Roll news, and Happy Revenge of the 5th, best villains in movies. We'll see if your favorite villain makes this list.
I love that. All of that after the break.
Hey, everybody, it's Jeff Burton from the Rizzuto Show. Thanks for tuning into the Facebook takeover with, my goodness, Taylor Momsen. How you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm going to get the geeky fan side of this out of the way first, which nobody watching is going to be surprised about. But I've been a fan for a while. You and I have chatted a handful of times. And the last couple of times that we did it, I'm sure you don't remember this, but we do a picture together, and I started collecting them. Can you see that?
Oh, shit.
Look at you. I think you're 17 in that first one.
Baby. I am a baby in that one. Look at you. Without the
I know.
beard.
You were a baby. I'm still an old man. So.
No. That's great. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Let's get
So.
to talk.
Dude, this sucks. Hey, welcome back to the farm. So a couple weeks ago, a storm blew through and knocked a big ass tree down. So I got a tree that I need to kind of get rid of, or at least saw down a little bit. So, of course, I got the pro, Mark from Colonel Landscaping, with me. So, Mark, not only
Yes, sir.
do you put trees in,
yes, sir,
but you take trees out.
Yes, sir. Full service.
So you see what we got here?
Yeah. So I think it might have been dead before it fell.
Yeah. But who knows what kind of wind blew it over? We just came down here and it was it was felled.
Yes, sir.
So we need to cut it down. We need to kind of haul it out of here. So
We'll cut it into some manageable pieces.
cut
get
it into
up to the
manageable
road, and go
pieces
from
and
there.
then just haul it out to somewhere, a burn pile somewhere. So what should we do?
We're gonna get it into small enough sections, move it in by hand. Since we're on a pretty steep slope here, we're not getting anything else down there, so it's gonna take a little
elbow
haul-
grease?
a little hauling ourselves.
How old do you think this thing is, or was?
It's 60 plus.
60 plus years old?
Oh yeah.
So I guess we should just start sawing pieces off and make them manageable sizes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you got a fun job. All right, so Mark's gonna keep sawing. We're gonna cut that tree down into small pieces. Using the chainsaw was awesome. Dream come true. So thanks to Mark from Colonel Landscaping. I'm sure there are more projects to do around here. There's always something to do around here. See you next time on the farm. All right, we've made our way to the supposed cemetery. This is where my kids say they heard some weird stuff. The dog won't go near here. So I'm assuming this in here, something's buried or something's going on here. There's a weird kind of creepy gate, which I don't know if this is locked, but let me try to find maybe a headstone or some kind of grave marking. Listen, there's got to be a reason why there's barbed wire around this place, and it's been fenced off. So, let me consult I have a ghost hunting app. Is there a ghost here? Are there any spirits in the area? If there's somebody here, I don't know, I could feel it. I kind of just got a shiver. If there's somebody here, show me a sign. Did you hear that knocking? Spirit, do it again. Are you a human or animal? Oh, you hear that scratching? Make that sound again. Oh, I hear scratching. Am I close to your gravesite? Are you buried in here? Man, I don't know what's here. I don't like it. I don't like it.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and what a day in which this has been already.
Oh, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, joined by Halestorm.
Yeah.
Thank you
Hi.
so very much.
Hey.
It's great to see you
Our
guys.
invisible
third member.
Yes,
Hey,
yes,
well,
yes.
how you doing?
We're the Hale half of Halestorm.
I have to tell you this, and I know you don't remember this because it's been years and years and years, and I don't even remember how many years at this point. But the very first time that you came through the point, you were on when I was doing
Yep.
mornings at that
Yep.
time.
Yes,
And it really seems like a decade ago, and it might have been.
It might have been. I don't know. Time is very elastic right now.
Absolutely.
It's like it went by like that fast, but it feels like a different
It was
lifetime.
probably 2009. It was probably the first album cycle.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And we were in the parking lot. And
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Boy, things have changed mightily.
Yes.
New record is out. All right,
is.
we're playing the Steeple right now, which is
thank you guys for
fantastic.
spinning it, yeah.
But one of the things that I absolutely love about when a band has something new, I'm always amazed when I go.
PreventEd.org. That is the website. PreventEd. So, like, think, prevention, education. We're talking about resources that meet the needs of our community when it comes to recovery, or their Guide Ed program. Their Guide Ed program is designed to help, give these assessments at no cost to families, to teenagers, all the way up to the age of 19 that may be going through just like a rough time right now, and we were all there at some point in our teens. And if you have a teen in your life that's maybe kind of, I would say facing the direction of any sort of substance use or substance abuse, go look at PreventEd.org and see this Guide Ed program, because they have, like I said, assessment and resources there that is at no cost to families. They're doing incredible things with their programs and resources in our area to help our community and the young people in our community steer clear of any sort of substance use or abuse. Take action. If somebody's in your life, go to PreventEd.org and see what I'm talking about. See some of the educational programs and all the resources that they have there. There's even a self-assessment, an online self-assessment for reflection and growth, and just to kind of help you out. Recovery resources and peer support services. They are leading the conversation on alcohol and other drugs. And you know what? 76% of students that have gone through this program report that it has influenced them to stay away from cannabis. This is huge. Again, the Guide Ed program from Prevent Ed. Check them out right now. PreventEd.org. That's PreventEd.org.
Wake up! Cause when you gotta go on a table, and then you gotta go on a table, and then you gotta sit on a table, and then you trust in my sip and slide. That's System of a Down's Chop Suey.
All right, it's 105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage. Big summer show happening. And look, it's my friends, Josh and Tyler from 21 Pilots.
Well, hey.
What's up, dudes?
What's up?
I wonder at how many more times that I interview you guys that we just turn the tables and you interview me. You know what I mean? Because this is literally like 4 or 5 times that we have spoken to each other. I just don't want you getting tired of me.
Actually, would you rather get attacked by 100 chicken-sized horses or 1 horse-sized chicken?
Oh man, I think all the little horse-sized chickens. Wait,
all balls I've ever seen. The Rizzuto Show. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, Al. Welcome back to the Rizzuto Show. Hey, Riz is going to be back tomorrow. He is back in town as of today from Disney World, and he gave us as few updates as possible while he was gone. And I think that was strategic, not only to keep us in the dark as he likes to do, but also because I guarantee you he had way more fun than he was expecting to, and
that he's going to admit,
maybe than he's even willing to admit. I know he had a great time down there. Had to have.
Yep.
You can always get a hold of us, 314-624-3833. That's 314-NA-DUDE. We're live on the Coleman's Campers text line at 314-649-DUMB. That's 314-649-DUMB. And then, of course, the Mick Ultra Studio Cams up on the Points YouTube channel. We'll get the crap on in just a minute. But back in the day, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, 204 years ago, 1821, Napoleon Bonaparte died in exile from his beloved France at the age of 51. Doctors tried to prolong his life by giving him arsenic. What? Instead, they killed him.
Oh, that's weird.
16 years later, his corpse was shipped from England to France. The chemical kept it completely preserved, so they must have given him a good amount. 163 years ago, 1862, the Mexican army scored an upset victory over the invading French army at the Battle of Puebla. It's celebrated today as Cinco de Mayo. A few important points about Cinco de Mayo, though. Even though the Mexicans held off the French that day, they did not win their war. About a year later, the French successfully occupied Mexico City. They didn't leave until the U.S. strongly pressured them to leave a few years later. It's not Mexican Independence Day. That's September 16th. It is not a federal holiday in Mexico, just a voluntary one. And it does not get huge celebrations in Mexico. In fact, they barely notice it.
Right.
It's just a big old promotional
Well, if it's this
thing.
one state, or a town that basically gets the advantage of it, why else would anyone else?
Well,
Feel excited.
even though it's virtually ignored in Mexico, outside of the country, it's evolved into a day of brown pride, which is why it gets huge celebrations in U.S. cities with large Latino populations. 134 years ago, 1891, the Music Hall in New York City opened. 2 years later, it was renamed Carnegie Hall after Andrew Carnegie, who paid for it to be built. 121 years ago, 1904, Cy Young threw the first perfect game in the modern era of baseball against the Philadelphia Athletics. 104 years ago, 1921, Coco Chanel debuted her perfume, Chanel No. 5. It hit stores 1 year later, and ever since, the bottle sells every 30 seconds.
Dang.
It is good.
100 years ago, 1925, biology teacher John Scopes was arrested for teaching the theory of evolution in Dayton, Tennessee. 64 years ago, 1961, Alan Shepard became the first American in space when he made a 15-minute suborbital flight. 57 years ago, 1968, Buffalo Springfield performed their final concert before they broke up. Members Stephen Stills and Neil Young went on to form another little group by the name of Graham Nash, with some guys named Graham Nash and David Crosby. 47 years ago, 1978, Ben & Jerry's opened their first ice cream shop. 35 years ago, 1990, who knew this? Paul Hogan married his Crocodile Dundee co-star Linda Kozlowski.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they
There's-
divorced.
Oh,
No,
they
divorced.
Sue
Oh, darn
Charleston.
it.
They divorced as of 2014. It's
Okay.
Richard.
Because they had a couple kids, right?
Don't marry Richard. 31 years ago, 1994, as a punishment for spray painting graffiti all around Singapore, an American teenager named Michael Fay received 4 lashes with a 4-foot-long,
my.
half-inch split bamboo rod. You remember
Tina's
that?
brother.
The caning. 25 years ago in 2000, Gladiator was released. 25 years ago in 2000, beautiful Billy Bob Thornton married Angelina Jolie. They came to their senses and got divorced in May of 2003. 23 years ago in 2002, the Tobey Maguire version of Spider-Man became the first movie to break $100 million in its opening weekend with $114.8 million. 17 years ago in 2008, Trent Reznor released the Nine Inch Nails album The Slip for free on the band's website with a message that read, "Thank you for your continued and loyal support over the years. This one's on me." And 2 years ago in 2023, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was released. And that is what happened on Cinco de Mayo back in the day. All right, Lern, tell me the crap on celebrities for today.
Well, we're going to start with this. Brazilian authorities arrested 2 individuals, an adult male in Rio Grande do Sul and a teenager in Rio de Janeiro, for allegedly plotting to attack Lady Gaga at her free concert at the Copacabana beach. They
Whoa.
drew over 2 million people. Did you see the aerial shot of this crowd?
No.
Free show. 2 million people came out, ABC reports.
Wow.
So the suspects, reportedly fans of the singer, were planning to use improvised explosives, including Molotov cocktails, according to police. No explosives were found during the operation, but authorities said the 2 were part of an online group promoting hate speech and attempting to recruit other teens for acts of violence. One suspect was also found in possession of child pornography. So just terrible people. A spokesperson for Lady Gaga said, "We learned about this alleged threat via media reports this morning and confirmed that her team was unaware of any potential risks prior or during the show."
Yikes.
Primus have released a new song since their 2022 EP Conspiranoid. This is Little Lord Fentanyl, which is described as a twisted fable steeped in groove and dark humor, featuring vocals from Tool's Maynard James Keenan. Let's take a listen to Little Lord Fentanyl.
Little Lord Fentanyl.
Sweet name.
That's very Primus.
Very Primus-y.
Do they have a drummer?
They do, but unfortunately, it is little Lord Fentanyl. He's asleep. There he is.
Oh, there's vocals.
All right, it's new
It's
Primus.
music.
See
It's
this on their
Primus, that's for
Sensata
sure.
tour, which is coming here in on May 29th at St. Louis Music Park.
Primus fan?
I'm not. I don't get into it as much as I probably should.
What about My Name is Mud?
It's one of those bands that I really love from a distance.
Mhm.
And I just don't, I think I would love the shows. Everything that I've seen and heard about them, like I love everything that they do.
Yeah.
I just haven't found myself ever leisurely listening.
I am not going to pretend that I'm going to like Primus. Like, I think there's a lot of people out there that pretend that they like Primus
Oh, really?
because they think that that's the cool thing to do.
Oh, interesting.
And I don't understand that.
Well,
That's a hot take.
Yeah.
I will say the Brown album it came out at the right time.
Yeah, name
And-
5 songs off the Brown album. Go.
Well, you could ask me to name 5 songs off of
Poser!
Ask me 5 songs off Nirvana's Nevermind.
Loser.
Ask me 5 songs
Nevermind.
off any Dwight Yoakam album. I have no clue. No, but it came out at the right time. It was a fun album.
Well, are you going? You're going to go see them?
Yeah, I'm kind of busy.
Oh,
I got a
right.
lot of things.
Okay,
I feel,
Scott. All right, Scott.
Filling up.
I have ambivalence.
I've never seen them.
Probably the same. Like, they've never been mad about anything they put out.
Mhm.
I'm
No.
grateful for the South Park song.
Yeah.
But I'm never like, Primus is in town?
Well, there's soundtrack stuff and the Tony Hawk stuff, Winona's Big Brown
One of the
Beaver.
coolest music videos of all time, too.
Yeah, they got.
They seem like a fun group of fellas.
I'd like to hang
Well,
with
yeah.
them.
They seem cool. I just, when I listen to Primus, I don't, nothing happens in my body. You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? And I'm one of those music
that's
type
what
of
you need.
listeners. Yeah, I need something to like, either need to dance or sing or enjoy, and I've never had
I get
a
that.
reaction, no bodily reaction to Primus. David Lee Roth returned to the stage on Saturday for his first show since 2020 when he opened for Kiss.
Yeah, he did.
This came after he insisted in 2022 that he was retiring. Now, the M3 Festival in Columbia, Maryland happened. Saw some footage of this.
Me too.
Dave and his little flaccid wiener were out there just rocking some tight leather pants, leather blazer. Sounded pretty good.
Did sound good. And you could definitely see the imprint of his very old weenus.
Yes.
What? Really?
Oh, yeah.
And somebody in the comments, someone was like, oh, your dong is showing. And somebody put in it's more of a ding than a dong. And I felt bad because I thought it was a perfectly fine print. Look, the guy's 70 years old, man.
Right.
The fact that he even is leaving any kind of footprint out there still is impressive.
Yeah.
Well, it's all I could see. I had the damn video muted, and I'm like,
Yeah, it's
let's
there.
listen to this.
There's a picture of this out there?
Oh, there's a whole video.
There's a vid. He's in a black leather suit, three-piece suit.
Oh, man.
He
Scott,
looks
try to
good.
find that. I want to see that.
Well, so
why
he
do
played
I want to see this so bad?
16 different songs. Obviously, played a ton of Van Halen. Started things off with Panama. Went into Running with the Devil, Hot for Teacher, Ain't Talking About Love. Finished the M3 Festival with his set with Jump. And the next time that Dave will be on stage is September 12th at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga, California.
I'm going to defend him real quick.
He sounded good in the
he did.
video. When you turned the sound on, you just couldn't look down.
Well, I'm going to defend him. If you guys ever been surfing,
no.
There's a thing.
Yes.
There's a thing. It's surf ween, right? And it's because you're laying.
Cool.
You're laying down on the board, and there's protection mode, okay? And I might
Yeah,
be,
and
I
it's
might be
freezing
teaching-
cold water.
Yeah, well, there's like a protection mode, okay? And when you're on stage, sometimes, especially if you're wearing a guitar, because the guitar is banging around. Sometimes protection mode. That's all I'm saying. I
He
think
didn't have
DLR,
a guitar.
You're also wearing like skin tight leather.
And also
It's, like,
no
compressing.
underpants, right? I mean, you didn't see an underpant. Like, there was no tighty-whitey line. There
Listen.
was no
Oh, really?
brief
Commando on
thigh
stage,
line.
leather.
I think he
leather
was
pants.
commando under those
I
pants.
got no problem with David's little Lee Roth.
Hey,
all right?
we
no,
know.
nor do I, by the way.
We know that if you go commando with leather pants, sometimes things can go wrong, right, Lenny Kravitz?
That's
Oh.
correct. Also, like peeling leather pants off after you've been on stage and like just
Sweaty.
the sweaty, no breathing.
Did you find it, Scott?
No, not yet. Where the heck is this? He hasn't scrubbed it, has he?
Look up M3 Festival, David Lee Roth.
Okay.
I'll keep going.
All right.
Fall Out Boy have posted about Saturday's 20th anniversary of From Under the Cork Tree in its social media, saying we're working on some cool things to keep the celebration going later this year. That album came out in 2005, had Dance Dance, that era of Fall Out Boy. So they're going to keep that festival going. Billy Joe Armstrong says a movie based on Green Day's 2004 album American Idiot is still a possibility. After a successful run on Broadway and London's West End, there's talk of turning it into a movie with Tom Hanks reportedly showing interest in possibly producing it. And
oh, the Hanks, huh?
I like how
kinda
Weezer's doing one. They're doing one.
I know. There's going to be some really cool
Way to be
biopics
clever.
and album creativity movies coming out. Of course, Green Day just got their star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame this weekend. Let's see what else. It seems like everybody wants to work with Jelly Roll these days. He's collaborated with everybody from Eminem to Shabuzi and many more. Now he's going to be working with the internet sensation Alex Warren. And if you're not familiar with that name, you've definitely heard a few of his songs like "Carry You Home" and "Ordinary." So Jelly and Alex, their new song is going to be called Bloodline, and they teased with a little snippet the other day on the socials. Now fans just want to know when they're releasing it. So far, no word.
But who's that?
This is Jelly Roll and Alex Warren. Apparently,
But you said I would know.
yeah,
this?
apparently we're supposed to know the songs "Carry You Home" and "Ordinary."
Oh, okay.
Okay. Mike Tirico was forced to step away from NBC's Kentucky Derby broadcast coverage after coming down with a mysterious illness. So everybody was concerned about this guy because he has been leading the Triple Crown coverage since 2017. And so NBC sports anchor Ahmed Fareed took over the broadcast around the 3 p.m. hour, said that, Mike was feeling a little bit under the weather. Here is some audio whenever Mike Tirico abruptly left the broadcast due to he was sick. It's everybody's worst nightmare, and it happened.
Action. Now, you heard Mike Tirico earlier in that report there. We want to tell you that he does have a nut allergy. He had a reaction earlier today. He is feeling fine now, but he's just going to stay on the sideline. So, Mike, I know you're watching right now. Hope you're feeling better and get back to yourself here very soon.
So I don't know if he ate something with nuts or if he was just around too many nuts. I don't know what happened, but he says, hate being a scratch after making a starting gate at Kentucky Derby. Just a significant reaction to my nut allergy. If you have one, you know how it can knock you down. So he had to get out of there.
Yeah.
Wow. First of all,
speaking of nut allergies.
Yeah, DLR is up here, and that is that's normal wean. That's
fine.
That's
But
normal.
there's no underwear on that man.
That's
No.
a fine.
What is he doing? And those aren't even.
That is a flaccid wiener.
That's not even real leather. Like look
I
at
know,
it.
that's
It's all.
leather.
It's almost like spandexy.
but it's like loose
leather.
enough that it's not compressing.
It looks like a poorly shrink wrapped food.
Yeah, that's what it does, dude.
Listen,
Remember when
dude.
we put the green
I'll tell you all
suits on,
about it.
and
Yeah.
it was like, this is not a good day for either of us.
Right.
I put on a large green suit when I needed an XXL, and let me tell you something, it was compressing. I felt like I was in one of those vacuum seal commercials.
Well, everybody wants to talk about this. I mean, I can't tell you how many times, because I wear tight pants, people are like, oh, your camel toe's showing.
Yeah, he looks great, I
okay,
think.
well, then you know what? We're going to talk about David Lee Roth and his camel toe situation,
Those are
which
bad
I'm
pants.
completely in favor of.
I don't have a problem talking about it. I'm saying he was catching a lot of heat for having more of a ding than a dong, and I think this is a perfectly acceptable
He's
print.
a grower, not a shower, right? This is essentially what we're talking about here.
Yeah, but it's fine. I mean, the guy's 70 years old in leather pants.
He
looks cool.
great.
I mean, it runs from the belt buckle to the inseam.
seam. Yeah, I mean, he's fine. That's normal.
doing fine.
That's norm.
Okay, guys, Marvel kicked off the summer movie season with a huge weekend. The studio's latest film, Thunderbolts, took over the top spot in the North American theaters, bringing in $76 million in its first weekend. Of course, this is Wyatt Russell. This is Florence Pugh. This is David Harbour.
You know they're doing big promo if they're doing an entire category on Jeopardy.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Yeah, it was David Harbour and Florence Pugh, and it's like, and for this round, Thunderbolts, and it has them going, "Hi, I'm David Harbour," and he's like the most unenthusiastic answer reader ever.
He was on
Yeah.
Mark Maron's podcast, I think, this last week too. They're all making the rounds.
How'd he do? They both seemed like
I haven't listened
unfun
to
in
it.
this particular.
Well, he's getting divorced, right? He was married to Lily Allen, the singer, and I think they're getting divorced right now. So he's got some personal things going
you don't
on.
need to bring that to Jeopardy.
Well, he's bringing divorce energy to Jeopardy. But Thunderbolts sounds great. It has like 88% on Rotten Tomatoes. And so let's see, Sinners is also performing well still. This is Michael B. Jordan's and Ryan Coogler. After 2 weeks at #1, the film slipped to second place, taking in another $33 million domestically. Pee Wee Herman's beloved bicycle from the 1985 cult classic Pee-wee's Big Adventure has officially found its new home, and it was sold at auction. What do you think the amount was that somebody paid for Pee Wee Herman's bike from Pee-wee's Big Adventure? Everything was perfect on it.
I was thinking about this last week because I thought, man, it's kind of in the zone as far as people with money
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That would be interested in this.
Yes.
So I bet you it kind of went up there higher than it should have, probably. I'm going to say 55 grand.
55 grand.
Wow.
King, what do you think?
I thought it'd be way higher than that.
Now, there
Way
were 14.
higher? I
There
mean,
were
it's money,
14
remember.
created.
Yeah.
One of 14.
Oh, there's 14? I thought there was
Oh.
one.
Yeah,
Oh.
there was
That
one of
does-
14. And a lot of them
That changes it.
had to be pieced together. But this one is fully intact.
I changed it to 40 grand.
Yeah,
40
it's not
grand.
bad. Okay, now that I know there's that many, I thought it was just one of a kind. I will say, let's go with 60 grand.
60 and Rafe Dean.
I think the rich kid from the movie bought it.
Okay.
The chubby guy from...
Chubby guy in the bathtub that was a pool.
Yeah, isn't he also in Teen Wolf? He's the one
He
who's
is.
eating the apple on
His
the
name
court.
is Chubby in Teen Wolf. They really
He's
were.
awesome.
Yeah, it was
80s was
by
very
Chris
different
Farley.
about character, like typecasting people. They didn't care. His literal name in Teen Wolf was Chubby, and it was on his uniform, by the way, on the back. I will say, because of the new Paul Rubens doc and his recent death, it went for more than people think. I'm going to say 75,000.
Wow.
Okay, Rafe is the closest. It went
Whoa.
for $125,000.
Oh, my goodness.
So congratulations
Nice.
to the chubby kid or the rich kid
Yeah.
in the movie.
Good job, Chubby.
Do we know who it went to?
Chubby.
No.
It better be on display somewhere. It better be some
The
rich
Alamo
guy
bought it.
with a coffee house. Or
Mm.
something.
If they don't put it in the Alamo, that's a real missed opportunity.
That would be
In the
cool.
basement.
Good point.
Tom Cruise is opening up. He had a rare interview with People magazine talking about the franchise of Mission Impossible with The Final Reckoning coming out May 23rd. Ethan Hunt hangs from and crawls along the wings of a 40s era biplane. And he says, I will learn a skill and I know eventually I'm going to use it in a movie, Tom said. During the discussion, he said that he learned to dance because he's interested in the art form. The teachers understand how to move a body, what the shape does, and the emotion that it can create in others. At 62 years old, Tom Cruise says that he's constantly training in a variety of skills, whether it's the piano or having to dance or parachuting or flying airplanes. And he's got a lot of gratitude. He says, I love making movies. It's not what I do, it's who I am.
I believe that.
I believe that as well.
The actor of all actors. Who is Tom Cruise?
We will never know. He's the Vatican archives of a human being.
Yeah.
We will never know who Tom Cruise
There's
is.
a
really.
53-mile basement in there somewhere
Yes.
with information that only one person
There's a
can
Katie
see.
Holmes section, the Scientology 5 miles.
Yeah, I
well,
think
his
you're
social
right.
media is pretty cool. It lets you get a good inside look at what he does.
He's on
All-
social media?
No.
I was going
No,
to
no,
say,
no.
that's crazy.
I am excited to see the movie, though. My wife is a huge, action movies.
Yeah.
She's Born Identity. She loves that. She loves Mission Impossible. So she had me watch all the Mission Impossibles.
You ready for it?
Yeah, we did that, and then we
cool.
watched the last one. And the last one was fine.
They're fun. All of them are fun.
Yeah, it was fine.
Well, and the Final Reckoning is sponsoring Point Fest.
That's
Yeah.
right. Tom Cruise is
Tom
freaking
Cruise
might be there.
sponsoring-
He might come out. He might drop.
He might just
from-
skydive straight in.
He could.
You never know.
I don't want to start
pretty
any
cool.
rumors, but there's a secret show maybe that he's going to be performing at.
It's in
He's
a
on the
basement.
side. Can you imagine if Tom Cruise was on the side stage at Point Fest and we just didn't announce and
How
people are
awesome
like,
would
"Is
that
that
be?"
Tom Cruise?"
Yeah, big 311 fan.
Huge 311 fan.
Loves the Urge as well. Is he? But what if he comes out and he's all getting hectic? With the Urge.
Oh,
That'd be awesome.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So there's a new way to tell if a celebrity is taking Ozempic or not, and allegedly it's all in the mouth. Now, we talked a couple weeks ago about Ozempic foot because I guess Sharon Osbourne had an old foot compared to her rest of her body. People are speculating. Now there's a cosmetic dermatologist who says stars like Whoopi Goldberg, Sharon Osbourne, and Rebel Wilson are all showing signs of Ozempic mouth. Many users of Ozempic who now are reporting noticeable volume loss in their face, which can result in the formation of fine lines, wrinkles, and sagging skin, as well as jowls around the mouth. And the volume loss can also worsen the appearance of existing fine lines. So if you're somebody who's been considering taking Ozempic for weight loss, they want you to know, hey, your mouth could be affected by this.
And I'm not 100% sure it's from the loss itself, but the speed in which the loss happens.
That could be it.
Right? Isn't that it?
Well, they're saying it's filler. People are using fillers to restore the actual volume because as we get older, like the collagen and everything leaves our bodies.
Right.
And so you're very much on it where it's like if you lose a lot of weight rapidly like that, your skin doesn't have time to spring back up to fill in the lines and different things.
I'm just bummed that Ozempic seems to have a decent amount of side effects because it's like I wish there was another way we could lose weight.
Oh, knock it off.
But there's a lot of this
Only there's
is
another way.
just losing weight. It's getting It's be called Ozempic face. You have Ozempic love handles, Ozempic skin. And I'm like, anybody who's lost weight rapidly have these. It's just losing. If you lose weight, whether you
Fast
get a gastric
weight drop.
bypass or if you just do a crash diet and you drop a bunch of weight quick, like this is what happens to your body. Like you.
Yeah, because we've had friends, and they have the same face where you start.
Yeah.
Because it's no longer got the extra pad in there.
Well, they want you to know. Okay, I'm just
All right.
sharing the news, dude. Don't shoot the messenger. Have you seen this face though? I was laughing out loud in our office.
David Lee Roth has Ozempic wiener, by the way.
He does have a
No.
I was laughing hysterically at Hulk Hogan's face. Have you guys seen what the hell's going on?
Dude, he's crazy.
Scott, please look up.
All right.
Hulk Hogan's
Please look
face.
up Hulk Hogan on Fox and Friends recently. The man has lost it. He's raising some eyebrows, and let me tell you this: there is a new wave of facial hair coming to a street near you because he has blackish beard stubble with his handlebar mustache and this mullet. The dye job on Hulk's face.
Oh yes,
is something else.
So he's been doing this forever. When he went all villain back in the day,
stuff NWO.
yeah, he would grow out the beard, and it was a black beard with the handlebar still being white.
Yeah.
You know, like extra bleachy.
He looks damn ridiculous.
But he does look. That does look last minute.
Look. Look at that freaking photo, dude.
That is awesome.
I want that photo on my phone.
Waking you up in the morning.
Can we get that
with
poster in here?
face?
It doesn't help that he's making crazy face at the
need that
camera.
poster in this
We
room.
need this look as our motivation for every show. My God.
That is a great still because you can see it, like his voice is probably cracking when he's going, brother.
Yeah, this is why. How can you not love this guy? Look at him.
Look at my facial hair, brother.
Ridiculous.
He's also saying crazy things.
Yeah.
Like the interview is wild.
I gotta
don't know
hear
if you're going to
this.
touch on it.
I'm not going to touch on the interview. You can go look that up. But
He said that he's got a text from Roddy Piper 3 days after he died. And he's like, yeah, brother.
Maybe you scheduled the text.
Piper and I didn't really get along until the end, man. And he didn't know if he believed in God or not. And then 3 days after he died, I got a text that said, just walking with Jesus, man. Everything's cool. And I was like, Roddy Piper just literally texted me from heaven. And I was like, okay, Hulk, calm down on the American beer or whatever
Something is
you're
up.
drinking. He was saying some pretty wild stuff.
Oh, come on.
Sorry,
Not
Hulk.
our sweet
So we had
boy.
a America First Beer Second t-shirt on, which he probably tore off at some point during the Fox and Friends interview. Some person on X says, does anybody believe that this is truly Hulk Hogan? And then somebody else said, what in the fresh hell is going on with his face? And so look up the interview. Take a good look at the motivation of this show.
That's Hollywood Hogan.
Hollywood Hogan.
That's for sure.
back.
Hollywood Hogan.
Warren Buffett is retiring. He's 94 years old, has more than we all will ever have with the billions. And he is, he's currently worth $168 billion, according to Forbes. And he says that he plans on retiring at the end of this year. He was shocking all of his shareholders. The Berkshire Hathaway CEO announced that he's stepping down from the position after a 6-decade run.
Dude is amazing.
Is it true he's
too.
taking over Jimmy's stuff?
Dude is amazing too. He's like he's still living in the same house,
I know.
like a fairly
Modest
like a
house.
very modest house with his wife that he bought in the 60s or something. I mean, I feel like when we lose him as a mainstay character in
the billionaire universe,
just in the universe in general, I think it's going to be bad unless somebody kind of steps up. Because how many people that are billionaires or anywhere near this value have been seen, like, being encouraging and trying to make things simple and like talking about like actual normal middle class stuff and suggestions and just being so very true to himself. I don't know, man. I'm just not seeing that person replicated.
No.
And I think it will be to our detriment when he disappears from public life.
Well, it's the end of this year. And so Vice Chairman Greg Abel is going to be replacing him. And he says, I think the time has arrived where Greg should become the executive officer of a company at year end. Warren Buffett said, adding that only board members who knew this were coming were his 2 children, Howard and Susie.
I was in hopes he's going to pick me to let him run.
That'd be so cool.
He also was giving 99% of his fortune to philanthropic causes when he passes away.
Yeah,
estate planning. He's not leaving it all to his kids, which be hard pressed to find somebody doing that.
Right. I mean, in every way, he just is like such a great example to all of us. And I don't, and it's hard. That's hard to find, especially up in the billionaire tiers right now.
Well, he's 94. He's done it. I'm proud of him. I mean, 94 and you held on this long. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Take
Gotta
a
go.
vacation.
And finally, Revenge of the 5th is today. May the 4th was yesterday, so Star Wars fans all had their lightsabers out at different eateries. And by the way, what the hell was going on with you? Were you at High Point yesterday? Where were you?
Yeah, I was at High Point, and I saw a guy in a lightsaber making out with a chick, and I was like, Jedi Council ain't going to like this.
No, not at all.
That is against the rules, my
Unless
man.
it's a sibling.
They were hugging.
He was doing his best Anakin.
That's what I said. I go slippery slope, my man. You'll be killing the younglings in no time.
Wow.
It starts with a kiss. It ends with child murder. So I don't know if the Jedi Council is out there listening. One of your guys has gone Rogue One at High Point.
Dang.
High Point Drive-In in St. Louis Mo.
Well, today's all about the dark side, so day to root for the bad guys. And let me tell you, some of your favorite villains from the Star Wars universe are on this list that Empire Online put together of the favorite movie villains. So who's like your favorite movie villain? I'll see if they're in the top 10.
I mean, so at the show at Can You Feel the Punk tonight, the 501st comes out and does like an entire thing. And we got 8-foot Wookiees, and they are just so amazing. And I'm not kidding. When Darth comes out and you see him, and they got like a 6'5" Darth. This guy's a big dude.
Yeah.
And he comes out and he's just all menacing, and you hear the sounds. It just makes me an instant kid again, and I don't think Darth Vader can be conquered. There's some incredible villains out there. There really are. But for me, if I have to pick a number one, it's Darth.
Well, that is number one on this list.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, when you were a kid, it hit so perfectly. It wasn't some, flashy, crazy thing. Like, this dude just hit the screen, and you're like, oh my gosh, that's a bad guy.
Yeah.
You don't need to explain anything. I don't like this guy.
Right. So Darth, okay, that's number one on this list.
Yeah.
King, what about you? Who's one of your favorite
There's
villains?
two. Give Me Sugar from No Country for Old Men.
He is on this list. He is number 8.
And then
Anton.
Hans Landa from
He is
Inglourious Bastards.
also on this list at number 6.
Yep.
And he's pretty bad. That's Christoph Waltz.
Landa.
What about you, Rafe? Who's a favorite villain of yours?
Are Disney villains in here?
They are, but not in the top 10 necessarily.
All right. Well, Disney's got some good ones.
Disney has some of the best.
Yeah.
And we're doing. We had a very big announcement, by the way, that I can't make on the radio right now about a future show coming up, and we're doing an entire villain section.
Fun.
Because kids love the villains these days. So we did a whole Scar thing, and there's a lot of good Disney villains. Maleficent, obviously, if you know the story. Ursula, you got Cruella de Vil, Jafar.
Scar.
Yeah, dude. I mean, there's some incredible villains out there. I'm assuming there's a few of them on this list.
There were, but not in the top 10. These are all real people characters.
Real people characters. Any superhero ones?
Oh, yeah.
Thanos.
Thanos is not on the top 10, but it was on the list.
Magneto.
Magneto, no.
Oh.
You're in the right section of thought, though.
Man, who would be?
Bane.
Bane.
Joker.
No. Joker is number 2.
Loki.
It's Heath Ledger's Joker specifically.
Is Loki, do you consider?
Loki is also on this list at number 3.
Wow. Wow. Still having the moment, huh?
I figured there'd be a few of those.
The neighbors to the Griswolds.
No. Todd and Margot, how dare you? That's my life.
I thought.
What about Game of Thrones character? Joffrey?
No, I mean, yeah, but this is mainly movies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know.
Ooh, Kathy Bates.
No.
Kathy Bates in Misery.
No.
Okay.
I'll just give it to you. So the Alien is number 10 from the Alien franchise.
But what if Alien is the good guy and we don't know it?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
listen, man. This
An
is
alien.
EmpireOnline.com.
Dark Helmet.
Voldemort,
Oh, wonderful.
number 9. Give me another Star Wars villain.
Darth Maul.
Yeah, Grievous.
The Emperor.
Princess Leia.
You're just talking about
Count
this person.
Dooku's not going to make it. Darth Maul is not the one?
Nah.
Jabba.
It's not the Emperor?
No.
Oh, Lord.
Newer villain in the Star Wars universe.
A newer
Skeeter?
villain.
Played by a man named Adam.
Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren. That came in at number 7. And then finally, number 5,
Weak.
Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lambs, and then Hans Gruber from Die Hard.
I didn't say that.
Number 4.
The Groob.
The Groob, but the number 1 villain of all time is Darth
Has to
Vader.
make sense.
2 Hans on that list.
2 Hans.
You're right.
And that's your crap on celebrities.
And your celebrity birthdays. Hannah Davis is 35. That's a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model that Rafe loves. I'm assuming. I don't know. Derek Jeter, no, sir. Yeah, and do you all remember Gateway Computer?
Yeah, of course. Used to have one.
Well, this is wild. Adele is 37 today, and that's the singer with the hit song Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, great songs. Clark Duke is 40. We got Henry Cavill, that's Superman. He's a good guy, 42. Santiago Cabrera is 47. Tina Yothers is 52 years old. Brian Williams, the former news anchor, how old do you think he is?
65.
71.
61.
Ooh. Moon wins 66.
Oh.
66.
Yeah, you're closest. And the legend Kurt Loder is 80 from MTV News.
Holy smokes.
Isn't that crazy to think about?
That's incredible. And then Sarah, her brother Michael Palin is 82, and that's the superstar from Monty Python.
Oh, that's not her brother, though.
Oh, I thought.
Thank you, though.
I was just guessing.
And today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Greg Derrick. 2 first names. Moon's going to love this one. Today's birthday boy's been in 136 films, including Backdoor to Hollywood 1, Best Little Whorehouse in Beverly Hills, Big Melons 8, Bitches in Heat 12, Empire of the Sins, Golden Girls 30.
Oh, boy.
That's a good one. You're gonna.
What do you think that is about?
Estelle, you're going to get it. Political Party, Stud Hunters, one title, Shaved.
Oh.
And who could forget his role in 1990s Where the Sun Never Shines? Greg Derrick is nice. 69 years old. That's your porno birthday. Those were your crappy birthdays, and that was your crap on celebrities.
All right, the time is 7:56. Holy smokes, this whole day is just flying already. We're going to do some sexy time fun facts after the break. I want you to be thinking of something that is sexy now that was not even cool 20 years ago. Sexy now, not 20 years ago.
All right.
Think about that over the break because we're going to do sexy time fun facts up next. Right now it is 7:56. Tell me about traffic and weather.
It's brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. If you need some extra cash, Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We have a stalled vehicle still possibly eastbound 70 at Airflight Drive. The right shoulder was closed earlier. Also, an accident knocked out traffic lights at Vandevenner and Delmar. So if you're heading that way, you're going to be backed up just a little bit. Your point weather, 60 degrees. It's cloudy like you see today. This is going to keep going for the next couple of days. Rain expected on Wednesday. 44 is the overnight low. Right now it's 52 at 7:57, and your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning, more reliable than your St. Louis weather.
What is sexy now that wasn't 20 years ago? We will chop up sexy time fun facts next.
It's like Blink-182. Good to go? All right, we are very, very excited about this one tonight. I have to tell you this, Amy Lee. Amy Lee from Evanescence.
Hi.
Peabody Opera House show tonight. So it was so great when we announced this particular show because it was almost like a firework that went off twice. Because people were like, oh, Evanescence is coming back, and they'd be excited. And then, oh, it's with an orchestra. Ooh, you know what I mean? People were so excited about this and playing this beautiful Peabody Opera House. It's the perfect place for it. You've got to play some pretty great venues during this run with the orchestra, right?
That's right. It's been a whole new world. Normally, you know, what we gravitate.
Men's health. Fellas, let's talk about your health on a Monday, huh? How you feeling? Maybe not your best. Well, might just be getting older, but it might be low T. It might be something else going on with your body, and the best way to find out is to go to the specialists in men's health and bodies, and that's Victory Men's Health. And there's 4 locations, so it's easier than ever to go. There's one in Sunset Hills. They just opened, the Town and Country one that Moon and King Scott and I go to, and there's one in East O'Fallon, Illinois, and Missouri. So wherever you're at, find one near you. Go to victorymenshealth.com and schedule yourself an appointment today or give them a call and schedule an appointment. They'll get you in quick because they are all about getting you on the right track and getting your health back in 2025. Whatever's going on with your body, man, they are always adding new things to the arsenal to make sure that men are feeling tip-top, whether it's custom testosterone therapy treatment, whether it is stuff for ED treatment in the bedroom, maybe you need weight loss therapy. They've got red light beds where you can go in and lay and get the collagen put back into your skin. And no matter what, when they test your blood down to a cellular level, they're doing PSA testing, and every man over the age of 35 should be getting that done anyway. So whatever's going on with your body, Victory Men's Health has got something to assist you. Don't wait. Don't be a stiff upper lip Midwestern male who's ignoring the signs that his health is declining. Take care of yourself so you can take care of your family, and enlist Victory Men's Health to be your partner in that journey. For more information, go to victorymenshealth.com. That's victorymenshealth.com.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and we have the absolute pleasure for the first time of speaking to Ash from New Year's Day. Welcome, and it's great to have you at Point Fest.
We're so honored to be at Point Fest today. It was so much fun.
You had that crowd going. You know what I mean? How do you handle the challenge when you are coming into a situation where you know, there's a headliner, we're playing a little bit earlier on in the day. That is not an easy thing a lot of times, but a lot of bands enjoy that challenge.
We are one of those bands.
Yeah.
Obviously I'd love to be the headliner eventually and play later time slots, but I really do enjoy being one of the openers, even though it was hot.
Yeah.
Even though it was so hot. But we enjoy opening the crowd because, one, they're energetic, they're ready to start the day, and I feel like I can really get them to rock out.
Yep.
They're not, 5 beers deep and have been in the sun for 8 hours yet.
Right.
I do enjoy that. And I like a challenge. I grew up, I love wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
So I always love the idea of being the heel and having to go out and turn the crowd. And I let the crowd kind of look at you like, who the hell are these guys?
Yeah.
And then have them in the palm of your hand by the end.
Absolutely.
Even if they're booing. Just kidding, but they weren't.
But the power of you know what I didn't understand when I was a kid and watched wrestling so much and get
Are
it
you a
now.
wrestling fan too?
I am a wrestling fan, absolutely. The power of the heel. You know what I mean?
I would rather be the heel than the baby face.
Right. But when I was a kid, I would have never thought that, never got how cool that aspect of it was. But it's the answer. So as a wrestling fan, you got to play WrestleMania.
I did. Yeah, WrestleMania 37.
Right.
Yeah.
So how many WrestleManias ago was that at this point? Because I'm not
one
sure.
WrestleMania ago.
So can you kind of talk about that experience and like how incredible? I mean, I know it was incredible, but like, how did it happen? The whole thing.
Long story short, I was doing a songwriting session for our last record in New York, and it was with a songwriter that didn't really understand what we were going for as New Year's Day. And he was very polite. He goes, "I don't really get you, but there's some metal guys down the hall that might love it." And so all I did was knock on their door, and they happened to be the songwriting team for WWE. It literally was like that, just fate.
Wow.
And they go, "Wow, we love your voice. We have a new up-and-coming wrestler who loves metal music. We think you would be great for her. Would you be interested?" I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
Of course I'd be interested. And it was Rhea Ripley. Can you believe that? Not at the start of her. She's had a very long career. She's worked very hard. But it was at kind of the earlier stages of her NXT days.
Right.
So I've been her theme song for 5-6 years. Yeah.
It's incredible. What is it like playing that venue when it's that big on TV,
Unreal.
the whole thing?
Unreal. I think I blacked out.
I was just going to say, do you remember things from it or just
no,
before and
it happened
after?
so fast.
Right.
I feel like it was raining. It was in Tampa, Florida. It was at the Buccaneers. I forget the stadium. Anyway, but it was raining all day, so we didn't get a sound check, and it felt like the longest day until it was time to go. And it happened so fast.
Yeah.
They said, "Hurry up, go around this corner, get on stage." We didn't know where we were going. We just all of a sudden turned a corner, and it was 50,000 people. They didn't tell us where the pyro was or where the fireworks were going to be or when they would go off.
All right. Well,
they just said, "Get out there and go."
Well, that's a little alarming and maybe not particularly very safe now that we're talking about
but
it.
you know what? None of us went up in flames,
Good.
so all is well, and it was awesome. And a little fun fact about it is we had no idea what was going on, truly, that Rhea Ripley missed her entrance cue and came out a little bit too early and did the stomp, and none of the fireworks went off, and she went, "Uh-oh, I'm not supposed to be here right now." So we just rocked out.
Unbelievable. That is so fantastic.
Isn't that wild?
So I've heard a thing. So in my house, all right, my wife, I don't know the best way to say this. There is never a time that it is not Halloween, okay?
I love that.
There are scary movie posters in my living room.
Oh, I love
there are
that.
pumpkins 24/7. I mean, there is never a time that it is not Halloween season. The thing that would concern me is if my wife toured and was able to go place to place and see all of the Halloween stuff that they have everywhere, there would be probably a monetary issue going on. How do you not buy things everywhere? Because I'm sure you see cool stuff all of the freaking time.
I used to be really bad. I'd have to buy extra tubs for our trailer, and all my oddities, all of my Halloween decorations filled the tubs.
Yeah.
Now we're full. We're done. I've got 2 storage units full of Halloween stuff. I have nowhere to put it. At this point, I have to stop. So now we're just spending money on experiences and not things.
All right.
So now we try to do as many haunted houses on tour this time of year as we possibly can. In fact, the next one we're going to is Netherworld in Atlanta, in Georgia. It's one of the top 10 in the U.S. for me.
So I somehow married a woman that...
A new career. You can start a new career as a floor layer apprentice with the Carpenters Union today, and that is union membership and union benefits. We are talking about medical, dental, vision coverage, pension and annuity benefits, life and AD&D insurance, and this is all for you and your family. Plus, we're talking about a career. We're talking about opportunity. We're talking about some place where you can advance and continue a career that helps you support yourself and your family rather than just a job. Stop job hopping. You know what I mean? And a get paid while you learn, a earn while you learn education model that allows anybody that wants to, be a hardworking person to make money while you're learning the skills necessary to embark on a successful career. That means you get real world experience on job sites and you get paid in the process. How cool is that? Apply.ficstl.org. That is the website. Apply.ficstl.org.
House of Pain on 105.7 The Point. You are live with Liv, and I am backstage at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater with Breaking Benjamin, getting all of our swears out so we don't do that on the air right now. Gentlemen, how are we?
We're good. Great. It's good to be here.
Good. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. And I'm going to start off by saying something I said to Brent Smith a couple days ago of Shinedown. I'm a fan before, being a DJ and having a cool job. And I'm sure you guys can relate to that, too, that you're a fan first with so many of these acts. What does it mean for you guys to be out on the road with Bush and Alice in Chains?
Well, we grew up with them, you know, so it's like surreal, They go back before our musical endeavors into our real life as, whatever you want to call that. So it's really surreal to be talking to them and hanging with them, and they know who we are, as people, like, oh, hey, Ben, or hey, Jason. We're like, oh, my God.
It's still getting used to it after 2 months.
And it's
Show. Happy birthday, Riz.
Happy birthday, Riz. He will be back here tomorrow with all the Disney World stories and happiness. I'm sure he's coming back with memories.
Oh, yeah.
Tears and ears. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to bet you. Anybody want to take that bet that he bought ears?
He definitely did.
I'm afraid because I don't want to lose my friend, and I feel like
He's coming to my side.
I
now.
know.
He's coming to my side.
It's a tug of war right now of Riz, and it's like, God.
Yep.
I did see that it was slammed. I mean, slammed down there.
Yeah.
Streets were just filled with people because I had so many people down there for different conventions and competitions, like his
cheerleaders
daughters.
everywhere. My family was down there. Tons of little girls just running around.
Yeah, pretty wild. So we'll see. He'll be back on tomorrow, and we'll find out all about it later on today's show. We're going to give out some tickets to Point Fest coming up on the 17th. 311, The Urge, Toadies, Finger 11, Ludo, and many more. Man, it's less than 2 weeks away. May 17th, Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. We also have tickets to give away to Post Malone with Jelly Roll coming up Tuesday, May 13th at Busch Stadium, and a pair of tickets for the 12th annual Songs for Soldiers benefit concert on Saturday night, September 6th in Columbia, Illinois, featuring the Wallflowers. We will play 3 and 5, but first... And your Sexy Time fun facts are brought to you by
Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet.
All right, so 2005 is on people's minds because today's date is, May the 5th, 2025. And somebody asked the internet, what is something that is sexy now that was not 20 years ago in 2005. And there's actually an uplifting body positive theme. Let's see if you guys hit on it. I mean, pretty much most of it is about body stuff.
Okay, so redheads.
Redheads are still not cool.
Wow.
Just kidding.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, Mom. Now, anybody got anything that like here, I'll give you an example. Number 19 was, well, this was just a joke, but whoever Leonardo DiCaprio is dating right now.
Some 25-year-old.
That's a bad joke. So number 18 is nerdy things. Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, Warhammer, anime, comics, and just being super into fantasy. I think that's a big win.
Okay.
20 years ago, not as cool. Now Comic-Con is like the biggest thing ever, right?
Yeah. Dragon Con and all these different...
All of it.
Yeah.
Number 17 was hand crank windows in cars. Get out of my face. That's not true. My dad
That's
is
sexy?
the only one that likes that. I don't know. I guess so. Let's go into this one. Number 16, going to therapy. Even
That's so
20
hot
years
right
ago.
now.
Yeah, even 20 years ago, people weren't talking about this now. And when you hear that, it usually indicates that somebody has enough, self-care that they're willing to go and talk about it and be comfortable.
Yeah, I think only comedians in New York City went to shrinks, is what they always said.
Yeah.
Number
Now regular
15,
people go.
having 0 posts on social media.
Super hot.
Dude, that is so sexy.
It is kind of hot when somebody's just offline and they just don't care.
Yeah?
My husband's like that. Like Tim, he does not post. He has an account. I want to say if you go to his Instagram, it's my birthday from the last 10 years. Those are like the last 10 posts.
Nice.
Very sweet, but he doesn't care.
Number 14, being a non-smoker. Super sexy now. Super sexy.
Still doesn't look cool.
Number 13 is being vegan or at least being as healthy as you can be.
Yeah, health nuts for sure.
Health nuts. Sexy. Number 12 is critical thinking skills and emotional maturity.
Is hairy chest on this list? I just want to know. That's like what I was going for.
You know, hairy chest is not, but I will get to something that is the weirdest.
The betrayal of your feminism that little interaction just was. He's like emotional intelligence. What did you say?
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking and emotional
And
intelligence.
emotional
You go,
maturity.
hairy chest on here.
What about hairy chest?
I don't care about these emotionally mature men.
I know.
I want some hair on them jugs.
That's
yeah.
right.
Well, speaking of jugs, number 9, I'll just jump to that, and this is how it's worded. Bigger chested men, specifically dad bods. First of all, dad bods and man boobs are different things.
I thought they were different things, yeah.
Different things.
They are.
But this says bigger chested men.
Doesn't say man boobs though. That says bigger chested men.
I haven't seen many man boob lately.
No. It says bigger chested men, ... specifically dad bods.
Right. So maybe just burly, big barrel chested.
Big old
Yes.
barrel-chested man.
I keep hearing this, by the way, that the dad bod is in, but I'm not seeing it in the wild.
What do you mean?
No.
I'm seeing it online, but I'm never like looking out in the wild and being like, oh, look at that. Look at that schlubby dad bod guy and that smoking hot chick. Like, I'm just not seeing a lot of that
It
out
still
in the
doesn't
wild.
happen. Yeah. It's
It
cool to
does
say.
occasionally happen.
Big talk.
I've seen it. But if it's as in as everyone says it is, I feel like I'd be seeing it more.
Yeah.
It's a good point. However, I've had like a lot of people divorce their like trim-bodied husbands for like an affair that happened with a guy with a dad bod.
For real.
Yeah, and like we were all confused. We're like, what? You
Well,
know?
maybe
What's
they
confusing
have
about that?
better
It's just
critical
confusing. The
thinking
guy
skills and
they
emotional
divorced
maturity.
was very sweet and lovely.
Okay.
Or maybe they have an 800 credit score.
That's super hot.
That's number 11. Maybe they wear sweatpants with elastic around the ankles, like and calf-length socks, because those are back.
I don't like that at all. In fact, yesterday we were watching whatever the golf is, the Masters or whatever.
golf.
The golf was on at my house, and some Roy McIlroy-looking guy had tapered pants that were sweatpants that looked like real pants. And Tim goes, "What do you think about that?" I'm like, "I don't like that at all."
Dude, the kids are wearing sweatpants. Like, sweatpants are like fashion now. And I remember being made fun of in 6th grade for wearing sweatpants.
Right.
Like, I was laughed out of school.
I don't like a tight ankle like that, but I like skinny jeans. I don't know. I don't know. My problem is I don't like cinched elastic bands around ankles.
You didn't like tight rolling back in the day?
Uh-uh.
Oh, that was so dope.
Because sometimes it can be done wrong, you know?
Never watched Saved by the
Like
Bell.
the rest of the pant is too flouncy. I don't know.
Number 8 is smaller chested women as opposed to big fake jugs.
Ladies, The itty bitty you know what committee is here to stay. What's up?
I'm a fan.
That's, you know what? And I will say this, that movie Nora, that chick doesn't have big old jugs. And they're out the whole time. And like, I was like, yes.
Nice.
Shout out to all of us with like B cups and smaller. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They stay up.
Not about the size.
You got to think about that too. The
Not about the
B-cups
size.
stay.
Mm-hmm.
They stay high.
They're like the bunny slopes, y'all.
That
you know what I'm
flag
talking
stays at the top of the flagpole longer.
Hey, listen, your side of the table's going to love this because number 7 right next to it is long-haired on dudes.
What's
All right.
You guys,
Yes.
You guys are killing it.
I'm telling you what,
Both
long
of you.
hair on every man on this show's like growing their hair out. I know you just had a fresh cut for your punk rock show.
Except for me. It's cool.
But dude, long hair on a guy, 2 thumbs up. Been here the whole time. And
All
I think I narrowed it down to where this attraction began. The movie Willow. Like after Val Kilmer died, I went back and I looked at his character in Willow, and I'm like, that is where the sexual revolution in my heart started, where I'm like, dudes with long hair, 10 out of 10.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'll take it.
Number 6 is muscular women.
I'll put a little braid on the side tonight.
Please.
In honor of Val Kilmer.
Number 5 is bald guys with beards. Used to
Yes.
scream midlife crisis, and now it's a whole thing.
Love them too.
Whole thing.
I love bald dudes. Bruce Willis really started it, you know? He didn't have a beard per se, but bald
You're all over the
hotness.
place.
So, yeah, so
Long
you
hair
love
and bald
long hair,
dudes.
you love
Yeah.
baldness, but
I know, I
nothing in
want all
between.
hair.
In between. That makes sense.
She's an all or nothing gal.
Yeah.
It's true.
Number four is 50-year-olds. 20 years ago, when people turned 50, they looked like they could be on Golden Girls, and they were. And today, 50 looks like 30.
Way to go.
Well,
Rafe, how many years till 50?
Just a couple.
Still a few. Let's hope this trend holds out.
Number 3, lack of tattoos.
I did feel good at Moon Tower.
darn it.
In addition to having tattoos, so both. It's
Oh.
kind of split.
I had a comedian at Moon Tower. I came up when they found out how old I was. They were like, "Wow, man, you look my age." And I go, "God, I hope that's a good thing." And he's
Yeah.
like, I just turned 30.
Damn.
That's what my stepdad
I was
said about
about
you.
60.
Jerry was like, how old is Rafe? And I told him, and he was like, oh, really? He also thought you had like a baby face when they came
It's
to
that
see
baby
you.
face, I think.
Lucky.
It's starting to go.
We need to get some collagen on this man's
I got to get some
stat.
collagen on. Spray it on me. Spray it in me.
Number 2 is a lack of a tan. It used to be almost everybody went to tanning salons, and not being tan somehow lowered your attractiveness. But now, not being tan apparently is sexy, and it wasn't 20 years ago.
Well,
And number 1, eyebrows.
What up,
Because
eyebrows?
20 years ago, pencil thin was in.
yeah.
And now, we like our eyebrows again.
you got to tattoo them on.
Yeah.
That's why I always. That's a weird. There's an eyebrow chart. It's like always. It's like the eyebrow stock market. They get thicker and then they drop off and then
Yeah.
they go thick again. And like so, when people get them tattooed on in a certain way, I'm like, that's gonna change.
I know. We had a friend that
Like the way
tattooed.
the people got them thick caterpillars right now, and they're in, dude.
The
But,
Groucho
like, they're-
Marx thing, like
they're-
on their
and they look
upper eye.
great.
It's so funny you say that because we had a friend who tattooed. It was during it was right before Warped Tour, and she tattooed eyebrows.
Thankfully, pretty thin.
But they were very thin because it was 05. It was 05. It was
Yeah.
on Warped Tour, and they were pretty thin. And the only thing I remember is at least they're thin.
So you can add to them.
So whatever you end up having to grow
Yeah.
is going to cover that.
That's a good point.
So I ran into her a
Because-
few years back, and
forgot.
she's
right?
dropped the whole
The whole
emo
goth
look
thing.
and everything,
Yeah.
and her eye, she's just stunning. You're just like, wow,
Yeah, she's a
such
just gorgeous
She's
gal.
beautiful no matter what she's doing. But
Remember,
yeah,
my friend's grandma worked the cash register at our little grocery store in Elkville, and she always had the tattooed on, but she had the old lady like apostrophe eyebrows. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
Old ladies used to paint them on, and they go way up here, and it almost
And
looked
then they come
like
back.
like there was a contraction
Right.
happen on the sides of her eyes.
Right, it looked like she just saw a car accident. Like,
really awesome.
Yeah,
Like-
It
like
almost looked like her
surprised.
eye was about to was going to say can't and ain't on one side. Like I expected an apostrophe T to be over on her temple, and I'm like, man, those are very permanent. But I guess she was old, so not super permanent.
and she may have had thin eyebrow anyway. So
okay, here's a question. I have a study here. How often do you think?
Hold on,
people-
I want to throw one more thing in.
Oh,
the
oh,
cool
let's
use that.
talk about
wiener
eyebrows.
picks.
Those
You think
weren't
that-
cool?
Do you think
Those are cool. You'd been having to hand out Polaroids of your wang in
Mm-hmm.
05, and you're gonna get a very different reaction walking up to a lady and being like, "There you go, you're welcome."
I want to
There There you go.
question
You're
to our
welcome.
audience.
You can fire them off now online, and it's a little.
And
some
that's
some people
okay?
like them. Well, I don't think
What's
it's
the
okay.
punch-
I'm against it.
Who likes
it's
a
the punchline in
wiener
every
pic?
comedy.
I love dudes. Like I'm hetero to the max, but I
They're
mean
gross.
I don't want a photo of that. I like nothing. It doesn't do anything for me.
Right.
But I think
I don't get it.
since
I
every
don't understand that.
every comedy movie in the last 20 years, like the punchline of the film is a ding dong. Like they have to show one. They're like,
Right.
we did it.
Yeah, look
But you're
how edgy
normally
we are.
like if a woman sends you a nude,
It's hot.
it's usually like we're posed in a way or whatever, and it's the female body, which
But
is
that's
beautiful.
because you guys are beautiful. We're just practical.
But that's what I want to know. I mean, I guess I want
That's
to know
why
if I'm in the
against it.
minority here. Like, are there chicks or dudes that are like excited about getting a picture of that?
There's got to be one or two, but it's a vast minority. This is all an ego thing for men.
My point.
The men that want to do that, they must feel jealous or something that we're all enamored by women's beautiful bodies, and we're over here. We're just practical,
right?
But just accept it. We are just here for function. Y'all are fashion. We're function.
Yeah, it's not attractive. There's the male anatomy is.
It's really dopey.
It's like when you pull a mole out of the ground.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, ooh, get back in there.
God, look at that. I'm
you
sure
belong
you serve a
underground.
purpose, but
you
get
don't
out.
belong in the daylight.
Well, no, I'm saying like in the flesh when things are about to happen, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's
fun.
great.
It's awesome.
Sure, yeah,
But,
function.
Like, getting a photograph on a Wednesday at 12:05 p.m. I don't know what that's not going to do anything.
So in
for
the
me.
flesh, it's attached. You're not looking through the keyhole. You know what I mean? You're seeing it attached to the person, and there's feelings, and there's chemistry, but when you just peep, you don't want to look through a keyhole and see that.
And it's just that.
Yeah, especially if you're taking it from
Like
the
show
bad
me some
angle.
clavicle or something. You know what I'm saying?
No
Like
one
I'm
wants,
an arm
no one should
girl.
ever see the bottom of it ever, but that
Oh
seems
my
to be
God.
the angle we like.
So working at Casey all these years, the one listener D-pick that came, like the first one that came through was
You meant?
via my email. No, God, no.
Oh, sorry.
And it was this guy that was like 78 years old, and he sent
now
me a
I'm curious.
photo from below. Like I don't know what the terminal, the Rafe, right? The ball sack seam is the
Okay,
Rafe.
I'm gonna have to get that
Yeah,
going.
the
but
Rafe.
yeah.
And so
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
from the Rafe.
Oh, you can see the
up,
Rafe?
So I could see his like he looked like Tommy Chong.
See his stitching.
You know, I could see his face. He looked like
You can see his face?
Yes, because it was
Oh.
from below sack.
What a
Shot up.
Was he peeking around it like
like,
he was hiding behind a tree, like that picture of Shaq?
Because the
Rubbing his
point of
hands
view
together?
was all messed up. The perception. Yeah, it was terrible. And I showed every person in this whole this whole studio. I go, everybody come in here and look at this.
He maybe has a very small face. I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be.
Forced perspective. A
Yeah.
photographer.
That's neat.
I'm against it in general, but I'm saying 20 years ago, you're moving. You have to move towns. Now you can fire them off, and it's like people may not like them, but you go on with your life. There's thousands. I mean, the internet highway is clogged. There's a traffic jam of dongs just out there. But in
So
20
that's-
years ago, you would have to go to the public library and hand out a specific Polaroid. Be like, I took this one this morning. Thank you. And people would be like, you have to move out of our jurisdiction.
Well,
That's hilarious.
I don't know where to go from here.
I'm sorry.
It's great.
Let's get back into that thing you were bringing up.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you how often you guys think people should be having sex to avoid depression. Because there's a study done. The Journal of Affective Disorders, actually, suggests that having sex at least once a week can significantly lower the risk of depression.
Well, this is I don't know. Your libido falls flat when you have depression. So saying somebody should have sex to avoid depression, I mean, I guess, but if your libido is going because your emotions are out of whack, that's
But
hard.
it's like a downward spiral.
Right.
So you got to have a regularity, is what they're saying. They did. They analyzed data from 15,000 adults and found that those who had sex weekly were 24% less likely to experience depression or depression symptoms, while even monthly sex lowered depression odds by another 23%. The ideal frequency apparently is this: between 52 and 103 times per year. That's about one or two times a week, which researchers say both supports mental and sexual well-being. However, doing it more than twice weekly doesn't provide any additional mental health benefits, and I think that is wrong. Though the study did not prove direct causation, it aligns with prior research linking sex to improved mood, reduced stress, and overall quality of life. Plus, you sleep better.
Yeah.
Get this. A national survey by Self Financial reveals that nearly 1 in 4 Americans feel financially trapped in a relationship that they would otherwise leave.
Whoa.
Proving that for many, money is a stronger tie than love. I don't think this is anything new to the human existence, but thank you to rising rent, inflation, and the overall cost of living in the country, 24% of respondents admitted that they would break up if it weren't for the financial fallout. In cities like New York, especially, couples can save more than $50,000 a year by just staying together.
I wonder if that research is from the perspective of a person who is making more than their partner or less.
I got a few details here. They say the financial benefit is often referred to as the singles tax, which has now jumped 40% over the past 30 years. So it's 40% more expensive to be single right now than it was a few years ago. For Gen Z, the cost of breaking up is especially steep. The average post-breakup expense for a Zoomer is nearly $4,000. That's just like the breakup expense. With costs including solo rent, shopping sprees, rebound vacations, 1 in 5 Gen Zers have spent nearly $2,000 just trying to recover from a split emotionally and financially. The pressure to save money is so intense that 40% of Gen Z respondents say that they would move in with a partner earlier than they feel ready to just to cut the costs. And unsurprisingly, 86%, that's a huge amount, of survey participants said that they have argued over money, and 41% blame financial stress as a factor for past breakups. Experts warn that staying together just to share bills can actually complicate things more in the long run, financially and emotionally. That's right. The bottom line, love might not cost a thing, but breaking up definitely does.
Hey.
I think this isn't new.
Right.
No. There's always been
every move-in I've ever negotiated has started with like, it's kind of silly we pay rent at 2 places. I mean, like, you're here every night, and I'm like, yeah. And then it's just like, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. We are paying rent at 2 places. And I think people stay in I think that's the number one thing besides kids that keep people in relationships too long is the pain in the ass it is to, like, split assets, you got to move out. You got to find a place. You got to put down a deposit. You got to figure out who's keeping the couch, splitting of assets, even if you're not married, which makes it even more complicated because then you got to get a lawyer and really get into the nitty gritty of it all. But if you're just living with someone, you still have to have it's all these complicated. Well, I bought the couch, but I don't want to leave her without a couch. And okay, well, I want this or I want that. Or technically, the computer's mine. And you. Yeah. You get into all that. The splitting of the assets and the splitting of the friend group have kept people in a lot of relationships, dude. Where you're just like, then we break up. Then it's like
that's such a bummer, though. It's like, God, what a terrible reason to stay together.
But I think that happens a lot.
Yeah.
I think that keeps people in relationships where they're like, if not miserable, not as happy as they could be. Because I think a lot of times it's that too. Like, there's not always a bad guy. People need a bad guy in a relationship, and when you're unhappy and but you're not, you can't really put your finger on why. Like maybe you just want something different, or you fell out of love. Then you start thinking about splitting up your assets and how it's going to affect your friend group. You just kind of like, it'll blow over, and then 5 years goes by and it hasn't blown over.
Yeah, and still, money troubles are always above infidelity for reasons for divorce and all that. Typically, it's
really.
It's the number one thing, yeah. A new study out of Italy, and leave it to, the sexy Italians to suggest that people with higher emotional intelligence tend to enjoy better sexual satisfaction. Published in The Personality of Individual Differences, the research found that emotional intelligence, the ability to understand and manage emotions, helps reduce attachment-related issues and increases comfort with physical intimacy, leading to more fulfilling sexual experiences. Thank you, Italy, for doing the research here. They say they surveyed 864 Italian adults in romantic relationships using psychological assessments to measure emotional intelligence, attachment anxiety and avoidance, comfort with touch, body appreciation, sexual satisfaction, and problematic sexual behavior. The study found that individuals with higher emotional intelligence had lower levels of attachment anxiety, which is, fear of abandonment, lower levels of avoidance and emotional distance, felt more comfortable with physical touch, and had a more positive view of their own bodies. These traits were linked to higher sexual satisfaction in the bedroom and fewer problematic sexual behaviors. So ultimately, the findings suggest that emotional intelligence indirectly enhance sexual well-being for them and the partner by improving how individuals connect emotionally and physically with their partners. How cool is that?
That's great.
So it's important.
What was the problematic behaviors, did they say?
No, it just says problematic sexual behavior. What would you think that would be?
I don't know. I literally don't know.
I would think that would be like maybe
physical stuff.
Yeah, maybe. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or like cheating or problematic.
Oh, no,
behaviors
see.
of-
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Maybe so.
That was probably what my mind went to. But I was like, that's why I was wondering if it's infidelity or what they considered problematic. I mean, that
Yeah,
makes
emotional
sense.
connections. Like women, you read studies about us. I mean, this isn't everyone, but women have to be in it emotionally to get to the crescendo. Like they have to get there.
Yeah.
We're all up in our heads, and it can't just be a purely physical thing all the time. I'm sure it can be for some, but like I would say the studying of women emotionally being invested in the sex, not just the physical part and how cool that is, but like actually mentally being there. It's everything.
Yeah, listen, it's the case for us too. If I'm trying to control things, if you know what I'm saying, I start thinking about baseball.
There you go.
Really?
Sure, man. Baseball's my go-to.
I just think about her. I'm a worker bee, dude. I just accept that about myself. I'm there for the queen. You know what I mean? Like, if she's not having a good time, then I am not having a good time, and I don't feel good. I've never understood that mentality in dudes when they're
But
like,
that's a pressure, though, because then if you focus on that, if she's not in it emotionally, she can tell that you can tell that. Then it's this spiral, never-ending.
Yeah. I mean, I don't focus on it in a way where I'm like, "Are you good? You having a good time?" I'm just like, I'm not.
Do you like that?
I'm just like, I don't understand the people that are like, I'm just trying to get mine.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that would make me feel so terrible if I'm like, well, should have been faster.
Are you good?
Yeah. Like, that's such a terrible way to go into.
Better luck next time.
Yeah, and I think if you're emotionally intelligent, you go in there with the attitude of like, this is a team sport, and we're both going to have a good time.
That movie,
you play
Baby
offense,
Girl.
you play defense.
Oh my God, my wife, I walked in, my wife was trying to watch that, and she's like,
Oh, it's so dirty.
yeah, she's like, I have fast forwarded 3 scenes already.
The beginning scene.
Which one?
Baby Girl with
Baby
Nicole
Girl.
Kidman.
Oh.
I think it does a really interesting depiction of a woman not being satisfied and what happens, like what that looks like from a female perspective. I thought that was very well done in that movie. And I've not seen a movie like it. It's the very beginning scene. So check it out if you are in the market for a dirty film from the female perspective of having sex and having fantasies that are not being met by a man who essentially is not thinking about her at all. Like,
So if that's what you're looking for, Baby Girl is for
Baby
you.
Girl, yeah.
Okay. Well,
But it is dirty as hell. I didn't finish it.
You like when I go real fast and just like don't look at you at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, girl.
All right. Well, that is your sexy time fun facts. The time is 8:32. Tell me about traffic and weather, Lern.
It's brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. If you need some extra cash, let Golden Oak Lending help take the equity that is inside of your home right now and turn that into cash. They can do it within 2 weeks. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We have nothing to report at this time, which is awesome. Your weather today, 60 will be the high. Cloudy like you see now for the next couple of days. Rain expected on Wednesday at some point. 44 is the low. Right now it's 53, and your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning. More reliable than your St. Louis weather.
All right, let's give away some tickets. 314-624-3833. That's 314-NAH, dude. Give us a call. We have Point Fest tickets, Post Malone and Jelly Roll tickets, and Songs for Soldiers benefit concert with the Wallflowers. We have all those tickets to give away. We'll play 3 and 5 next.
Time to save some green. Go visit my good friends over at Mountaintop Motor Company out there in Troy. They have an incredible lineup of cars, trucks, SUVs. In fact, you can see the whole inventory right now at mountaintopmotors.com. And to top it off, no payments for 90 days. They have some of the best financing around, all kinds of ways to save some money. And what's amazing about them is they're just down to earth. It's a no pressure environment. So you're gonna find the right car. You're gonna enjoy the process because they're amazing. So aim higher, go to Mountaintop Motor Company. It's mountaintopmotors.com.
Oh, let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Okay, so wait, and Clovis, I don't think you have a clue how bad this this gun hurts. Would you like an example? Would you like to try? Would you put your butt on the line and?
You guys can shoot me.
Yeah. Scott, how about you shoot Clovis first?
Can I take one
shot in the
Can I
tush.
take one of his shots and give him?
Credit Union has partnered with the St. Louis Zoo to help expand the St. Louis Zoo's fundraising efforts with the launch of the official St. Louis Zoo Visa debit card. I was there when they launched this thing, and it is awesome. I was at the zoo, actually. And it's so cool, man. You know, the zoo is such a huge part of our community, and so is Together Credit Union. This is a perfect matchup. And the St. Louis Zoo Visa debit card rounds up the change from transactions and donates the change to the St. Louis Zoo. So money's raised. It further helps the St. Louis Zoo's conservation and animal care efforts. Plus, members participating in the Zoo Roundup program receive an exclusive Together Credit Union membership to the St. Louis Zoo. So that comes with the attraction tickets, the parking parts, the in-venue discounts, subscription to the Zoo's digital magazine. It's a lot of value. And remember, they're caring for 12,000 plus animals, and get over 2 million guests and educate over 500,000 individuals every single year through learning experiences. And this all helps the St. Louis Zoo impact on wildlife and conservation. So do something awesome for the zoo. Give a little bit back to the community here because they've done so very much for us, and so is Together Credit Union. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA. You can get this card by dropping in to any of the 14 St. Louis locations, or just go to togethercu.org.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and Kevin from Candlebox joined. How are you, sir? Great to see you, man. Great to see you. So there is so much to talk about with you, and had the great fortune of being a chat with you a few weeks ago. But there's some things that I wanted to talk that we talked about then that I'd like to talk about again today. 25th anniversary of the Candlebox debut. Isn't that an amazing thing at this point? How do you, as the guy that did it and was the key element in this, how do you look back and see the staying power of this thing? Because it's still a very relevant record.
I know, it's kind of crazy. I don't know, man. I wake up every day and I pinch myself that I've been fortunate enough to have this career, you know? I mean, it's a wild thing to turn 49 years old and know that I've been doing this for 25 years and that people still listen to the record, and you know, the royalty check comes in every April and every October, and you're just like, wow, this is crazy that this record still sells like it does, you know? I mean, I'm lucky. We're one of the bands that was able to make money off of albums, you know? So I don't know. It's paid my rent for a long time. I'm very happy about that.
Absolutely so. Now, let's go back a little bit to the beginning of this ride for you. I would assume at that particular time in Seattle, Washington, there was a feeding frenzy for bands because that first tier had already signed and blown up and all that sort of thing. How did the courting of Candlebox happen, and how did you settle on Maverick with Madonna?
Well, that's an interesting story. Our bass player wasn't 21 when we started the band, so you weren't able to play in the clubs in Seattle. You had to be 21 in order to play in a bar. So we played a lot of like the all-ages festivals or shows around town, or you know, friends' house parties, something like that. So when he did turn 21, June of '92, we were invited to play a showcase last minute for BMI in the city. They asked us to go on at 7 o'clock. Doors were at 6:30. They're like, you got 20 minutes to impress whoever's here. And back then in Seattle, of course, like you said, everybody was looking for another band. Nobody really knew about us because we weren't on the radar yet, other than the friends and family and fans that had found us at other shows. So that really kind of blew it open for us. We were seen by somebody from EMI, and she flew us down to LA. We played in Los Angeles at the Club Lingerie in October of '92. Guy Osiris stumbled into that show, who of course now manages Madonna, and everybody's got a huge U2. He was the A&R guy. He was an intern at the age of 20 and took us to the label and said, this is the band I want to sign. They flew to Seattle, saw us play a show in Seattle, and that was it. And that was the fall of '92, and we signed that Christmas and made the record in the spring, and it came out July 20th of 1993. So pretty quick.
Unbelievable. That is such a, I mean, was there any time, I mean, I'm sure that there was a lot of enjoyment in that time, obviously, you know, but I mean, when you guys were, when that was sort of happening and maybe even before the label started knocking, I mean, were you thinking with the other bands around you popping, why can't we do it? I mean, these are our neighbors. Why can't we be the next one to go? Was that at all in the thought process?
Oh yeah, man. I mean, look, we knew that, you know, being in the right place at the right time was going to be very beneficial to us. But we were such a different type of band, more blues-based rock and roll band, and of course, about 5 and 6 years in age younger than the guys in Alice and Soundgarden and whatnot. So we didn't have that kind of history of playing with Green River or playing in other bands around the city. We kind of fell together as a band. The only person in the band I knew when we started was the drummer. The bass player went to high school with me, but he was in Europe doing a foreign exchange program. So I didn't know him, and the guitar player Pete was introduced to us by Kelly Gray, who was in a band with Scott way back when. So we were kind of a happy accident, if you will. But of course we thought, you know, we had something special musically. We had something that was different, and there weren't a lot of bands that were playing the kind of blues-based rock we were in the city. And a little bit more of arena rock kind of a sound for us. So, and I guess the closest thing to what we were doing would be Pearl Jam in that kind of, you know, big, long, drawn-out songs, ballads, and stuff like that. So we knew there was a chance, but we were playing with 7 other bands at the time, all of which we thought were way better than us: Sweetwater, Easy, the Marvelous Three, all these other bands that we thought were going to be way bigger than us. And then, of course, Green Apple Quickstep was another one that Maverick was courting at the same time as us. So we really didn't know if it was going to break. We had a feeling that, you know, we had something different, like I said, but we weren't sure. You know, we didn't quit our day jobs. I'll tell you.
All right, first big summer show of 2018. We've got 30 Seconds to Mars and Wellesley Arms and Walk the Moon and K-Flay. How are you?
I'm doing great.
It's really great to see you. I got to tell you this, though, kind of changing up the interview from where I thought I was going to go. I want to know about the fitness regime in which that you have, how you do it out there when it's 105 degrees, because I need to.
Okay, so we've just started something. We're calling it Witness the Fitness.
Okay.
It's good branding, right?
Right.
We're off to a good start. But basically, like, with a tour like this too, we have a lot of downtime.
Sure.
So we're trying to take like times when we could do bad things and do good things.
Oh, very good. So you're just kind of keeping yourself busy, more or less.
Sort of.
But then also doing something very good for your mind and for your body as well.
Exactly, because I feel like one of the things, there's like a weird cycle that can happen on tour where you get locked into this like never changing like Groundhog Day thing.
Sure.
And this is a good way to disrupt that potentially damaging cycle.
Absolutely so. But I mean, and also too, though, I mean, you're kind of able again to do something for the body as well as
Yeah, and it's good for the mind.
Yeah.
It's very good for the mind.
You don't do well with downtime, I'm assuming. Like as far as like you get bored, probably super.
Welcome back to the Rizzuto Show. We're going to get into it here in just a moment. Play some 3 in 5. Quite excited. I like this game. Again, Riz is going to be back tomorrow, but we've got a busy month. So coming up Saturday, starting at 10:30 over at City Winery, we're doing the big Mother's Day brunch with the Riesling wine, which is so very cool. King Scott is going to just bless our ears with some great music and Mother's Day brunch celebration over at City Winery, an extremely, extremely cool place. If you haven't been, let this be your first opportunity to go check it out. That's again this Saturday coming up, starting at 10:30. The whole show is going to be there, man. It's going to be great. So won't you join us? Let's do some 3 and 5. Okay. And we'll get to the sponsor in just a second when King Scott comes back in here. But let's start it off. Rafe is going to read you a category. Okay, let me get the timer. Let me get the timer ready here. We'll have let's test this. Let's test this out.
Yep. Perfect.
Yep, timer works. It's a 5-second timer. Rafe's going to give you a category. The contestants on the phone have to name 3 things in that category within 5 seconds without, and I stress, without any sort of stall tactics. No dots, none of that kind of stuff. You just got to go straight into the answers. Otherwise, you lose. If you get 2 out of 3, you get your choice of tickets from Point Fest to Post Malone and Jelly Roll, or Songs for Soldiers benefit coming up on September 6th with the Wallflowers. The contest is sponsored by
CarStar, your auto body repair expert. Hail Damage. See them at carstar.com.
Hail Damage. Okay, let's start with Michael in St. Louis. Michael, how you doing, man?
Good, how you doing?
I'm great. Okay, Rafe is going to give you a category. You have 5 seconds to give us 3 things in that category. Lern is the ultimate judge.
Yeah.
If whatever she says goes.
Oh, boy.
I don't care what the truth is. Lern is truth. Here we go. Rafe, talk to Michael.
Michael, name me 3 things that you can deep fry.
Oreos, brownies, bananas.
Yes. Would eat all.
That's a win. That's a win.
Oreos, brownie, and bananas. All right.
Brownies.
You're 1 for 1. Brownies was a little borderline, but they gave it to you.
No,
sounds good.
Just Lern. Judge Lern.
All right. Well, you're in the judges too. You're in the judges chair today.
No. I'm just a timer.
Okay. All right, Michael, for the win. Name 3 celebrities with mugshots.
Tiger Woods, Martha Stewart, Snoop Dogg.
Didn't get that one, but you were getting there.
You were getting there.
All right.
Man.
Make or break, Michael. Make or break. If you win, what tickets are you going to get?
The Jelly Roll.
Sweet. All right. Get them right here.
Here we go. Michael, name me 3 conspiracy theories.
Aliens, Area 53.
All right. See you later, Michael.
As soon as you said 53, I hung up.
Area 53.
Area 53. That was a tough one. Would have accepted Birds Aren't Real.
And the Vatican basement.
Vatican basement. JFK was 9/11 was an inside job. Any conspiracy theory.
We would have accepted Birds Aren't Real 3 times. AJ in St. Louis, are you ready to play 3 and 5?
I sure am.
All right, let's do it, AJ.
All right, here we go. AJ, name me 3 famous product mascots.
Tony the Tiger, Chester Cheeto, and
You were trying to ramp up. That's good.
You
take
were on
in
it.
There.
Yeah, that was good. These are hard questions today. I would say not the hardest, but a little harder than usual. I like them. These are great categories.
Okay.
All right, AJ, bounce back here.
All right, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, name 3 things you would see at a wedding.
Flowers, bride, groom.
Yes.
There you go.
Didn't even need it.
Good.
See, they're not all bad. Finally, for the win. Name 3 celebrities with a punchable face.
Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods again.
Brother, you could have said anyone you wanted, man.
Anybody? That's
Like,
a
it's
dealer's choice there,
brother.
man. Oh, Richard and Fenton, how you doing?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man? You got to do better than those last two guys.
I'm going to try.
All right. If you win, what tickets would you like?
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll and Post Malone coming up next Tuesday night, May 13th at Busch Stadium. Rafe, take it away.
All right. Who am I talking to? I missed the
This
name.
is Richard and
Richard
Fenton.
and Fenton. Name 3 things you steal from a hotel room.
Soap, towels, and robe.
That's right, Richard. Very good.
That's right.
Towels and a robe. They will charge you for that robe. but
I love a
that's
man
you
that
still-
lives dangerously getting that robe in your
And the
suitcase.
towels. Taking them all.
They'll charge you for the robe? I've never seen that.
Oh,
Hell yeah. They'll charge
Oh, they
you for
will.
that robe. Well, they will. He knows.
Richard knows. He's got a whole closet full of stolen bathrobes.
Best Western.
Best Westerns.
Y'all be quiet. Don't tell nobody.
All right, Richard, for the win. Name 3 lies parents tell their kids.
Easter Bunny, Christmas, and Tooth Fairy.
Christmas.
Judges?
Well,
He didn't say
listen.
Santa
I don't know.
He said
I'm
Christmas.
well, and I don't lies you tell your kids. I mean,
Come on.
I'm gonna say no. Listen. If you said more specific things, I would have given it to you, Richard.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
All right.
Richard.
It's fair. It's fair. You can bounce back here. Make or break. Let's do it, Richard.
Richard, name me 3 different Pixar movies.
Brave, In and Out. You got me.
Oh my gosh, Brave! Like
Pull that
that's
one
like
out,
the
though.
one that nobody
Right.
remembers.
brother.
Oh, what?
In and Out. Inside Out.
Inside Out. Yeah, In and Out was wasn't that a what's that guy's name?
That was a porno birthday from last week. Actually.
No, I think there's some Kevin Kline, St. Louis's own Kevin Kline.
Yeah, you're right.
He's in a movie called In and Out.
You're right.
Zach and Arnold, come on, dude. Nobody's won tickets yet. This is absurd. Please win.
Let's go.
All right, let's
Zach, name 3 types of dinosaurs.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, Pterodactyl, and Brontosaurus.
Yes. All the best ones.
I like
Very
it.
Good.
All right, Zach. Sweep
Let's
it.
go.
Sweep it.
Zach, name 3 horror movie villains.
Jason, Freddy, and the Scream Guy.
The what?
The Scream Guy.
That's name
Oh,
is
that's
Ghostface, and he has a name.
I'm not giving you that.
You're not? Come on. Oh, I would have
Scream
given.
guy. What? Matthew Lillard, Skeet Ulrich.
Yeah.
No thanks.
I would have given it, but
Okay.
it's fair. Hey, judges, it is
Let's go.
binding. All right, Zach, get it.
Zach, this is important. Name 3 cities in Canada.
Toronto, Ontario, Saskatchewan.
Fine. Saskatchewan.
That's a region.
Oh.
Ontario's not a city. I'm so
dang it.
sorry, Zach.
I thought he nailed. I thought I was
Well-
waiting for like Montreal and Winnipeg. I thought would definitely
Yeah, or
fresh in the minds.
Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver. I mean,
You
there's
tried.
there's a lot to choose from. Ottawa. I mean, I'm just thinking of NHL stuff right now.
Mm-hmm,
Oh man, Melissa in St. Louis, can you please be a winner today?
Happy birthday, Riz Show.
Oh, thank you. Happy birthday, Melissa. All right, do it. 3 and 5.
Happy birthday, Melissa. Okay, Melissa. Name 3 vegetables that aren't green.
Tomatoes, strawberries, peach. Hey, that was a fruit.
Those were fruits. Those were all fruits, actually.
Judged and corrected
Yeah,
yourself.
I know.
That's okay.
You did
Yes, I
great.
did.
This lady knows her fruits.
You did great. You got this. Ready? Okay.
She's ready.
Yes.
She was born
Yes.
ready.
Melissa, name me 3 daytime talk show hosts.
Maury, Jenny Jones,
You did
and Dr. Phil.
Honey, you didn't.
You ummed,
accept
honey.
it.
You ummed, baby girl.
Cody in St. Charles, please. This is it. I'm done with this. You know, maybe I'll try one more, but Cody, let's go. You gonna win? All right, let's do it.
Hope my best.
Cody, name me 3 Beatles songs.
Hey, Jan. Goodbye. Oh, dang it. That was wrong.
I believe you said, "Hey June."
Yeah, that's not the right.
Hey, June.
Goodbye, which I don't think.
Done with May.
Goodbye by the Beatles. Let's see.
July is too hot, and so is August.
Well, hello, goodbye. Yes.
Yeah. You blew that. Now you have to sweep. Let's go.
You got to sweep. Here you go. Sweep this. Name 3 famous painters.
Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
Goodbye.
Van Gogh.
Do you have more?
Yeah, I got more. You want to do another one?
Becky and Fenton, you are our last caller. Becky, please win, for goodness sakes. I look like a failure as a host if I'm not giving tickets away.
Okay, I'm going to try.
Okay, rescue
All right,
me
Becky.
here. Rescue me. Let's go, Becky.
Becky, name, in honor of May the 4th, name 3 Star Wars characters.
Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker, and...
Oh, my God.
She went with full names, dude.
Yoda.
Yoda.
Lucas Christopher Skywalker.
Lucas Christopher Skywalker III. And Chewbacca Jenkins. And I didn't even know you had a last name. That's crazy.
It's Chewbacca Lewis.
Yeah, and Yoda
Jenkins.
Yoda Horowitz von Schiegendaven.
Okay, now you got to get these 2. Please do it, Becky, or I'm a failure. Let's do it.
All right, Becky. Lock it in. Becky, name me 3 types of cheese.
Brie, Colby, and Monterey Jack.
All right,
Perfect.
good.
This woman knows
I
her
messed up the
cheese.
timer, but she nailed it. She
Brie,
nailed it.
Colby,
Okay,
Monterey
okay.
Jack. All right.
This is it. I was ready to just turn the mics off.
Yeah, it's all good. You're doing great.
You're doing great. Here we go.
Here we
This is
go,
gonna
Becky.
awesome.
Come on, Becky.
Becky, name me 3 cities that start with the letter C.
Cincinnati, Chicago, and...
California! I thought she had it, man.
Supreme Court.
I'm done with this.
Carbondale,
I'm done.
Columbus.
I'm done. I'm done.
Wow.
0.
Zero winners today.
Winners.
Nobody won?
Nobody won.
It's 3 and 5. Right? Stuck it to him today.
8:56. Whatever. Go ahead.
Here we go. It's brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. If you need some extra cash, let Golden Oak Lending convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We do have an accident southbound 170 at 70. The right lane is closed. The right shoulder is also closed to give them plenty of room. Other than that, things look okay. Your point weather today, high of 60, clouds, 44 is the overnight low, 54 right now. And your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco. Heating and air conditioning, more reliable than your St. Louis weather.
What?
And more reliable than this damn game.
What a disaster.
Wow.
Stand by for news.
How are you, everybody? Donnie Fandango, and I am very lucky, and I know I'm nervous because my hands are sweating like crazy. I got Pete and Sam from Chevelle. Gentlemen, welcome back. It's really great to see you.
Hey, it's good to be seen. Good to be here, Donnie.
Well, and it feels like there was a number of years where we were running into each other a couple of times a year, but now it's been, I would say, probably 3 years, and it feels like forever.
South. I had a huge weekend. Saturday, 2 shows, 3 p.m. and an 8 p.m. show for Can You Feel the Punk Tonight. I was there at 7 or 8 a.m. at the pageant, just getting ready. I mean, it is a long day for me. So Victory Men's Health was like, hey, you should come in and get a vitamin drip. And I get these things like at least once a month. I love them. Victory Men's Health, not only with the vitamins and the cellular level blood draw that they took my blood, they checked out the whole thing, they gave me this big giant list of everything that I was missing, and we went over it. It was amazing. I found out exactly how to get it into my natural diet, how to just like kind of make the small life changes that make huge differences, right? And my wife was so jealous that I get all these vitamin IV drips, and she's like, yo, let me tag along, and she loved it. It's a women-owned business too, and Amy, the owner, was even there. Got to hang out. Their staff is just freaking incredible. It's incredible women in Men's Health at Victory Men's Health. And that vitamin IV drip, I'm telling you, I feel freaking great today. I felt great yesterday. Never do I feel that good after a marathon day of shows like that. But thank you, Victory Men's Health. Let them do anything for you with your health. They can help make you feel better and just feel exactly how you're supposed to feel. Victory Men's Health, 4 locations. Check them out at victorymenshealth.com.
All right, so I got the gig of the day here today, like no doubt about it. We are here with the guys from the Revivalists and Becca, our grand prize winner. We are here at Music Record Shop, and what we get to do today? Record shop.
I would just like to point out one of the all-time great record title names by Ween, 12 Golden Country Greats.
Oh, that features the song.
There are 10 songs on this album.
But it features the classic Piss Up a Rope, which is like an amazing freaking song. That I have that record. That is a really, really great record.
Good stuff.
And I'm not even the biggest of Ween. And I don't get all the Ween stuff. Normally that's like my brother's thing, but that one
I'm a big They got some great songs too.
I love that this store has Angel Olsen and Roy Orbison together because when I first started listening to Angel Olsen, I was like, this reminds me of Roy Orbison.
Yeah.
And I just love her records. And in general, and Roy Orbison as well.
This is Coming Home With Me. This is one of my all-time favorite records. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots by the Flaming Lips. It's a masterpiece. Do you realize one of my favorite songs of all time? I need this on vinyl. This has become a part of my collection.
And that's one that you got to have, like you got to listen to that where you can hear all of the sounds.
Yeah.
Because there's so much going on in the production
This
of
CD
that.
lived in my car for about 3 years. My high school Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh, very nice. I'm gonna get this on vinyl because I don't have it, but I had this on cassette, CD twice, bought the digital, digital version on iTunes or whatever, and don't have this on vinyl.
It's funny because when we were in the car on the way here, I was thinking like maybe I'll get some Beastie Boys today.
Yeah.
Science. I have this already. It's surprisingly good to cook to. It's
I would have never thought of that.
Science by Incubus. It's just like weird, heavy space metal, I guess, kind of.
Do you remember how long those dreads got for Brandon Boyd? Oh man, that could not have been easy upkeep for that man.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because there was no upkeep. I don't know.
I just saw him in New Orleans, I think last summer. Now he's all kind of clean cut.
Yeah.
Still takes the shirt off midway through the song.
Oh, of course, man.
Yeah. Bob Dylan?
You should check out, he's a singer-songwriter, Bob Dylan. You might want to check him out. His kid's got a lot of talent.
He's like one of those New York guys.
New York
singer-songwriter,
Greenwich Village.
Interesting.
Seriously, this is an unbelievable record. If Blowin' in the Wind was the only song that he ever wrote, he'd still be a legend. Dude, killer. I love Meg Myers. Let's show her real quick. Meg Myers, she's a killer artist.
Yes, she's amazing.
Fan. What else you got? Let's see what you got. Van
That
Morrison,
one.
Moon Dance, one of the all-time greatest records.
One of your guys' recommendations.
Queen. Some Queen.
Yeah, we got Beatles.
Beatles Revolver.
Yeah, that's a great record
Traveling
too.
Wilburys. I love the Traveling Wilburys.
How many badass people can you have in one band?
There's a limit, and that's the limit.
Answer Traveling Wilburys.
White Reaper, Killer, Johnny Cash.
Yep, got some Johnny
Oh,
Cash.
Beastie Boys, that's the
Donnie's.
record.
Soul Donnie's. Soul Donnie's record.
Sure, if I'm gonna lose out to you, losing out to you makes it all right. Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Guys, I hope you enjoyed yourselves as well. I would have to say that this is the most fun doing anything promotionally for a radio station I've ever done in my life. This has been great, man. Thank you guys very much. And thank you, Becca. Congratulations. All right, we're out from Music Record Shop. So here we are, way back Point Fest. Goldfinger, everybody. Shaka. Yes. Yes. And so here's the thing, okay? John, first thing first. Seen the band a million times. Phenomenal band. You've changed members here, but now you've got a goddamn all-star team going on with our buddy Mike, and then we've got Phil here and Moon, and it's just
Phil and Moon.
It's funny. He's never called me that.
I've never
Never
called
once.
you that ever. And I'm sorry, but that
No,
was
it's
the
fine.
first thing that
It's
popped
his
into my
fault.
head. It's the first thing
Moon
that
was
came
telling me to, because I've known Moon a long time, and I've watched him transition into this amazing frontman of Greek Fire. It's just an incredible transformation that we've made from when I first met him with this like afro out to here, and just like this kid straight out of college. Did you go to college?
No, I did not go to
this
college.
kid straight out of high school.
Right.
Like, did you go to high school?
I did go to high school. I even finished with a kid.
Okay.
Well, it's really
Me
great
too.
to have you guys. But how does Mike get in the equation? How does Moon get in the equation? Like, how do you decide?
Stewart's American Mortgage. Are you someone who's looking to purchase a home, refi, or looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt? Maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. I'll make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Stewie's your guy, man. He makes it easy. If you have any questions on rates, the industry trends, give Stewie a call right now on his personal cell phone, because he gives out his personal number, 314-324-4440. When you call, you're talking to Stewie. When you text, you're talking to Stewie. That is his phone, because he wants to provide personal service and integrity to every single person that he services. He will always be honest with you about what's best for your current situation and provide guidance and walk you through every step of the process. And his signature bagel loan, which is unbeatable by anyone else in the business, is available to you for a refi, just like it is a new home purchase if you're borrowing more than $200,000. And the bagel loan is the signature loan that covers typical costs associated with closing your loan, things like no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, no closing costs. And on top of that, gives you more money back in your pocket if you're using it for a refinance, and you can refinance your home for free without adding to your previous loan amount. And Stewie gets you done fast, baby. He gets you closed in 10 to 15 days. It's worth the phone call. Talk things out with Stewie. Like I said, call or text him right now on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan, NMLS number 226715. The great battles of our time. Man versus nature, intellect versus instinct, burrito versus butthole. Here in this fortress of solitude, we reflect and ponder tough questions about life and ourselves. And the toughest question of all may be, what do I wish I could accomplish before I die? Mine eyes have seen the glory. The proverbial bucket list. Why is it called that? Do you have one? Should you have one? If so, what should be on it? Let's dive into those questions today on the Number 2 Show. You know, they've always said to think outside the box, but here, inside this box, we've had some of the most profound reflections. They say inspiration strikes in the most unexpected places. Sir Isaac Newton, an apple tree. Archimedes, a bathtub. Me, well, let's just say there's a reason I'm broadcasting from a bathroom stall. The bathroom. More than just tiles and...
Hey, Riz. Welcome back to the Rizzuto Show. Dunk the Riz Show at Point Fest. This is your chance to dunk the Rizzuto Show. Yes, we're serving out the punishment. It's coming up May 17th at Point Fest. Now, listen, it's the Hot Shots dunk tank. And everybody who donates and throws will receive a Riz Show coupon for a free large Hot Shots pizza while supplies last. $20 donation gets you 3 throws to try and dunk a Rizzuto Show member. $10 donation gets you 3 throws to try and dunk a Hot Shots girl. Whenever the Riz Show, whenever we don't have a member in the tank, they're going to put a Hot Shots girl up there. So it'll be a continual thing. Cash is preferred, but credit cards will be accepted as well. 100% of donations will go to support Wonderland Camp. The dunk tank schedule, the Hot Shots dunk tank schedule, is on the Points website, 1057thepoint.com. I think it's getting started around 1:15 or so, and that may change by about 15 minutes or so. But it's going to go Lern, then Moon, then King Scott, then Rizzuto, and then Rafe is the Dirty Water headliner.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good time.
Dunk me at 4:15 into that butt soup.
Yeah. Yeah, the butt soup, Hot Shots and dunk tank is going to be fun. I'm sure they're going to fill it up with lukewarm water. It's going to be
from 3 to 5. I'll be over the sheet metal workers tent hanging out.
Oh,
so swing
cool.
by there and get some goodies.
Oh,
and
look at you.
I know. What a day.
Very cool. It is going to be a heck
wet
of a day.
And hanging out.
Featuring 311, The Urge Toadies, Finger 11, Ludo, and many more. We will see you less than 2 weeks away next Saturday, May 17th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. All right, let's do this.
I could. Oh, yeah. We gonna do some news.
And your news is sponsored by?
Your news, it's sponsored by, I got it right here.
You know, I could possibly benefit from this dunk tank
What do you
order.
mean?
People might be played out by then. I'm hoping that you're first. You might be everyone's going to be excited to dunk everyone, and then it's going to fade.
Everybody's armed?
It's gonna lose
I don't
its,
think so.
I
don't
hope
think
not.
So. Yeah.
But then I kind of hope so.
Nah, Todd Worrell and Adam Wainwright and all those guys, they're all coming in right around 4 o'clock.
That's John Tudor.
Hey, the legends. And your news, sponsored by Schicker Auto Group, your headquarters for American-made Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep vehicles. Shop local. Visit shopschicker.com.
All right, I got some good ones. 47-year-old woman is being held in county jail for breaking into a Harrison restaurant. Police received a call about a suspicious person caught on video inside Jack Pine restaurant last Thursday, where they found a hole had been cut into a wall from an adjoining apartment. Now, it's not what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, Norman Bates.
Riz Show
Psycho.
people.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's what you were thinking. Well, Riz Show game enthusiasts would probably think of something different. This hole was covered with various items in the business. Police then investigated and discovered drug paraphernalia in the apartment.
No.
It tested positive for methamphetamines. Police then arrested Jennifer Sehi, who they say had access to the apartment and cut the hole through the wall the week before. She is accused of taking a donation jar and various food items from the restaurant. Sehi is charged with possession of meth and breaking and entering with intent to commit larceny. She's also being charged as a 4-time habitual offender. Her next court date is pending. So she had cut a hole in the wall of her apartment to the restaurant, and it was like moving things and sneaking the tip jar.
That's incredible.
It's like a cartoon.
How long are her arms?
I don't know, dude.
Man.
Vincent Conroy, 56, was allegedly drunk and walking around a Florida parking lot wearing only a T-shirt with no pants. Donald Duck. This was early Wednesday morning. His privates were on public display. Conroy was spotted with 2 wine bottles and a can of beer.
Just having a good time.
Yeah, when confronted by police and asked to identify himself, he said, "I am Charles Dickens." According to the arrest report, it was later discovered that his name was Vincent Conroy.
He lied?
He lied. In addition to open container and exposure of sexual organ counts, he was also charged with providing a false name to law enforcement. After a day locked up in the local jail, he was freed Thursday on his own recognizance by a county judge. A Lancaster man is facing multiple charges after police say he burglarized a church while completely nude. A lot of nakedness.
Wow, what's going on?
Naked Dude Week, right on.
Yeah, this is in Lancaster Township. Corey Calderwood, 34, was arrested on multiple charges, including burglary.
David Lee Roth got arrested for that. Bulgery.
Burglary, indecent exposure, possession of a controlled substance, drug paraphernalia. This all followed an incident on April 29th. He was doing his thing, and police say that officers responded to an active burglary, and then he was seen breaking into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints while completely nude and under the influence of methamphetamine. He remains in the jail awaiting a May 19th preliminary hearing. Wait till you hear this one. A Pennsylvania woman, cops say admitted, and you should bring up the video on this, admitted to pooping on someone else's car as a part of a road rage incident. Road rage. This is insane. And if you haven't seen this video and you're not ready for it, it is
worse than bird droppings, I take it?
There's a video?
There is a video. Police say that she bragged about a clean poop that she didn't even need toilet paper. According to new legal docs.
She didn't need wipers.
That is worth mentioning in her defense.
Yeah, quote, she screamed, "It was a clean poop. I didn't even have to wipe." Cops say she was arrested on Thursday. She allegedly dropped a deuce on the hood of another motorist's car after being upset with their driving. She now faces charges of indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, harassment, depositing waste on the highway, which is a crime.
And improving a Tesla.
And was it on a Tesla? I think it was on a Hyundai, but
a Sonata.
Wait till you see this video.
Is it going to show it?
Video shows her also being
If it
arrested.
was on a Nissan Juke, honestly, it was on them to get out of the way.
She was arrested by 2 officers. No, it's not. It's not. They're not going to show it on the news there, Scott. But there's like a TMZ video of it.
Huh.
Because somebody was driving and saw her hollering, and that's the time to bring out your phone and see what this gal's going to do. She approached the vehicle and then right on the hood, guys. Police say they came to her home to pick her up after she admitted to being the Delco pooper. Cops say that she had a clear reason for pooping on the car hood, so she told them, is that, quote, fat bitch had made her angry.
Oh, that makes sense.
Watch this. It says...
Look at the good camera work.
She explained to the police that, hey, listen, I wanted to punch her in the face, but I pooped on her car instead and then went home.
Somebody needs a little bit more fiber in their diet.
Yeah, somebody needs to be better at filming.
Yeah, I missed that whole thing.
That looks like baby turd, like a nasty diaper.
Isn't that awful?
You know?
Like, what a crazy...
Oh, I see it.
What a crazy, crazy thing.
Wow.
Imagine driving down the street and suddenly bags of cash are just lying there on the road. Well, that's exactly what happened in Chicago. Total chaos. Tuesday, April 22nd, a Brinks armored truck was heading south on South Austin Boulevard in Oak Park, just outside of Chicago. Somehow, the back door of the truck flies open. 3 bags full of money tumbled out into the street about 5:07 p.m. Before anybody from Brinks could return, people started noticing the cash. According to police, 50 to 100 people suddenly showed up and swooped in. Some on foot, some in cars, some grabbed as much money as they could before quickly leaving the scene. How much do you think they lost with 3 bags of cash and 50 to 100 people scampering over to grab it?
Ooh. I mean,
how much in cash was lost?
Let me think here. GTA, you get, I think is it 20 grand for every bag?
20 grand, that's a lot of money, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to say this was 200,000.
200,000? Wow, what do you guys got guesses?
3 bags? I mean...
3 bags.
3 bags seems
bags
like a lot.
Off of what?
I see like the Beagle Boys, like, carrying bags of cash with a big money sign on it.
Right.
3 bags of cash. It was cash.
I'll say 100,000 a bag. I'll say 300,000.
Bags of cash. How much was in each bag?
How much
cash.
was taken by the 50 to 100 people that swarmed on it immediately?
100,000.
$300,000. You know.
Nice, Rafe.
An estimated $300,000 was missing by the time the Brinks employee got back to the spot. Most of the cash and the people suddenly gone. The police department confirmed what happened, and as of Friday, April 25th, no one had been arrested, no money had been recovered. Believe it or not, this is not the first time something like this has happened. Back in 2021, an armored truck in California accidentally dropped bags of cash on the freeway. Drivers stopped to scoop up the bills, and in 2018, another Brinks truck had its door open in Indiana, spilling packages of money onto the road. These things are impossible to break into, but somehow they just, boop, pop open.
Well, welcome to do that in Overland today. Just let me know what time.
All right, and finally, you can get away with a lot of unhealthy habits in your 20s. I was clearing bags of Oreos, like the entire, not just a tray, but like all 4 trays. In your 30s, it's harder to stay in shape, and by your 40s, it seems like you can do everything right and still not see any results.
Brutal.
There's a new study out. Researchers say that they may have pinpointed the exact age when bad habits like smoking, drinking, or not exercising start to trigger actual health problems. What age do you think it is?
What age?
I'm going to say...
What age do you think smoking and boozing and not exercising will actually trigger health issues?
I think 40. I got it. I'm going to say the beginning stages, though, before you start feeling it all, I bet it's 38.
I think it's going to be higher. I think it's going to be 52.
You'll be surprised to learn that it's 36.
Oh, no.
36. Scientists have tracked the health of hundreds and hundreds of children born in 1959 until they were 61. They found that those who regularly smoked, boozed, or lounged around in their younger years ended up being sicker and more depressed. And on average, those people's health started to decline right at the age of 36. One researcher says, quote, "Our findings highlight the importance of tackling risky health behaviors as early as possible to prevent damage from building up over the years. But there's another way you could look at it. Enjoy the partying and debauchery into your 30s as long as you quit the bad stuff and ask for a gym membership by your 36th birthday."
All right.
And that is your news. It's 9:18 on Cinco de Mayo. Lern, tell me what's happening on the roads and in the skies.
It's brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. They can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. So if you need some extra cash, let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. We have a stalled vehicle, Highway 370 westbound at Highway 94. All lanes are open, but the right shoulder is closed. Other than that, things look pretty normal for a Monday around this time. Your point weather, today will get up to 60. It's going to be cloudy like you see right now. Rain expected on Wednesday. Lows in the mid-40s, and currently it is 53 degrees. Your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning, more reliable than your St. Louis weather.
Let's do some sports next.
All right, here we are backstage, way back Point Fest, with the boys from Lit. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you again.
Doing great. Good to see you guys.
Okay, first and foremost, I hear that there is illness sweeping through the Lit camp. Can we confirm, deny, what's going on?
I'd rather not use the word sweeping through because it's just one guy at the moment, and luckily we're at the tail end. We got like less than a week left of the tour.
Man, so you're hanging on.
We've been out for over 10 weeks, or about 10 weeks, and that's not bad. And
logistical question for those of us that have never had to do this. And obviously the advent of the urgent care probably changes the game a little bit. Yeah. But when you guys are in East Lansing or wherever the hell and you're nowhere near home, somebody gets sick, it gets to the point where you're like, we got to do something. What do you do?
We have doctors we can call, and they'll phone in a prescription. I'm surprised he didn't do that today.
Yeah.
Make it things hard on himself.
That's all right.
It is Labor Day. Thanks, Christian.
Well, so new album is out as we speak.
Yeah, album's out.
I find it very interesting to me, and it seems as though the reviewers are the first ones to point out how different a record is, where the fans, and I've seen you guys even talk about this, go, no man, our fans know that this is, our music is a part of everything. We do a little bit of everything. So it seems like the reviewers are more surprised than the actual fans are, yes?
Yeah, I think usually for me, you're just talking about that. Of course.
I'm glad it wasn't me.
Usually, and he answers the phone.
Right, that's like doing.
I was going to say the naysayers usually are the ones that haven't. It's off now.
Let me see. Jewelry, the official jeweler of the Rizzuto Show. Go to ninjabling.com. This is an experience. Now it is, about to be wedding season, and it's certainly proposal season and all that. If you were looking for an engagement ring, look no further than Moritz Royce Jewelry. This is such a cool place. But you're talking about experts, a family-owned business for over 40-something years. Like, I think it's in the high 40s now. Absolute experts, not working on commission. So they're not one of these mall jewelers or street-level jewelers that are just salivating over, a sale or something like that. These are the pros that are there, like they're living and breathing fine jewelry. Diamonds, Simon G collection, gemstones, pearls, watches, fine jewelry, the good stuff. And it is an appointment-only thing with a private showroom that's just the tip of the iceberg. That experience alone is worth so much, and it's amazing. You want to be as happy with your purchase as your gift receiver is with their gift, with their fine jewelry. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you're shopping for yourself, I wanted a watch. I always wanted to be a watch guy, and I know nothing about watches. I certainly didn't want to spend any money on a watch that wasn't going to fit me, stylistically. So I asked. I said, please point me in the right direction. And they literally picked out a watch for me. And it was the best. It's the best. I wear it all the time. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Moritz Royce Jewelry. This is the official jeweler of the Rizzuto Show, ninjabling.com, where you get the jewels and not the shaft.
It's Donnie Fandango backstage at Point Fest. For one, I just almost fell out of my chair.
It is.
And for two, boy, that would have made a really great way to start the interviews of the day. Yeah. All right, so let's settle this first and foremost. You and me here right now. 0936.
Yes.
All right. I heard it in a couple of different ways. It confused the hell out of me, man.
It confuses me.
Okay, well then good. Then I don't feel as bad that it's not just me.
I put the colon in there to be read as a time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one says it's 9:36 o'clock ever.
Right, ever.
It's never happened. It's never happened.
And it never should happen.
And it won't. I promise.
Man, I was reading a bit about you, and it feels like we, as younger guys, had a similar sort of experience. I had one of my dad's friends when I was growing up owned a mini recording studio in his basement. And so I got to go over there when I was like 7, 8, 9 years old and watch the guys plug in and tune in, and then they'd let me mess around on the microphone. And you had kind of a similar thing.
Yeah, it was more just like 3 plywood or 4 plywood walls and then a microphone. But my uncle knew how to, like, he made like beats.
Sure.
He's not Dr. Dre, but he like made beats. You know what I mean? And he sold them online. And that was like his like side thing. And so that was very easy way to start.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, let me see what's up. So I was doing like little like sample things for him. Like he was like, hey, talk, and like sample for a beat. And then I remember I wrote like a rap, and I was like, can you record me? So
Wow.
That's yeah.
What was it like when you heard yourself?
It was hard. Well, I was 10, so I thought it was super sick. And if anybody heard that now, I would be so upset. I'd be offended.
But it shows where you've come from.
I don't want anybody to know.
I don't
want anybody to know. Some guy pulled us up. Well, didn't pull us over. We were pulled over in a parking lot the other day counting merch. And this guy comes up and says, hey, don't mean to bother you. I know you're a musicianal act. Not a word. And then he said, he was leaving. He said, hey guys, just remember, you got to be somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know. But keep it in mind.
All right. Well, I think we're just going to probably stew on that.
Got to be somewhere. That's what I was getting at with what you just said.
So talk to me about some of your friends that are already on our show today. The Shinedown guys are who you're currently out with now.
Yep.
Is this kind of like one of your first big runs, or have you been out a bunch, or where are you in the touring stage of your career?
I've never toured before.
Oh, wow.
And then they were like, hey, touring's back. You want to go for 84 days? And I was like, let's do it. So here we are. I have 12 more days left.
But for
and alive still.
Thank goodness. But for you, man, I'm sure legitimately that this is a learning experience for you as well as a really great time.
Yes. It was, yes. Yeah. It's a lot, though. You know what I mean? Like, doing, a lot of people I know will, like, get their feet wet on, like, a smaller run or a 2-week run or a 3-week run. And then they were like I said, you want to go out for 84 days? And I was like, sure.
Right.
So hopefully I'm better than I was. I've done shows before, like I used to do rap shows all the time. And I did 3 shows with my friend Grandson, who's here.
Right.
And then I did, like, one small headliner thing in L.A. 2 years ago. And then nothing, obviously.
Right.
So I had, like, no prior... But I think it's going okay.
As far as you can tell, it's going all right.
It's going well, in my opinion.
You know, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, and it feels like a lot of us are the same way in that, you know, it's not necessary. There's all kinds of different musical, you know, not just genres, but flavors and the things that we like and we listen to. And I know that you're one of those guys that, you know, lots of different genres are involved. Do you ever feel like sometimes, man, like maybe we've got this thing in America maybe broken down a little bit too much by genre, and that it shouldn't just be more like, okay, this is really good music, period, let's put it somewhere together?
Well, I didn't know that, like, the UK is like, Triple J is just like the thing. And they play they play all of it.
Right.
I didn't know that. I just found that out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe, yes, your question to you, yes.
You know what I mean? Because we all have these different influences. It's not just one singular thing.
And I get people all the time will be like, this isn't a rock song. And people will be like, well, then people will be like, well, it's not a rap song. And then it's like, well, it's not an alternative song.
Absolutely. And you were number 1 on the active rock chart with Adrenaline.
And that was apparently not a rock song. And apparently it wasn't a rap song either. We can't put it in rap caviar, so I don't know where we're supposed to put it.
Well, you know what I've gotten from this interview is that the things that have confused me also seem to sometimes confuse you too, so that I don't feel alone. I'm all right with it.
Hey, man.
Hot Shots Bar and Grill. Well, we did it. We've done it. You got to go to Hot Shots Bar and Grill. Anytime there's a Battlehawks game in town, you got to go check out the official Battle Bar and partner of the St. Louis Battlehawks for 2025. Hot Shots is proud to be the official cacao sponsor for the 2025 UFL season. Join us at any Hot Shots location and catch every Battlehawks matchup, home or away, and experience the best cacao party in town. The Battle Bar watch parties will be packed with giveaways, prizes, and more as the Battlehawks charge towards their first UFL championship. Champion! Bring your loudest caca and cheer the St. Louis favorite football team with us. Be there for kickoff. There are Battlehawks game day specials every single Battlehawks game. You got the cacao combo for $20. That's large one-topping pizza plus a Bud Select pitcher. You got Battle Apps combo for $25. Any 2 apps. And a Bud Select pitcher for just $25, excluding quesadillas and a 6-pack of tacos and the sampler. And, of course, if you're there to really support the team and get lit, you're going to be doing these $5 battle bombs because every cacao deserves a proper blast off, and the Battle Bombs are the way to do it. And the next Battlehawks watch party is this Sunday, May 11th. At 2 p.m. at the Hot Shots in Fenton and the Hot Shots in Wentzville. Join us on these special days to celebrate with fellow fans. Enjoy the game day specials, and make sure you're there to caw with pride. Hot Shots, the official sports bar of the Rizzuto Show, and home to STL sports fans since 1990. For more information, go to hotshotsnet.com.
Oh, hey, just sitting here checking out all my awards. You know, there are many ways to reach us in the Point Studio. You could call us, you could social media us, I think you could even fax us. But there's a new way. It's called Mic Drop. Yes, download the Point app, click the Mic Drop feature, talk into your phone, and your message goes right to us.
Rizzuto Show.
Happy birthday, Rizzy.
Me too.
Hey, quiet AI.
Did he just go on for another 5 minutes?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
doing that?
That was so
That
awesome.
sounds pretty amazing.
Welcome back to the Rizzuto Show. He will be, Sir Queen Riz will be back tomorrow from the Disney World vacation. I am thrilled to find out how it went.
He's going by Rizzy Mouse now.
Rizzy Mouse left us with the fewest amount of vacation check-ins, I guess you could say.
For sure.
He really checked in as few times as possible, and didn't let us know how the trip was going, other than his facial expressions.
Yeah, a lot of screaming.
Rides.
Yeah. He only yelled at me once, so it was pretty good.
So we'll jump into the Sparks report here from Rafe in just a second. But St. Louis Blues gave everything they had in a thrilling Game 7 showdown against the NHL's top regular season team, the Winnipeg Jets, but they came up short, losing 4-3 in a double overtime. Adam Lowry tipped in the series-winning goal 16-10 into the fifth period, ending the Blues' postseason run after the best-of-7 series, 4-3. A very bitter pill, because the Blues led nearly the entire game and were mere seconds from advancing. With a 3-1 lead and under 2 minutes left in regulations, the Jets tied it with two dramatic goals, one bouncing off of Shen, and then that was with 1:56 to go. And then with just 2.2 seconds left, Cole Perfetti had the latest game-tying goal in Game 7 NHL history.
Bummer.
Heartbreaking loss. Blues still had super impressive, cool fun, especially in back half of the season. Congratulations to Coach Jim Montgomery for doing a great job, and he was praising the group, calling the whole Blues just a lot of great things. Had a heck of a run there at the end of the season. 12 in a row, and just a bummer, sad way to go out. But that's about it.
So I think they were 2 seconds away from the cup, man. They're playing the best team in hockey. They get through that series, I think, smooth sailing after that.
For sure.
Yeah, and it was good.
And is there any rumors of any trades or anything, or are they going to keep most of this lineup and
I don't know.
start next year a big way?
I don't know. I'm sure we'll get into it with Kerber on Wednesday. But Rafe, are you prepared for a Sparks report?
I am always prepared for the Sparks report.
Okay. Well, do we need anything?
Yeah, crank the music, baby.
Oh.
Yeah. And
the sponsor.
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
I'm in it. I'm in it to win it. Just crank the music and
How
let Daddy
about
cook.
this?
Yeah, it's time for a super important Sparks Report. Super Shark Sparks Report presented by DraftKings at Casino Queen. Play, stay, and dine. Visit DraftKings at CasinoQueen.com for special promotions. All right, y'all, let's get it cooking. I'm Rafe Williams, your host, your hype man, your hillbilly Howard Cosell. I've been kicked out of more locker rooms than I've been invited to, and somehow they keep giving me a mic to talk sports, so buckle up, Buttercup. This is the Super Shark Sparks Report. The Blues blew it to the Jets. Whoop! The Cardinals beat the goddamn Mets. Whoop! And no one cares about the MLS. Whoop! And that concludes your Super Shark Sparks Report.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
That was it.
That's all we got. That's all we needed.
That's all you need to know.
Really, that is all we needed.
That's all you needed to know.
All right, the last look at traffic and weather is 9:32. Learn, tell me.
And it's brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. They can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Out there, we do have an accident. Southbound 55 at Arsenal. The right shoulder is closed. But otherwise, everybody's at work, except for you. You're late. 60 will be the high today. cloudy like you see now for the next couple of days. Rain expected on Wednesday, 44 tonight. Right now it's 53, and your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco. Heating and air conditioning more reliable than your St. Louis weather.
We'll take one more break, and we'll come back and wrap it up.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and we have the absolute pleasure for the first time of speaking to Ash from New Year's Day. Welcome, and it's great to have you at Point Fest.
We're so honored to be at Point Fest today. It was so much fun.
You had that crowd.
Michael's flooring. Okay, think about your life, right? I mean, maybe you got, maybe you're on the ground right now. You're sitting on the ground, your feet are on the ground, you're laying on the ground. Maybe you're on the ground, you can't get up. That floor of yours needs to be in superb condition. You know, because like I'm a floor dweller. I like to curl up. I sit on the floor a lot. You know, you go over to somebody's house, you're a floor dweller, you're sitting on their nasty carpet that's been there for like 40 years. And honestly, they weren't the original owner that like put the flooring in. There's all sorts of nastiness that's in the floor. Okay. I would just rip it all out and put in hardwoods, you know, or tile or laminate, or, you know, if you are a carpet person, which by the way, carpet is in. Mike Reynolds with his ponytail told me all about it for Michael's flooring. You know, sometimes you just want your germs to be part of the carpet that's part of your house. You know what I'm saying? So whether it's like a bedroom or, you know, like my grandma had bathroom carpet. I mean, I'm not saying that's the way to go, but whatever is old is in. I think you should get new floors from Michael's Flooring. They've been around for 30 years. They're excellent at what they do, efficient, professional. They're going to work with your budget and with your timeline. Okay, what else do you want from me? I got floored.com.
We are backstage at Point Fest with a St. Louis favorite, and the great part about this today is that they're actually going to get to play. Ladies and gentlemen, highly suspect backstage at Point Fest. What's going on? Welcome back. It's wonderful to see you as always. But I would also like to tell you that Natural Born Killer has been one of our favorite songs of the year so far. It sounds great on the air, and it sounds like a great highly suspect song. So let me ask you, where did that come in the recording process? One of the first, one of the last? Where was that?
Smack dab in the middle.
Oh, okay. All right. I always wonder if, when it comes out as a strong lead single like that, if where it was in the creative process matters. You know what I'm saying?
I think once we heard that riff, it was like, okay, this is like the sports anthem style riff. We just kind of knew it would be the one.
Yeah, absolutely so. So a new album is out now. All right. How quickly do you see the audience singing songs back to you?
Almost immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are
luckily,
and you got to be kind of like amazed and taken aback by that a little bit.
Oh my God, it's a blessing. It's incredible.
I can't remember words to songs I loved from 20 years ago.
I can't remember the words to the songs that we wrote, so I struggle.
You know, here's like kind of a weird one, and I'm very curious about like little things like this. I was at a show the other night. Pearl Jam was here. They played the Enterprise Center. And you have half of the venue that have phones up and are trying to record the entire show. And then you have the other half that are seemingly annoyed by those that are recording. As a band, do you care?
I hate it.
You hate it?
It's the worst.
Let me ask why you hate it. And I hate it because I'm a short guy. Inevitably, somebody in front of me has got it, and then I'm not seeing anything. I'm dancing the entire show.
As another short guy, it bugs me too. You know, it's killing the view. Like, I want to see the show.
I also wonder who's watching these videos.
That's the thing, is like you take a cell phone video, and then what? You listen to it, it sounds terrible, you're never going to watch it again. It's like, take a picture, and put your phone down, be present.
Right.
You know, back in my day, we didn't even have the option to do that, so.
It's crazy to me when I see people complain about Jack White's phone policy, where he won't let you, you got to leave it in a bag. And maybe that's a little bit too much, but I like the general idea of just going to the show and watching the freaking show. Like, right, exactly.
That's unheard of.
Yeah, completely unheard of. So, touring-wise, we busy the rest of the year, I would assume?
We are.
Well into 2023?
We are.
How far do they book you dudes out? So, like, if I want to make a 30th anniversary show for The Point for next year, because we're turning 30, how far ahead do I have to, do I have to talk to the booking people to get highly suspect in?
No, you just talked to us. You just said that. We'll be there. You know we'll be there for you.
All right, well, thank you very much. It's a big birthday. I mean, 30 years for an alternative radio station these days.
I can't wait until I have mine.
My next birthday is 50. I'm not prepared for that even in the slightest. But now when my kids say I do old man stuff, I do old man. I mean, I can't even fight them on it anymore.
Like what? What's old man stuff for you?
Well, let me tell you, I have this particular pair of New Balance tennis shoes, okay? I got them to walk in, and as soon as I took them out of the box, I am not even lying, my 2 oldest kids started crying, laughing at me and my old man shoes. And then when I tried to point out to them that how much the arch support means to me, oh my God, like they were hyperventilating. So that's just one of the things. I have the TV on super loud all the time. My hearing is going, the hair. I mean, dude, it's not a pretty picture. Like, my wife is way too cute, truthfully, for what's going on here.
You're selling yourself short, Donnie. You're a beautiful man.
Thank you, man, very much. I've taken this in a very weird direction, but more than anything, I just wanted to tell you guys thank you. We love it when you're here. You mean so much to us as a band for the radio station, and we're just genuinely thankful when we get to see you.
No, the pleasure is ours. You guys have done nothing but support us since day one, and it's honestly like an honor to be loved so much by you guys and by St. Louis, and it's felt, and we're very excited to be here as always, and yeah, tonight's gonna rock.
And I really wish I could get away with wearing sunglasses like that too. Your sense of style, fantastic. Well done. Johnny, the boys from Highly Suspect, backstage at Point Fest. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
All right, here we are backstage, way back Point Fest, with the boys from Lit. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you again.
We're doing great. Great to see you guys.
Okay.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, and energy experts. This is who I have in my home, who I trust with all of my systems for world-class service, and I have experienced it from repairs to replacements, system replacements, to an energy audit. They have done it all in my house and saved me so much money in the long run with the efficiency and the energy audit to find out exactly where my house was, losing, how I was heating and cooling the neighborhood from, all sorts of things that I would never have thought of. They do the vents as well. In fact, somebody here in the office had them in replacing their system and said, "Hey, can you check out the vents too to make sure I don't need or just to see if I need the vents cleaned out?" And they checked him and said, "No, man, you're good." And he came back and instantly told me, he was like, "Anton's is absolutely amazing. I trust them because they didn't try to upsell me or give me a service or something that I didn't really need. They were the first one to tell me that my ducts, the vents and the ductwork looked healthy." So call them today, 314-338-3941, or you can go to antonshvac.com, schedule your free estimate. And listen, man, preventative maintenance has saved me huge. That is huge. So schedule your service promptly. It's a proactive way to avoid any unforeseen disruptions. antonshvac.com, ANTONSHVAC.com.
Hey guys, it's Lux and Jacoby from Papa Roach.
What's up?
How are you doing?
I'd like to say I'm doing good. I'm just much rather be playing a rock show tonight.
I would much rather be watching you play a rock show. This is such a bummer.
I know, very much so. We just got the news like an hour ago, and I was like, what am I gonna do?
We did all we could.
I'm here to rock. I'm here to do my gig. You know what I'm saying? And it's Mother Nature is just not having it today.
But the good news is, outside of being here for Point Fest, you guys have a lot of stuff going on.
Oh, yeah.
Papa Roach is killing it. I was on TikTok today. Huge fan of your TikTok.
What'd you see?
Well, I saw you reaching out to one of my favorite artists, Kay Flay, for...
Oh, yeah.
So I texted her that video this morning. I haven't heard back, but I did...
Oh, you know her?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, she's
I absolutely did, and I sent her that video.
I love her, dude. I think she's awesome, man. Good energy, great artist, great live performer, great songwriter, great voice, just awesome. I'm a fan.
Well, good.
Obviously.
Then you're happy. I sent the text message and not like, oh.
Hey, let her know.
God.
If she ever want to collab, dude, let's do something.
Yay! So what was it like writing Ego Trip while you were all in quarantine? I know you guys kind of got together,
All right, so here we are backstage, the Stiefel Theater. Mr. Nathaniel Rateliff.
Windows Direct. Let's talk about it, baby. It's May, and it's officially the kickoff to home improvement season. The weather's warming up. Memorial Day's right around the corner, and now it's time to tackle those big projects that you've been putting off while you've been watching it rain, rain, rain. Whether it's a drafty old windows or a worn-out front door, Universal Windows Direct has the ultimate offer to get your home ready for summer and beyond. Right now, during their home improvement season sale, you get an incredible 50% off your windows. Yes, that is a correct thing I just said. Half off. Half price. You heard it right. You can upgrade your home with beautiful energy-efficient windows for half the cost, but it gets even better for a limited time. You'll get no interest and no payments for 12 months, so you got a year to pay off something that you only paid half for in the first place. That's a whole year to enjoy your windows before you pay a single cent. And here's the cherry on top. You receive a free entry door with any window purchase. So when you get your windows, you get a brand new door, baby. That's style, comfort, and savings all in one. With Universal Windows Direct, you're not just getting an amazing deal, you're getting a peace of mind. Their professional team makes the process easy from start to finish, and their exclusive Super Spacer technology means your windows perform better, last longer, and help lower your energy bills. So why wait? There's no better time than home improvement season to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. This May, celebrate comfort, curb appeal, and serious savings with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you will be saying, I love May and I love my windows.
All right, so I got the gig of the day here today, like no doubt about it. We are here with the guys from the Revivalists and Becca, our grand prize winner. We are here at Music Record Shop, and what we get to do today? Record shop.
I would just like to point out one of the all-time great record title names by Ween, 12 Golden Country Greats.
Oh, that features the song.
There are 10 songs on this album.
But it features the classic Piss Up a Rope, which is like an amazing freaking song. That I have that record. That is a really, really great record.
Good stuff.
And I'm not even the biggest of Ween. And I don't get all the Ween stuff. Normally that's like my brother's thing, but that one
I'm a big, yeah. They got some great songs too.
I love that this store has Angel Olsen and Roy Orbison together, because when I first started listening to Angel Olsen, I was like, this reminds me of Roy Orbison.
Yeah.
And I just love her records. And in general, and Roy Orbison as well.
This is Coming Home With Me. This is one of my all-time favorite records. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots by the Flaming Lips. It's a masterpiece. Do you realize one of my favorite songs of all time? I need this on vinyl. This has become a part of my collection.
And that's one that you gotta have, like you gotta listen to that where you can hear all of the sounds.
Yeah.
Because there's so much going on in the production
This
of
CD
that.
lived in my car for about 3 years. My high school Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh, very nice. I'm gonna get this on vinyl because I don't have it, but I had this on cassette, CD twice, bought the digital, digital version on iTunes or whatever, and don't have this on vinyl.
It's funny because when we were in the car on the way here, I was thinking like maybe I'll get some Beastie Boys today.
Yeah.
Science. I have this already. It's surprisingly good to cook to. It's
I would have never thought of that.
Science by Incubus. It's just like weird, heavy space metal, I guess, kind of.
Do you remember how long those dreads got for Brandon Boyd? Oh man, that could not have been easy upkeep for that man.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because there was no upkeep. I don't know.
I just saw them in New Orleans, I think last summer. Now he's all kind of clean cut.
Yeah.
Still takes the shirt off midway through the song.
Oh, of course, man.
Yeah. Bob Dylan?
You should check out, he's a singer-songwriter, Bob Dylan. You might want to check him out. His kid's got a lot of talent.
Is he like that? He's like one of those New York guys.
New York
acoustic
singer-songwriter,
guitar.
Greenwich Village.
Interesting.
Seriously, this is an unbelievable record. If Blowin' in the Wind was the only song that he ever wrote, he'd still be a legend. Dude, killer. I love Meg Myers. Let's show her real quick. Meg Myers, she's a killer artist.
Yes, she's amazing.
Fan. What else you got? Let's see what you got. Van
That
Morrison,
one.
Moon Dance, one of the all-time greatest records.
One of your guys' recommendations.
Queen. Some Queen.
Yeah, we got Beatles.
Beatles Revolver.
Yeah, that's a great record
Traveling
too.
Wilburys. I love the Traveling Wilburys.
How many badass people can you have in one band?
There's a limit, and that's the limit.
Answer traffic. White Reaper, Killer, Johnny Cash.
Yep, got some Johnny
Oh,
Cash.
Beastie Boys, that's the
Donnie's.
record.
Soul Donnie's. Soul Donnie's record.
Sure, if I'm going to lose out to you, losing out to you makes it all right. Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Guys, I hope you enjoyed yourselves as well. I would have to say that this is the most fun doing anything promotionally for a radio station I've ever done in my life. This has been great, man. Thank you guys very much. And thank you, Becca. Congratulations. All right, we're out for Music Record Shop.
Let's get to Moon's list of things he would like
Moon's
to achieve
bucket
before
list.
death.
There's some cool ones on here, man. There's a couple cool ones. Let's start with number one. Moon wants to drive a monster truck, which is rad as hell. And I at least want to ride shotgun.
Yeah. Heck yeah, man. Growing up in St. Louis, big Bigfoot fan, as everyone should be.
Mm-hmm.
And man, we've gone to this Monster Jam. You know, Monster Jam always invites me out and has had me out for years and years, and take the kids, and it's just been the most fun experience every single time it comes through. We do a whole family event with it, and every time, Scott and I have done this where we get down on the track, on the dirt beforehand for the pre-show, and when you're next to one, how can you not be driven to want to drive it?
As somebody
you
who's
sit there and you go,
driven one.
I am compelled.
You have?
Oh yeah. I drove the Tailgater.
Dang.
A couple years ago.
Did not know that.
There's no second seat. It's only one seat, so you can't ride shotgun.
That's fine.
Man.
It's better.
Then I want to go.
Probably, and I have pictures. Probably one of the coolest things I've done. I got to drive it over at the racetrack.
I didn't know
I
that.
didn't get to crush any cars.
You didn't?
No.
It's candy.
They let me.
Well, big things happening in the 21 Pilots camp. And you know what? If you are going to talk about 21 Pilots, there are legitimately no better two people in which that you could call to talk about said band than our guys. Gentlemen, it's wonderful to see you again. Hello, and it's been a while. Hello from St. Louis.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, it has
We're
been a while.
excited.
Man, it's really great to see you guys again. And the first thing that we want to talk about is the 21 Pilots Cinema Experience. Now, it's coming out on May the 19th. There'll be a special encore on May the 22nd. But I want to know, this experience came about a year or so ago during the pandemic. And I'm curious, the show was so well done, so well produced. How long did it take you guys to put that whole thing even together in the first place for it to run?
I think it was probably, I guess we were talking about it was probably like 7 or 8 months from the very beginning. And it was, the way that we sort of had to go about doing it, we just kind of knew that because our live show is so reliant on
Hey, it's Riz. You know, so much of what makes us a family happens right inside our homes. And that's why I give my home the same love and attention as my family. Just a couple weeks ago, I had Zero Res over for a carpet and air duct cleaning, and I can't tell you how much fresher everything feels. With graduations, end of the school year, and warm weather gatherings coming up in May, there's no better time for a deep clean. Zero Res handles every surface. Carpets, tile, grout, hardwood, laminate, stone, upholstery, rugs, and yes, air ducts. Trust me, don't risk it with the other guys or by going DIY. Zero Res is the zero residue cleaner. No dirt attracting soaps or chemicals up behind, and your carpets dry fast. Keep the mud outside and not under your carpets. Check out their 5,900 rave reviews and a 4.9 Google rating. Right now, get 3 rooms zero resified starting at $129 and take $75 off that air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family. Breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res 314-474-2020 or visit ZeroResSTL.com and say you want the Riz Show special. Spelled backward or forward, it is Zero Res.
All right, so the lead-off interview for Point Fest 2019, my guy Claudio from Coheed and Cambria. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
You know, I believe the last time that you were here, and I so wish that I could have talked to you while that it was happening. Coheed was playing a show at the pageant, and oh my gosh, the hubbub about your hair was on that day, man. Like it was so fascinating to watch some of your fans completely lose their minds about that. And I'm curious from your perspective because, you know, I mean, I know that the music is so important and everything that goes involved in this is such a big deal. And the hair thing to me seems like it would be something that you would be a little uncomfortable with as far as like the direct attention of it all. How do you take it? Do you just think it's kind of a goof and move on with it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just having a good time. You know, doing this for a living, you don't want to take yourself too seriously. And I know that that's something that a lot of people think with Coheed and its whole like concept and, it's just so inflated. But at the same time, it's like we're really just out here to kind of have a good time, and that was just a way to kill time and just have fun. So
what was amazing to me was that you had made a social media post about it, and then like an hour later, like all of the websites picked up on it. So it was just like social media crazy for a few hours. Like it just really caught fire, and I was like, this is about this man's hair. So I think today, if I'm not mistaken, even though Mastodon is not here, this kind of sort of begins that trek with Mastodon. And when I was reading an interview with you kind of talking about both of you guys going out, it was really cool to read and really kind of feel you a bit fanboy out about being able to be on the road with those guys. So this is nothing that's ever happened before. The first time that you've been out on an extended run with them.
Yeah.
But they've been friends with you guys for a while. You've been mutual friends, kind of thing.
So, somewhat. I mean, we've just kind of been in the same circles, and we've seen each other's bands on tour, like whether it's in a festival situation or at NAMM shows or just sort of gatherings. So it just kind of made sense. I mean, both bands being these like kind of progressive rock, things that like, why not? So.
Yeah, one of the things you kind of alluded to it a little bit before, do you obviously have this intricate storyline that's laid out for these records, but I feel as though that you can love these records even if you don't exactly know the ins and outs of the storyline. Are you okay with that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all the songs are really written from like a personal experience. So right at the creation of them, they're all very real songs. It's just I kind of take them and then kind of translate them into this other piece of fiction so people can experience the music and the stories in another way. But yeah, it's very personal stuff. If you actually like kind of dive into Coheed's music and actually read the lyrics and get in there, I mean, it's really they're basically love songs,
right?
That's all they are. It's like so yeah.
I really appreciated the last time that we had a chance to sit down and talk. You guys had just released the record that broke out of the storyline, and kind of did like the one-off because your kid had just been born and all of those kinds of things. And I think that it was very remarkable to see your band to be able to kind of do that. Like kind of jump off, do that record kind of in and of itself as an anomaly, and then come back and kind of get back into things. And I think it says a lot too about the fan base that they are along for the ride, kind of in however you want to do. That's got to be an amazing feeling to have that kind of trust of the fans.
Absolutely. You know, I think they respect us and understand that, you know, again, like the concept stuff was really just a creation. It came about because I had a hard time, you know, singing about myself. You know what I mean? Being the front man of a band and having to sort of wear your heart on your sleeve. That whole sort of idea about telling my own story. I mean, I had a hard time just accepting that, you know, and that's what the concept was there for. It's basically a curtain to hide behind. And, you know, at that moment in time when my son was, you know, all those sort of feelings about him coming into the world, and, you know, it was like, okay, this makes sense. Let's just take a step away from the concept and really allow that experience to sort of take center stage in the record. And to see everybody sort of jump on board and be very accepting of that. Yeah, I mean, it's so great. I mean, you know, to be allowed that flexibility. You know.
It's pretty impressive, and I've never met, one of the things about your band is I've never met a guy or a girl that like are kind of into Coheed. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Like it seems like they are, because I remember the guys that introduced them to me very early on when I worked at a record store, and they were in it to win it and still are to this day. And I think that it's, you know, you do have fan bases that you see kind of ebb and flow, and it seems like you guys just continue to build and build and build. And for a band that is not necessarily super easy to kind of pigeonhole or whatever, I mean, I think that that's an amazing accomplishment.
It's incredible. I mean, you know, if you really like Coheed, you are all in. I mean, you know, the tattoos, you sort of, all of that stuff. But, you know, if you don't like Coheed, you don't like Coheed.
But, and you know what, I do want to ask about that real quick though, because when you do open yourself up so much to write these songs so personally, and then somebody does like crack on them for whatever, you know, a poor review or what have you, that would then to me seemingly be like the absolute worst, because you're opening yourself up and then you see somebody who, you know, might not be as into it kind of criticize it or whatever. That would seemingly make me mad.
Well, yeah, again, I think that's why this was created the way it was back then. You know, 2001, you know, 1998 is actually when I conceived the idea of Coheed and Cambria. But that's why I created it that way, because I didn't know how I was going to receive that, you know, backlash, if there would be any. But now as an adult, I don't care. I understand that, like, this is really for me, you know, when getting these things out, it's a way for me to sort of exercise and work through my sort of issues as a human being, and regardless of how anyone sort of receives it, I mean, hopefully it's for the better and it helps the one that's receiving it. But for the most part, I know it's helped me.
Yeah.
So that's really kind of what matters most, I think.
The last time that you were here, you talked to me about how you wrote a...
Okay, that is it for us. Riz will be back tomorrow. Thank you for hanging with us while Riz was gone. Had a ton of fun. Appreciate you guys.
It was a lot of fun.
We have some stuff coming up this week, and it starts with Friday. Rocket Gas Station in St. Charles. Lern's going to be out doing a Point Fest ticket blast from 2 to 4.
Yes.
That's on Friday. And then, of course, the City Winery Mother's Day extravaganza, the Riesling Mother's Day brunch. That's happening Saturday at City Winery. Starts off at 10:30. And then Point Fest coming up in less than 2 weeks, May 17th. Okay, so... make sure you check out the clip of the day brought to you by Michael's Flooring and the podcast sponsored by Dobbs Tire and Auto. Today's podcast title is?
It's more a ding than a dong.
Nice. More a ding than a dong. I love that. Anybody got anything else going on?
Well, I guess Tuesday, tune in the show because I'll be playing one of the songs I'll be playing at the City Winery. Tomorrow.
It's the big deal.
Tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Somebody tell Scott that Tuesday is tomorrow.
Tomorrow's show.
Awesome. Okay. Lern, you got anything?
I just follow me on the socials if you like cats, at Lern versus Radio.
I love cats. Rafe, what do you got?
No notes.
No notes. Then we will leave you with the Team Riz Member of the Day song. It's Bill Leeper, sponsored by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill. Bill Leeper from St. Louis, Missouri. Yep. He wants to hear this, so we'll give it to you. We'll see you tomorrow on the Rizzuto Show. Bye-bye. Energy up.
Donnie Fandango from 105.7 The Point. Very happy to be joined by Dan Reynolds, frontman of Imagine Dragons. And Dan, we have a lot to talk about, but you are involved in one of my favorite life moments, and I have to tell you about it. And I've been wanting to tell you about it since it happened. It came up in my memories about 3 years ago this past weekend, and I had a chance to take, at that time, my 10-year-old daughter to see you guys live. My daughter's now 13, and some days are rough. And she's an amazing girl. But that day at your show, Dan,